Avast, ye scurvy dogs! And welcome to the TheCardGuyz versus Blue Pit Showmatch series for High Seas. The name's Shahmir Sami, and I'll be guiding you through these murky waters alongside me crewmate and co-caster, Felipe Lee Macardo. So, Felipe, how are you this fine evening?
Hey, what's up, Shamir? I'm very well, thank you. Better now after hearing your introduction. You didn't prepare me for that, bro.
I had to channel Scott Mines in there with that legendary introduction to the world premiere at Taipei. I just had the flash of inspiration this morning. Shout out to Scott Mines. But this is our second introduction, as it were, to this set of High Seas, which has brought a lot of new stuff with it. We have 2 new classes, 2.5 maybe if you count a young thief who managed to stow away in the limited format.
Yeah, let's not.
But the arrival.
Let's not forget our boy Scurvy, man.
Indeed, stupid, sexy Scurv, as they call him. But we have the arrival of the pirate class, which I don't think anybody was expecting, and perhaps the long-awaited necromancer class. Felipe, what do you make of this set? There's so much to take in.
I mean, so much new stuff, so much heavily awaited new introductions like pirates and necromancer. Everybody was so hyped for it, and I think so far it's been delivering, right? People that went to the world premiere said it felt amazing play. Testing the new cards feels really good and feels cool to play as necro and as pirate. So yeah, I'm really hyped to see what our players bring up for us to watch tonight.
Indeed, and as is tradition in a Showmatch series like this, we've got a little bit of old and a little bit of new. So to do a quick run through of the matches that we have prepared for you guys over the course of this Showmatch series, we will be kicking off with Taylor Crawford on Katsu versus Kaiser Wong on Marlynn. Katsu maybe being unleashed with the most recent Bandit Restricted announcement, getting back his precious bonds of ancestry, even if it's only 3 of them. We'll follow up with another Ranger at work, but one a little bit more familiar to the Classic Constructed format, Azalea being piloted by Will Bradshaw against Alan Lau's -IO. These are 2 masters of their heroes, playing heroes that they've been at for a few months now, at least. So that is going to be a high-octane game for us to witness, no doubt. We then have Ed Knight on Marlynn versus Wen Law on Gravy Bones. New versus new, and our first peek at the new Necromancer class, which is going to offer us maybe a little bit of board-based action to go through. And Andrew Cook on versus Jack on Rhinar. A little bit of old versus new, seeing how mechanologists fare against the Arg Smashes and Bam Bams of the Brute.
Yeah,
okay, let's see if we can figure out what happened in there.
Yeah, have a little bit of trouble in Shamir's side. Let's see if he can get back. A little bit of technical difficulties here. Just give us a sec, guys. We're working things out here. Shamir is working to get back up, but
all right. Alrighty, we will go back to basics, scrap the nice webcam, and just stick with what we've got over here. Ooh, yikes. Okay, well, we'll work with it now and see if we'll see if we can get back to some higher quality video in just a minute. But nonetheless, let's, with a little bit of a look ahead at some of the matches that we have planned. Felipe, what are you kind of most looking forward to seeing out of any of these new heroes or new cards that have arrived with High Seas? Is there anything that you're curious about or that you're most excited to put on show for our viewers?
Oh yeah, I think as everybody else, I just want to see the new action going on. So I'm really looking forward to watch that Gravy against Marlynn matchup. It's also interesting to see the match before, where we see Azalea against -IO. They are not new heroes, but they are heroes that possibly can get some new pieces added by being classes that are featured in High Seas, as Azalea gets some new Ranger cards and -IO gets some possibly new mech cards. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see both of those matchups. We also see Marlyn in our first match here against Katsu. And I'm really a Katsu and Ninja enjoyer overall. So it will be very interesting to see Katsu back again. Not only with Bonds that just got unbanned, but also the first time we can actually see Retrace the Past in action. So even though there was like one unbanned for Katsu, we can potentially see like 2 new cards, even though Retrace is not a new card, but it's the first time it has a chance to be on the spotlight here. So I'm pretty hyped by all the games. But I mean, I gotta tell you, Shamir, I'm really hyped to see my boy Gravy Bones there. I'm really excited to see how the Necromancer class shapes up, and it seems really cool to play with. So far, I've been testing a little bit with it, and it seems like a lot of fun to play. So I'm really looking forward to see what our players bring to the table here with Necro.
Absolutely. On that note, talking about Katsu, why don't we take a quick peek at Taylor Crawford's deck list for Katsu? Taylor Crawford having a little bit of experience on working with some ninjas with the Surging Strike line, and we have. What do you make of this deck list, Felipe? We've got a few expected pieces in there, maybe a couple of interesting bits of tech in there as well.
Yeah, we see here him bringing up the whole classic Katsu highlights with Surging Strike, Gust Waves, lines, followed by the freshly unbanned Bonds of Ancestry. We see the addition of Gust Wave of the second wind as well, and of course the card I was mentioning before, the addition of Retrace the Past, which can give Katsu so much more flexibility, right? Notably, we also see Taylor spotting up Mask of the Pouncing links and 1 copy of each Tenacity and Sell the Wound to potentially being able to be fetched with the mask. So he has a lot of interesting stuff going on here, and maybe we can also have Dishonor back into the mix, and we can see his opponent getting disarmed again. Oh, Katsu is so much fun, man! I'm really looking forward to see him in action again.
Indeed, seeing him duck and weave through a few different combo lines is going to be pretty interesting for us to have a look at. Meanwhile, if we move over to Kaiser's Marlynn list, let's see if we can have a think about some of the ways in which this hero could be built. I think in my experience, the flexibility of what this hero could be doing is so exciting. And it looks like Kaiser in this case has opted to go for the Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon build of Marlynn, perhaps a little bit more in line with what the devs had in mind when they released her alongside all of these massive arrow attacks. Felipe, have you had any experience with this cannon Marlynn so far? And if so, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's interesting to see because there's a lot of debate going on about how to build Marlyn. We see an option with the Hammerhead, the new cannon, but also we see a lot of people experimenting with Death Dealer as well. Combining with Tree Oak, it could potentially be a really powerful combination to Marlyn. Maybe a more combo-centric kind of deck, but here we see the Hammerhead cannon being spotted, and it looks very
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm going to close this.
All right,
and we're going to try and fix this.
Mira, are you there?
I don't know what is going on with my webcam. I think there's a power supply issue. Yep, I'm here. We're all good. Josh, are we running right now? Okay, no problem. All right, cool. Alrighty, folks, apologies for the technical hiccups as we just deal with internet crashes and breaking webcams and all this fun business as we begin our journey. No one said the pirate's life was easy. As we begin our journey across the high seas looking at this match between Team Blue Pitch and TheCardGuyz. I guess we were talking a little bit about the matchup, thinking about just how it might go down. Who's your pick to win this game, Felipe?
I really want to see Katsu winning again, man. It's been a while, so I think Marlyn looks pretty strong, but Katsu already has a build, like it's coming back, but it's a known quantity. Maybe there is some time to find the right builds for Marlyn and for the new hero. So my pick here is Katsu. What about you?
Indeed. For me, I got to say, I've got to be rooting for Marlyn, but as you say, she is the unknown quantity, and it looks like our players have kicked off and are ready to go, with Marlyn walking in with a pretty interesting set of equipment. Let's maybe have a quick look up and down this. This is the first time I think I've seen a Ranger hero walking in without a Ranger headpiece as their default pick. We're instead opting for the Crown of Dominion. What do you make of that, Felipe?
Yeah, Marlyn wants as much gold as possible, and bringing Crown of Dominion makes them start with a gold already. So pedal to the metal here, wanting to be able to dish out as much damage as possible right from the beginning. Seems to be a really aggressive approach from Marlyn here.
Indeed, and we see an old favorite hit the table. Hands up if you've seen a 3 of a kind hit the board and rolled your eyes before. But in this case, maybe it won't be quite as backbreaking as it used to be in the hands of Lexi. In this case, maybe just offering us a few more resources to pick up and loading that critical arrow. We are kicking off with one of Marlyn's strongest tools sitting in the arsenal. That is a King Shark Harpoon that looks like it might well be hitting the combat chain on turn 0.
Yeah, and here we see a activation of Hammerhead, giving the Harpoon not only +4, but also Overpower, which is a very, very strong ability to have on turn 0, where usually your opponent can just block out all your damage, but Overpower will make sure that some damage will pass through. And here we see the first blood in the game, 7 damage passing through here thanks to the Overpower.
Indeed, it's been a little while since we've seen that kind of turn 0 damage coming into play, but perhaps more importantly, this critical King Shark Harpoon on hit means that Kaiser gets to have a good look at Taylor's hand, plan a little bit ahead of what his turn might look like, rip a card away, and make 2 gold in the process, 1 from the King Shark Harpoon on hit, and 1 from the activation of the gold-baited hook.
Yeah, and I think that's what is one of the questions everybody is asking for. How is the gold management for the new heroes? How easy it is to make gold for them? Because gold is such an important resource for all of the new heroes, really. So it's interesting to see Marlyn already starting the game, basically, with 3 gold on board.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, it looks like Taylor is kicking off with another old classic that Katsu has been capable of. Kodachi for 1, go again into Command and Conquer, the Rangers' oldest nemesis, this Command and Conquer, but it looks like Kaiser might be considering protecting his arsenal in this case, giving up some pretty powerful cards in the process, and a Conqueror of the High Seas and a Widowmaker as a blue, so this card in arsenal's got to be pretty valuable here.
Yeah, and here we see a battle of the new against the old, right? We see the old Kodachi into Command and Conquer, while we see all new cards spawned by Marlyn here.
Absolutely. One thing that I think is so fascinating about this Marlyn deck is that one of the things you really have to focus on is managing how you're going to reload your arsenal. And I suppose if you're just going to cast a 3 of a kind every turn and use that Marlyn ability, that's a pretty good way to keep your arsenal stocked with arrows. No wonder Kaiser was trying to protect it so fiercely. It looks like, though, we are cracking a gold and seeing if we can dig into an arrow, and we have found a Remorseless, which begs the question of these other 3 cards, which now can't be played from hand due to 3 of a kind's ability. Where are they going? What are we going to be using them for? Maybe we'll get a peek at Kaiser's deck list in the process and see what spice he's running.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because 3 of a kind, although it's not as powerful as it used to be in Lexi, it can be used to feed cards for the cannon, to pump the spells. Was not the case on this turn, but we saw it on Spotlight on turn 0, which can be a really, really powerful interaction for Marlyn. We saw it on turn 0 of the game, but right now we could only see like a 1 for 5 Remorseless, which was easily covered by Taylor.
Absolutely. Looks like Taylor's opting to play this game quite cautiously and defensively for now, really looking for his window to push a little bit more damage. Blocking with that critical card, which he has been able to access once again, that Bonds of Ancestry. But, I mean, these classic ninja lines just keep coming up. Kodachi into another Ranger's Nemesis, Warmonger's Diplomacy. How do you think Marlynn might be able to navigate a card like Warmonger's, Felipe?
Yeah, Marley plays a lot of buffs, as we see one of them being pitched, two of them being pitched, actually, in Take Aim and the new Cannon. But, on the other hand, we see the pirate version of Command and Conquer coming in, Conqueror of the High Seas. It doesn't have High Tide on, so it's coming in for just 7, Shamir. You know, just 7.
Just a Command and Conquer for 7 that threatens to not only destroy the arsenal, but make a gold in the process? Just? How manageable.
Yeah. Oh, and Taylor here has a perfect answer to that in a Flick Flack from the arsenal, nullifying the ability from the Conqueror. And here we see Taylor coming with a 4-card hand.
Indeed, for the last time, finally getting to be left with 4 cards in hand and kicking off with another one of those really powerful starters, in this case, a Descendant Gustwave, one of our favorites from Outsiders that introduce the Bonds of Ancestry line. Let's see just how Kaiser is able to navigate the Katsu on hit that might let Taylor fish for just about anything in his deck that he might want with these 2 remaining cards in hand.
Yeah, and like Descendant is a really hard one to face because if you let it hit, it's surely finding a bonds, but Taylor doesn't need to to search his deck. He already has bonds in hand, and he searches for a Flusterfist with it.
Indeed, why find it? Why find it when you simply have it? Because you can just go and find that Flusterfist of a 0 for 4 and end up doing a beautiful little 2-card hand that pushes, or a 3-card hand in this case, rather, that is pushing 11 damage. Pretty impressive work.
Yeah, 3-card 11s. It's such a pain to play against Katsu like that because you block the first chain link thinking, okay, I can't let my opponent search for Bonds of Ancestry here, and then you block, and then you see the bonds coming from hand already. Oh, it's so frustrating, Shamir.
Absolutely. In this case, I suppose Kaiser is going to have to figure out what he can do with these 4 remaining cards, and if he's still afraid of the Katsu on hit with just a single card in hand. A bit of a tricky situation to block, having spent that defense reaction on a 3-power attack. I thought of answering that Bonds of Ancestry here seems difficult, but Kaiser opting to take the damage and likely taking the damage from the Flusterfist as well, and seeing what these 4 cards might offer Marlynn's turn instead.
Yeah, and after the bonds was played and searched for Flusterfist, it was face up what Taylor's plan was for the turn, so Kaiser could make a more informed decision, and he decided to just keep his whole hand on, so we might see some interesting things coming off this turn. Oh, and here we see like one bread and butter play from the new heroes, especially Marlynn, creating that Goldfin Harpooning hand, which is a yellow card, even though it can't be pitched, and playing the new card Golden Tipple that lets you discard a yellow card to draw a card and create a gold. So he discards the Goldfin Harpoon that he just created with Marlynn, basically transforming the Golden Tipple into a draw card and create a gold token. It's a pretty powerful effect here.
A very powerful interaction indeed. And the first time that we're getting to see Marlynn's hero ability really translate not only into some card advantage in this case, transforming a gold on the table into a real card in the hand, but on top of that, seeing this kind of tap mechanic, which we've taken for granted in Flesh and Blood for so long, for the first time. Looks like she's proceeding with loading yet another harpoon, courtesy of drawing a card off another bit of gold that she has lying around. And we'll see if that one is going to be ending up overpowered, or if it's just going to be sent in for 4 to see if she can fish for a yellow card in this case, I believe, to make a little bit of gold in the process.
Yeah, and here we see all of the new abilities Marlynn come into play on display on this turn. First, the activation to create a Goldfin Harpoon, then using the triggered ability to load an arrow into the arsenal. And here we don't see the Harpoon being activated, so just a Yellowfin Harpoon for 4.
Absolutely, using all parts of the hero ability. In this case, It looks like Taylor is making the kind of block that you are pretty scared to see as an opponent to a ninja player. Blocking with 2 pieces of battle-worn equipment, no cards in hand, and showing off a whelming gust wave in the hand to the Go Fish effect. I get the feeling those equipment will not be on the table for very long through this turn coming up.
Yeah, and here is the opening every Katsu player wants, right? We'll see Taylor play his first 5-card hand, and he starts by activating Hat in the Cross Trap to power up a Surging Strike. We know he has the Whelming Gust Wave ready to go in hand, so that's looking to be a very powerful turn for Taylor here.
Indeed, this is a pretty diabolical start, and it looks like Marlynn is going to have to weather the storm, as it were, of all of these brutal on-hits, following up with a red Whelming Gust Wave in this case, another breakpoint attack of a 0 for 4, pushing just a little bit more damage that she's going to have to answer if she wants to stop this turn in its tracks. Playing it cautious here, playing around that breaking scales, which has been blocked with so early in the game by blocking for 5 on a 4-power attack. Just trying to make sure that that Whelming Gust Wave does not connect and enable both card draw and a Katsu ability. And we're following up with yet another natural combo piece. That other kind of new favorite that you mentioned, Felipe, Retrace the Past. And what's going to be so interesting here is to see what has been named. I think we've just named that a Surging Strike.
Yeah, which means a potentially other copy of a Gust Wave is coming. Oh, this card gives Katsu so much flexibility in how to play. So here we see a Surging Strike followed by a Whelming Gust Wave, followed by a pseudo new Surging Strike to power up another potential big Gust Wave coming in after the Retrace. It's such a cool card that was added to Katsu's toolbox. I really, really like this new card.
The idea of cards gaining names and being able to kind of empower other cards in the process is such a flavor win for Katsu, who is all about weaving together these complex combo lines and giving players choices in exactly how they want to navigate through those combos has been just a fantastic addition to the hero. So to see it kind of on display here for the first time in a long time, I mean, Katsu's been a dormant hero since he lost his beloved Bond, but Katsu's so back.
Katsu's back, baby. And we see the Retrace the Past connecting here for 4. And Taylor is using the Katsu deck ability to search for the 3rd bonds in his deck, I believe. And discarding a Gust Wave of the 2nd Wind. And he follows it up with a Descendant Gust Wave that also connects for 4.
We can put together the rest of the line that's happening here. Oh, but we have one more piece of juice in the puzzle. It looks like we are opting to pop the mask of the Pouncing Links with the trigger being placed on the stack with that Descendant Gust Wave hitting. So let's just look at the number of cards still on the table. Taylor has no cards in hand, but he's going to play a Bonds of Ancestry from Banish, which is going to fetch another card from his deck by banishing a card from his graveyard. And on top of that, there is the Mask of the Pouncing Links trigger fetching one more card. It looks like Taylor has effectively deployed something like an 8-card hand here, which is just obscene.
Yeah, that's crazy. Those are the lines Katsu players live for, and what makes Katsu such a powerful hero. And here we see on display again, and with the new cards, Retrace, and the freshly unbanned card Bonds, we see Katsu doing some pretty nasty stuff here again, Shing.
Absolutely, some heinous stuff going on. It looks like Taylor has opted to exercise a little bit of restraint here, saying, I'm going to keep that mask for a rainy day because my action point is already a little bit stressed out, perhaps. Oh, absolutely not. Looks like we're putting 2 triggers on the stack this time, and maybe just when Kaiser thought he was safe and that the turn was over, I think we're going to be going to salt that wound. Having hit 1, 2, 3, 4 times already this turn, this is a 0 for 6 follow-up use of the Mask of the Pouncing Links. Absolutely savage finish to the turn.
Yeah, and that brings Kaiser down to 7 life here in one single turn. That was an amazing turn by Taylor. And we know what Katsu can do. Like when your opponent gets really low on life, those Kodachis start looking pretty dangerous, right? And here we see, like going back to Kaiser, we see the 3rd 3 oak being played here.
Well, one of the things about 3 of a kind is because it's drawing you so many cards, it's just going to draw you closer to your next 3 of a kind. So 3 oaks beget more 3 oaks, as it were. With Kaiser already having an arsenal, we're not going to be leveraging that Marlynn hero ability to reload a new arrow from hand, but instead we're going to be using Take Aim to place a new card into the arsenal, which now can be played despite 3 of a kind's restrictions, activating Hammerhead and following up with a Remorseless, yet another high damage arrow coming in for, must be 12 in this case. And Taylor saying, you throw as much damage as you want. You are 20 life behind me as we start this turn, and I intend to leverage yet another 4-card hand to try and end this game already.
Yeah, even though Remorseless is a very powerful on-hit effect, doing 1 damage for each action Taylor takes on his next turn, with your opponent at 7 life, Taylor thought it was really worth it to just try and finish this game as fast as possible.
And it looks like we are finally popping those breaking scales, looking to push a little bit more damage on this turn, get that Katsu ability on hit, and search yet another 100 wins in the process to push this combo just a little bit harder.
Yeah, and at 6 life, it starts to getting pretty rough for Kaiser here to block. Oh, and you see the 300 wins coming in for 3, 4, 5.
It is, in fact, 100 wins. Wins after wins after wins. This is the kind of line that Katsu players dream of, drawing these 3 cards together naturally. So impressive to see on display in this way.
Win City, right here. Are we in Chicago? Or are we not?
This is, in fact, the Windy City as we watch this Katsu just blowing gust wave after gust wave. Well, in this case, 100 wins after 100 wins at a defenseless Marlynn, trying desperately to keep some cards and following up with the perfect finisher to this line, a Winds of Eternity, which, I mean, were Kaiser not on 1 life, would threaten to shuffle those 300 wins back into the deck. But in this case, I think it threatens a slightly more important on-hit of lethal damage.
Yeah, shuffling those 100 wins is nice, but it's the least of Kaiser's worries here at 1 life. Yeah, you see the double block, and here with your opponent at 1, and you having double Kodachi, that's like the very, very hard situation to turn around, right?
Absolutely. This is back to classic Flesh and Blood. This is what we call the Kodachi lock. You are at 1 life. Every single one of these daggers is lethal, meaning that for every 1 card that Taylor pitches to try and swing each of these Kodachis, it is going to demand 2. In this case, the Spring Tunic as an equipment and a card from hand to stop these Kodachis, following up with the Ranger's Bane, Command and Conquer, needing 2 cards to block, leaving Marlynn with just a single card in hand with no 3 of a kinds left. There are few Hail Mary plays left in Kaiser's deck. What could this be? It looks like it's just going to be an Arsenal pass. We might be forced to find out next turn if there is a turn beyond this one, because once again, we open up with a Kodachi for 1.
Yeah, Kodachi for 1, followed by Be Like Water.
And the immediate follow-up punish.
Yeah, surging into descending gust wave.
Will be the game. An absolutely incredible game to watch. Really showing just what players have been missing out on for as long as Katsu has been, as I said, a bit of a dormant hero for as long as his pet card has been banned. But Katsu is, in fact, back, and Marlynn is going to have a tough time navigating the wandering vagrant of a ninja in the future as we go through. Let's get the players in for a little bit of an interview on the game and their deck list. We got to see a little bit of Kaiser's deck, but I'd love to know a little more about his philosophy in building this Marlynn deck and what he was thinking about and the restrictions that Hammerhead kind of placed on him as a player. Players, congratulations on that game. A thrilling conclusion to seeing a kind of matchup dynamic as old as time, but with a little bit of new spice, given that we are playing one of the new High Seas heroes. Kaiser, I'm curious about what you were thinking about in order to kind of build a Marlynn deck using Hammerhead, it's got a very different set of restrictions on it compared to Ranger decks that we've worked with in the past. How did you go about building Marlynn this time?
Actually, I think the Harpoon build Marlin is one of the ranger that can block very well. Beside like Riptide, and at the same time you got some destruction like Azalea does. So I think it's like a mixture of the previous rangers. When I'm playing this Marlyn.
Absolutely. We got to see a little bit of that early in the game with that overpowered King Shark Harpoon on turn 0, and plenty of blocking to be done around Katsu's on-hits, although it may have been in vain in the end. It was a pretty impressive showing, seeing the number of 4 blocks and 3 blocks available to your deck.
Yeah.
And Kaiser, did you get to test other versions of Marlyn? Do you think that the Cannon will be her most powerful version?
Actually, I tried it 3 different kind of builds. One is the Harpoon one, and the second one is like the Lexi 2.0 things with a lot of go again and like Death Dealer and 3 of a kind, so you can reload a bunch of arrows in a single turn. But I think this kind of ranger is not very pirate heavy, pirate card heavy, which you put a lot of ranger card in it, and I want to try to showcase the power of the pirate new card. So that's why I go for the Harpoon one. And the last build I try to block. I try to be very defensive and try to build a lot of gold or silver tokens, and then try to use the old leg piece, which can give arrows go again, and try to spam like 20 NS arrow in a single turn. If you have a lot of gold, then you can keep reloading it. But it's more like a fun deck, but it's very fun though.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
who doesn't love a little bit of combo ranger? What a fun way to go about building that hero, and using perch grapplers in a way that, I mean, I don't remember the last time I saw perch grapplers activated before High Seas released. So I look forward to seeing a little bit more of that build in the future. On the other side of the table, Katsu's back, Taylor. You put on a pretty impressive showing with that deck, showing off the power of some old cards and some old cards that we got back. So tell us about what it was like to build Katsu in a world where you get to have Bonds of Ancestry back again.
Man, like Bonds is cool, but have you guys read this Retrace card? What the heck is that? Yeah. Since last time I played Katsu, that card came out, and I had to reread it 6 times, and I still have no idea what it does.
Well, in this case, it looks like it plays out a second Surging Strike for 0 after you've played the first one, saying, okay, you dealt with first Gust Wave, but what about second Gust Wave?
Yeah.
Just an incredible showing of what the hero is capable of, with a stylish little break of the Mask of the Pouncing Links on your big combo turn as well for a clean 6 damage out of your headpiece. Not bad at all. A very impressive showing for a ninja who's really kind of lived in the shadows for a while, lived in the shadows of Zen until he LL'd last season, and it's good to see him unleashed again, as it were.
Yeah. I was really surprised that Bonds and Links were actually legal at the same time again. Links what is that headpiece, man? Holy smokes! I love when my headpiece gets 6 to 10 value every game. What the heck?
It turns out tutoring in a card game is strong.
What?
News at 10.
Yeah. I'm so glad that he's back. He's so much fun.
Yeah, he's so much fun. And how do you think he's gonna fare in the new meta, Taylor? Do you think Katsu is the real deal?
I think Katsu is the real deal, with the little asterisk beside it. After New is left, I think his win rate jumps up 5 or 10% to the field. But of course, I think that matchup is pretty cursed. But I mean, you're racing into like Syndra and these other aggro decks that don't like blocking. Nothing beats Katsu when your opponent declares no blocks. The world is your oyster every time. I'm going to find my best card, and I'm going to hit your face with it.
Yeah, indeed. And so much fun to see Katsu back into his old form. I love the deck as well.
Yeah, I
And
spent so much time on
congratulations on
this.
the win. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I spent so much time working on this list. I was so excited. As soon like you guys don't understand the excitement I had when they said Bonds is back. I had a parade through my house. My wife heard about it for the next 2 hours. It was a great day.
A great day then, and a great day now, having claimed victory for the TheCardGuyz over Team Blue Pitch in the first match of our High Seas show match. Congratulations, players, and congratulations, Taylor, on your win. Thank you very much, and wishing both of your teams best of luck as we move forward through the rest of the show match.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Righty. Our next match is
And with that,
Azalea against Dash.io, Shamir.
Indeed, we've got some. I can certainly try. Let's see if we can make it work. We'll go with. Yep. That's okay. I sound crazy. So we are moving into our match between Will Bradshaw and Alan Lau on.
Yeah, your mic has changed again, Shamir.
Alrighty.
Wait, does that mean I'm on stream alone here? I'm just appearing just myself. Okay, all right.
Okay, and we're back. Fantastic.
Shamir, what's happening, man? It sounds to me like you have two different voices. What's going on?
It's been a long time. I've got lots of voices going on in my head, Felipe. It's a gift and a curse, as they say. But let's take us back to the action of why you're all here, which is not to hear about my daily insanity, but in fact this show match between the TheCardGuyz and Team Blue Pitch. The TheCardGuyz have taken down game one in the hand of Taylor Crawford's Katsu build, and it looks like Will Bradshaw is bringing an old favorite as well in the form of Azalea against Alan Lau's old favorite Dash.io. Felipe, what can you tell me about this matchup?
Azalea. Azalea against Dash.io is a race, right? Both decks want to be as fast as possible. Azalea has historically have a good time against aggro decks due to the incredibly powerful Red in the Ledger, and I think it's a tough one for Dash.io, even though Dash.io can do Dash.io things and just explode some grenades into her opponents and just claim wins out of nowhere. So it's always thrilling to see those two decks face each other.
Absolutely, we're going to see some high octane gaming, but sadly with the absence of the card High Octane, which we lost a little while ago to a banded restricted announcement. But nonetheless, both of these decks have a decent amount of power to them, which we hope to see on display. Maybe let's have a quick peruse through these heroes deck lists, starting with Azalea to see what she's got on offer. It turns out, despite a lot of their the cards in High Seas being pirate cards, a few of the Ranger cards have turned out to be pretty impactful. And it's going to be interesting to see whether Will Bradshaw has opted to include any of them in his list. When we have a look down, there's a couple of notable new inclusions in here, featuring the likes of Return Fire, a powerful Majestic who we didn't get. Being a 4-block that is also capable of being a +3 arrow pump is an absurdly powerful card. Oh boy, we are once again having some tech issues to work through, so bear with me, folks. I'll do my best. All right, well, we'll soldier on through it. But talking about Return Fire, we also have the introduction of a powerful new arrow with Go Again in Swift Shot, and all of these are going to be leveraged in the hands of an Azalea using a headpiece that we don't see in our hands very often, New Horizon. Felipe, what's your take on this build?
Yeah, we see the introduction of those two new cards. They are very powerful cards for Azalea. Return Fire, I mean, it's just a 0/7, right? It blocks 4, loads an arrow, and gives it +3 on the next turn. Swift Shot, Go Again, 0/4, really powerful too. And I think with New Horizon, especially Return Fire can be very powerful, as you were able to have 2 arsenal slots, so making the use of return fire much easier on the Azalea side. So it's going to be interesting to see how we'll incorporate those new powerful cards into an Azalea shell that's pretty standard, right? Arrows, buffs, and everything we are used to see on Azalea builds. And those 2 new cards promise to lift her power up a notch. And let's see if it's gonna be enough.
Absolutely. Arrows and pumps, what more could a ranger want? Meanwhile, on the side of Dash.io, a hero who has got a very sudden boost when her armory deck released towards the end of last year, she's got a few cool bits and pieces to pick up out of High Seas herself. Most notably, the pseudo replacement for High Octane in Cog in the Machine, which is yet another card which can offer her some excess action points, but maybe offer her something else as well. Felipe, what do you think about the impact of Cog in the Machine on Dash.io?
Yeah, the Cog Octane, as it is being get to be known of nowadays, it's a really powerful card. Even though I don't think Alan is using any other cards that interact with Cogs, I don't see on the list. Cog in the Machine provides a very powerful effect, especially against decks that want to fatigue Dash.io, because if you get to a end game state where you have the 3 copies of Cog in the Machine plus a blue, you can loop activating your symbiosis shot 3 to 4 times per turn, sending in 6 or 8 damage, while putting Cog in the Machine back into the deck together with the blue you pitched to actually play those 3 Cog in the Machines. So it kind of provides a late game loop to Dash.io and let her send like 6 to 8 damage every single turn without consuming any cards. So that can be like a new path for Dash.io to fight fatigue matchups. But I'm not sure we are going to see that on display here in our matchup, because against Azalea, the game is probably going to be over much earlier than that.
Indeed, we might be leaning on the old classic strategy of boost, 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 maximum velocity, which is certainly a way to pull ahead in a race. But it's a pleasure to see that Dash has defaulted back to her iconic weapon of Symbiosis Shot, courtesy of that Cog in the Machine, giving her a little bit more of an end game to work with. It looks like our players are ready to go, so we are going to jump over to the game and get these guys started off so you can enjoy our second match in the show match between TheCardGuyz and Team Blue Pitch.
Players getting ready. Let's see what they bring. Pretty standard set of equipment for Dash.io, and the New Horizons piece we commented about for Azalea. Seems like Dash.io is starting. Oh, and starting already finding a Cerebellum processor on the top of his deck. Dash.io 5 intellect, Shamir.
You can't ask for a start much better than that. 5 intellect that could potentially hold over turn after turn as she gets to activate that Cerebellum processor. But what a start for our players here.
Yeah, Cerebellum processor, a card that was introduced in Dash.io's Armory deck. It kind of revolutionized the deck, really. It's such a powerful item. A lot of people say it's it's really the reason for High Octane to get banned. High Octane is paying for Cerebellum processor sins, but we see it in display here on turn 0 for Dash.io, and what a good start for Dash.io here.
Indeed, 2 items out on the table, our Cerebellum processor and a backup protocol red. Neither of them cranked, so both very capable of sticking around through the next turn as Alan arsenals a card and passes over to Will, who takes up his tunic. And it's time to see what New Horizons Azalea might have on offer for us.
Yeah, Azalea going second here,
Alan taking
gets
a
to
peek
be
at
the
his top
aggressor.
card.
Yeah, it's so cool to play Dash.io and being able to to take a look at the top card of your deck. I never get tired of it. The problem
Absolutely,
is when you start playing other heroes. Yeah, it's hard when you start to play other heroes and you can't do that. So
Don't put yourself in a seeing extra cards error there. You might be in trouble with that one. But we're kicking off with another kind of classic Azalea play. A specialization of hers, Knock the Death Whistle, putting that ever important red in the ledger on top of the deck and firing it for 8 with Dominate, courtesy of Azalea's ability. It looks like this is the first one that Alan is going to have to answer. Just 8, though, might be pretty manageable for Alan to deal with, courtesy of the armor suite that he has available.
Yeah, and that's the pace of the game, right? As how many red in the ledgers can Azalea throw at Dash.io? The first one usually gets stopped by the armor, so it seems like a good decision by Alan to stop this one while he has Cerebellum Processor on the field and a full grip of cards. So he goes on, blocks with his entire equipment suite, and gets to play a turn with a 4-card hand plus a Cerebellum Processor on the board.
Absolutely, and a little bit of insurance for maybe having too many resources in the form of that red backup protocol. This is going to be a bit of a powerful first turn for Alan Lau to push through some damage, I suspect. Kicking off with an old classic, 0 to 60, coming in for 4 with Go Again. The rate on these old mech cards is just unmatched.
Yeah, 0 for 4s are good. But we see a Ranger 0 for 4 coming from the other side with Return Fire. The card we were talking about before the game. Such a powerful addition to Azalea.
And we're going to get to see it. Looks like in this case, Will is choosing to banish an arrow, meaning fire will be returned. And this return fire is going to be capable of blocking 4 and adding 3 power on to the Heat Seeker that has just been placed in the banish zone and will end up in the arsenal at the start of next turn.
Yeah. Alan follows it up with an activation of Teklo Foundry Heart, trying to fish for an item on top of the deck. He has 4 resources to work with. That's followed by a zipper hit for 5.
Indeed, and even if there is no card on top of the deck, no item on top of the deck for Alan to play out, those extra resources can always be funneled into the backup protocol that is on the board to fetch back that 0 to 60 and push a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, and notably, Will banished Heat Seeker, right? So it's a 1-cost arrow, signaling that he wants to keep some card for next turn in order to be able to shoot the arrow. So Alan has a lot of space here to push a lot of damage.
He'll absolutely need to keep at least 1 card in his hand in order to be able to pay for that 1 resource cost on the Heat Seeker. It seems that we are seeing that backup protocol pop to retrieve that 0 to 60 as expected. Peeking at the top card once again, just trying to find 1 more item on the table. But of course, with the action point still up, we can expect that Cerebellum Processor to be activated, drawing the top card. 1 peek, last peek at the top card, maybe digging for 1 more item in there. A cheeky boom grenade to carry over into next turn, perhaps.
Yeah, and that's I think Alan didn't find, which is very heartbreaking. Oh no, he did find a boom grenade as the last card, as you mentioned, Shamir.
A legendary follow-up into next turn. With once again, a 5-card hand prepared and a boom grenade on board to punish that little bit of extra damage that he will hopefully push through on this upcoming turn. And we are just seeing...
Oh boy, he was able to push 11 damage and set up a 5-card hand for next turn. That was a really powerful turn by Alan. But we see a Hood Seeker coming for 8 here on the other side of the table.
Absolutely. And something about this board state is interesting in that, Will has opted to keep this extra card in his hand, which clearly he feels is valuable and was not worth diverting to blocking last turn, and has placed it in the second arsenal zone offered to him by New Horizon. We find an arrow off the top with that Heat Seeker, and not just any arrow, but an endless arrow at that, which may have a pretty impactful on-hit over the course of the game. But Alan walks in with items cranked, ready to go, and boosting away, but an item already off the top, cranked to offer that second action point, which means the Cerebellum can be activated mid-turn to provide a little bit of extra fuel for this, to ensure that this boom grenade connects.
Yeah, here we see the full power of Dash.io. Oh, being able to activate that Cerebellum processor both turns it was on the field. Getting some extra action points right now with 3 action points. So it's gonna be a very explosive turn here. Let's see how much damage really can Dash.io dish out on a turn like that.
Opting to spend one of them to activate the Cerebellum processor and draw a card, having seen a card on top that clearly Alan likes here, and sending in this Fast and Furious, which is putting on a bit of a 0 to 60 cosplay as Alan has cranked his red backup protocol this turn. So sending in for 4 damage with Go Again.
Yeah, with a no-hit explosion of a boom grenade, so 8 damage already done here by Dash.io.
Following up with a powerful specialization, the Spark of Genius, to find us another 0-cost item, no doubt, to put into play and crank. And would you believe it? It's the second Cerebellum processor on the board with 2 action points still ready to go because of the activation of the Heavy Industry Gear Shift. This is going to be an insanely powerful turn for Alan now that is going to have him drawing 3 extra cards and playing the top card of his deck, courtesy of Dash.io's ability. Essentially a 9-card hand coming at Will Bradshaw this turn.
Yeah. Oh man, Alan has already done 8 damage, and he has 4 cards in hand and 1 card to be drawn with the second Cerebellum processor. It's such a huge turn for Dash.io.
It's going to be exciting to see if she can dig for the all-important finisher. If this turn ends with something like a maximum velocity, then we have seen perhaps the most powerful Dash.io turn I have seen since the combo build that was on display in Worlds 2024.
Okay, and Will is taking all the damage here. He wants to come back with a full grip. It's quite interesting.
Following up with an activation of the Teklo Foundry Heart, really digging for just a little bit more gas in the tank. Up to 4 resources gives Alan plenty to work with.
Yeah, I think Alan's fishing for that maximum velocity here, right? Because he already activated and used. He boosted 3 times already. He's rushing through his deck trying to find that max V.
Just trying to find the most impressive top card that he possibly can to draw with the Cerebellum processor. And there's still 1 more boost available on this turn, courtesy of the red backup protocol, which can fetch us an additional 0 to 60, boosting 1 more time, 1 more dig for that maximum velocity, which could end the turn, end the game even, on the spot.
Yeah, and here already, like, I think this turn has already seen 22 damage being done by Alan, and he's gonna get probably another 0 for 4 here. No, he opts to go for the zipper hit, not trying to fish for the max V on the last card.
Indeed, taking a slightly more conservative line here, just thinking, okay, if in case the max V is not on top and I end up choosing a card to draw and Arsenal pass, I should probably ensure that I am pushing the maximum amount of damage that I can via fetching the zipper hit instead of a 0 to 60. We're opting to draw a card with the Cerebellum processor. Still 1 action point left over and 5 counters on Symbiosis Drop. Plenty of ammunition in the tank to send at least 2 more damage on this turn.
Yeah, so far it's been a 27 damage turn with a possibility of 1 shot bumping it to 29. But Alan drew a card. Maybe he's gonna play it this turn instead of Arsenal. Let's see what he decides to do.
Thinking carefully about this card and just what it might be capable of doing in this turn cycle.
Yeah, the problem is that we see Will trying to protect his hand, so Alan is probably thinking that something powerful is coming his way, so he needs to be careful in order to not Arsenal. Oh yeah, so he decides to go for the spark play here and fetch yet another item from his deck. Maybe a third Cerebellum processor.
Drawing yet A third cerebellum processor has hit the table.
Oh yeah.
Drawing yet one more card in this case, thanks to the Spark of Genius ability, really trying to find something to push a little bit more damage and preferably threaten lethal on this turn. As you say, it's clear that Will wants to keep this hand, and for Alan to let him do so might be a very dangerous proposition. But in this case, he has opted to play the Boom Grenade that he drew off the Spark of Genius, draw off the final Cerebellum Processor and Arsenal, and pass. What an incredible amount of damage presented on that turn, only to chain into yet another 5-card hand with a Cerebellum Processor on the field.
Yeah, 27 damage plus the setup of 2 Cerebellum Processors. Yeah, when you see Dash.io like running like this, it really makes you think what a powerful deck it really is. Makes you want to play it, right? I want to jam some Dash.io right now.
Absolutely. This is the power of Mechanologist on display. And at the same time, Will is showing us the power of Ranger on display right now. And it's clear why he kept that last card to be so valuable. A Rain Razors was deployed from the arsenal, which can be used with a second arrow to be fired on this turn, capable of making it a 0 for 4 kind of pump rather than a 0 for 2 pump in this way. The discipline of holding onto that card just one more turn so you can really get all the value out of it, paying off in this case for Will. Following up with a Bolton shot, meaning this is going to be a 3-arrow turn, Felipe, with the Bolton shot coming in for 6 with Go Again, 7 with Go Again, pardon me, because of the Bullseye Braces ability, followed by an activation of Death Dealer to load one more arrow, that endless arrow that we saw fired at the beginning of the turn, fired for at least 6 to end the turn. Now this is some Ranger power at work.
Yeah, and here we see why Will decided to keep a hand. He's throwing a lot of damage himself. It was 7 from the boating shot plus 9 from this arrow plus 9, I think, from the first arrow as well, right?
I think it was 10 from the first one. So we're looking at, I mean, with the perfect draw off the top of a Lace with Blood Rot, perhaps the best possible pump that he could draw in this situation with a Ponder sitting on the board. Kaiser's back is suddenly against the wall, having to deal with this on hit.
Yeah, so I think 28 damage as well. Like if you count the Blood Rot box as well. So yeah, it was a good answer to a very powerful 27 damage Dash.io turn. Let's send a 28 damage Azalea turn back.
Absolutely. Alan certainly navigating that turn fantastically, pardon my gaffe on the last one, but it looks like he is still walking in with 5 cards and 2 Cerebellums on the board. He just has to push 6 damage through this turn. Surely it is possible with all of these resources on the board.
Yeah, and he starts by playing Twin Drive and notably boosting only once, which could indicate that he doesn't have a max V ready for this turn.
Indeed, Alan already applying enough pressure that Will feels the need to give away the New Horizon, which in the process of blocking and the combat chain closing will destroy that endless arrow that ended up in his arsenal. The card is sadly not all upside, but we get to see a Boom Grenade played out courtesy of, I think, another Spark of Genius deployed, the third one that we have seen this game. Dash.io just seeing all of her power cards at the right time, and Alan firing on all cylinders to bring this game to victory.
Yeah, it's been a blazing fast game, and we see both decks really doing what they are used to do, dishing out a lot of damage, but Dash.io here seems to have the upper hand by being able to keep this 5-card hand with Will at 6 life. Fetching a Boom Grenade here is such a tough position for Will because he can't really have any point of damage being done, really. He can just, like, every single breakpoint represents 4 more points of damage. And here we see the Twin Drive boosting twice.
We are, in this case, following up with another Twin Drive, but this one boosted twice. and having boosted 3 times the turn, we get to follow up with, in this case, a T-Bone, but a T-Bone is all that it actually needs, with Will having an instant left in hand, a non-blocking card, dealing 3 damage from the T-Bone and 4 more from the boom grenade that was on the field. That will be the game.
Yeah, here we see like when you put one of these decks with their back against the wall, it's really hard to navigate, because both of these decks want to be on the offensive, want to be attacking. And here we see Alan putting Will on the defensive, and Will couldn't keep up with all the pressure from Dash.io. It was a fast game, and we see the power of both decks really making really huge turns, but Dash.io coming out on top with this last big turn with double twin drive plus spark for boom grenade.
It's a tale as old as time with these aggro mirrors, and we have our players joining us for a quick interview. Congratulations, players, on an absolutely blazing fast game. Seeing the 2 of you deploying turns like that over the course of this game was just incredible, really showcasing the power of each of these 2 heroes. Congratulations, Alan, on your victory. And well, tell us about what had you bringing Dash.io to this show match. I mean, she's not got a ton of new tech to work with from High Seas, but clearly something is drawing you to her in this metagame.
I think at first, Dash.io is pretty good for the meta, and because Aurora left, so the best Argo deck right now I think is Dash.io. And for the new toys, I play the Crow in the machine, but unfortunately not for Azalea matchup, so I can't showcase how good that card is. And I think people will find out Dash.io is a pretty good deck to bring to the nationals.
And Alan, tell us how good Cog in the Machine has been for you. What are the uses you are imagining for this card in IO?
So it's actually a friend told me that if you have a clock in the machine, so you are less fragile against fatigue, because you have you can use the second ability to get back into your deck. So with the symbiotic shot at the late game, you get 2+2. If you have more than 1 copy, then you can attack with 2+2+2. So it kind of solved the most annoying problem for Dash.io is everyone will play fatigue against Dash.io. And I think Caught in the Machine can slightly solve this problem. For the Argo matchup, I don't think anyone can outrace Dash.io, so I think Dash.io is pretty good in the meta right now.
Very
Fantastic
nice.
stuff, Alan. An excellent display of the deck. Will, talk us through Azalea. Azalea also had a few new toys to play with, and it seems to have led to you choosing to equip a different headpiece to her usual Skullbone cross wrap. So tell us about what it was like deck building Azalea with access to the cards that High Seas has brought you.
Well, High Seas, unfortunately, I thought it was going to be just an ocean of Ranger cards that I was going to be so excited about. Turns out it's just a few, but they're very good. And the Skullbone Crosswrap version of Azalea kind of lives and breathes by having an arsenal face down to get that opt, which doesn't play very nicely with Return Fire. But with New Horizon, with the ability to either go off arsenal or to have an open slot by having a face-up card, you can really take advantage of that 4 block and get the +3. Like, I was very excited to be able to block for 4 and get a +3 value out of that card when I was off of an arsenal there, where normally I'd be very sad to be off of an arsenal. So it was pretty sweet.
Indeed, that was a really powerful interaction that you got to show off with that card. And there were a couple of arrows, or at least one notable arrow that I noticed in your sideboard as well. Swift Shot offering you access just a little bit more go again than Azalea has had in the past, where normally she's leaned on the likes of Bolt and Shot to offer her a little bit of go again, you get one more 0 for 4 arrow with some go again on it. Were there any other arrows that you considered having a look at the set? I think one that stood out to us was the dry powder shot, offering the potential for a 0 for 5 kind of arrow if you get to load it face up for Azalea.
Dry powder shot is pretty sweet, actually. I personally am averse to it just because of the fact that it's bad off of a ponder. But outside of that, it's a pretty sweet arrow. Grabbing it off of knock and having a 0 for 5 is pretty excellent. But yeah, I agree with you.
Absolutely. Fantastic stuff on display. Felipe, any questions on our Azalea side?
Yeah, like was a very, very interesting match to see. We saw you taking a lot of damage from Alan's big turn in order to dish out a big turn on your side as well. Do you think it's more common for Azalea to do those powerful turns now with the new cards, and how good do you think those new cards make Azalea? Do you think it bumps it up a whole higher, or how do you think it's gonna play out for Azalea in the new meta?
It's funny. Shamir brought up the new Swift Shot arrow, which I had in the list today. Unfortunately, we didn't get deep into the deck to see it, but it's just it allows more of that go wide potential. And some of Azalea's most impressive turns are when she puts on her cosplay Lexi costume and gets to shoot more than one arrow with a Bolton shot. So with the addition of things like Swift Shot, you can do that more consistently. Concerning the match against Alan, he was just off to the races so early, and I knew that my hand was going to be able to dish out very big damage with some evasion, thanks to the Bolton shot face down next to the endless arrow. So I was pretty much counting on like getting him low and then just hoping he stumbled a little bit. Unfortunately, Alan did not stumble, but that was kind of my game plan.
Yeah, he did not stumble indeed. That was a very fast-paced game, but it was fun to be able to showcase both decks doing what they're here to do and dish a lot of damage.
Absolutely.
In the end, Alan ended up with the win, but it was very nice to watch both of you doing some very powerful and amazing turns.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much, players, for a fantastic game to put on show, and congratulations to Alan Lau on his victory, bringing our totals for the teams 1-1, 1 point each for the TheCardGuyz and for Team Blue Pitch. It's neck and neck as we move into our next game. Thank you very much, players.
Thank you, guys. All right. And now we move on to a battle of new decks, Shamir. Marlynn against Gravy Bones.
Absolutely. We'll get to see a little bit of what our pirate necromancer is capable of, and where better place to start maybe than having a look at Wen Law's deck list for Gravy Bones. Maybe before we get into it, Felipe, tell me about what it's been like to work with a board hero that doesn't have Illusionist in its type lines, because for me, that's been a blessing. I don't have to touch Illusionist, and I still get to have a board. Best of both worlds.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are feeling exactly like you, Shamir. It's kind of weird though, right? Because there are a few different ways to interact with an illusionist board. For example, Enigma, you can just attack Enigma's face and you will destroy some of the ward auras that she has. Or maybe against Dromai, you can pop the dragon attacks. But against Gravy, the only way of removing those pesky allies is by attacking and killing them. So even though they are a little bit more pricier and a little bit difficult to build, they're also much more sticky, right? It's harder to interact.
Absolutely. It's really going to demand interaction from your opponent one way or another. While we've seen a couple of new tools to help with the menace of allies such as Midas Touch, ultimately, as you say, at the end of the day, it's going to be dealing enough damage to take their life totals down to 0 and send them to their watery graves. In this case, having a look at Wen Law's deck list, we've got a few tools which are maybe reminiscent of the Armory deck list that we've seen pop up pretty recently. Notably, the one of Back Alley Breakline with access to 3 Calls to the Grave, giving that card a little bit more modality for the potential to be finding an extra action point instead of searching for an ally to place into the graveyard. And there's one really notable inclusion that I can see in the blues that I haven't actually experimented with very much yet for Gravy Bones, which is three copies of Last Ditch Effort. Felipe, what do you make of what this deck might be trying to do based on that card?
Yeah, I think this is a card that screams like fatigue protection. He Wen's probably worried about getting to the late stages of the game because like Gravy is a very card hungry deck, right? He's looting, he's playing allies, he's discarding allies to be able to play with the Watery Grave ability. So he's roaming through the deck very fast and he's more susceptible to fatigue. And I think the idea here with Last Ditch Effort is to combat a little bit of that. But there are some other very interesting, spicy things on Wen's list, especially Prismatic Leyline. What do you think of this card, Shamir?
Prismatic Leyline in a deck that has access to both blues, yellows, and reds that it wants to attack with. You know, I can see the rationale in here. We are admittedly a little bit light on the red side, with only Conqueror of the High Seas being the red attack that we would swing in with there. But when it comes to our yellows and blues, you have this entire suite of allies, some of which are capable of dealing 5 and 6 and even 7 damage in some cases, for an extra bit of bump of power courtesy of Prismatic Leyline. And in terms of our blue attacks, we have the likes of Jittery Bones and Murderous Rabble and Restless Bones, which can get a whole +3 pump courtesy of Prismatic Leyline. So I think this is just trying to really leverage the fact that we're aiming to send a blue attack into a yellow attack, making that Prismatic Leyline into functionally a 0 for 5 with Go Again. Pretty impressive rate for an offensive strategy.
Yeah, and that's really where Prismatic Leyline's power comes from, right? Not the reds, but being able to pump both yellows and especially blues. And for Gravy, I think we see that what he wants to do is try and activate his Watery Grave ability with these blue attacks, like Jittery Bones and Murderous Rebel, in order to be able to play an ally from the graveyard and attack with that ally. So Prismatic Leyline is functioning as a 0 for 5 here, which is a very good hate for a block 3 yellow card in the deck. Another thing that's very interesting from Wen's deck is the amount of allies he's spotting here. I think this is one of the biggest questions that everybody that's trying to play Gravy is trying to find an answer for. How many allies is the right amount of allies? We see Wen here spotting 18 allies in the main board, plus 8 allies on the inventory, so to a total of a whooping 26 allies. Am I right? There's a lot of allies.
Yeah, that's a lot of allies that do not block, notably, since they have a life total in their bottom right corner instead of that all-important 3 block, which our board state heroes normally love to have. So it seems like Wen is certainly going to have to push a little bit more of an aggressive game plan to sidestep the fact that his deck maybe doesn't block so well. It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, if we have a look at Ed Knight's Marlynn deck list. Now, those of you who know Ed probably know that he's a bit of a Guardian aficionado, and because of that, I kind of expected him to be on a bit of a canon Marlynn build himself, but it looks like he has opted to showcase a different way of building this hero, opting for New Horizon and Death Dealer in a deck list that seems to be called Lexi 2.0. Felipe, what do you make of what this deck is trying to do?
Yeah, awesome. You took out exactly what I was supposed to do. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get here with a bang, saying that his deck is named Lexi 2.0. But you took it out of me, man. Come on. But no,
Sorry,
jokes
bro.
aside, he's trying to just throw as many arrows as possible. If we go through his deck list, we see a lot of arrows with Go Again. We see Three of a Kind. We see all the Stick 'em shots, Falcon Wings, the new addition Swift shots. So I think ads just want to throw as many arrows as possible here.
Absolutely. And leveraging that 3 of a kind in a way that perhaps will be even more explosive than we first got to see Kaiser deploy in our very first game, opting to reload twice rather than just once in this case, and sending 2 arrows in the process, and then hopefully activating Death Dealer, which, courtesy of its card draw, is going to reload another 2 arrows for Marlynn to send out. This is going to be an extremely explosive pseudo combo deck, and to see what it can pull off in the face of a board-based hero like Gravy Bones is going to be absolutely fascinating. I think our players are ready to go, so we're going to take you over to the table and see who is going to be the greater pirate out of these two and who's going to keelhaul the other one across the deck. Here we go into Ed Knight on Marlynn versus Wenlaw on Gravy Bones.
Yeah, just a quick last note on the matchup. By having all those arrows with Go again and being able to load multiple times per turn, Ed should have an easier time cleaning Gravy's board of allies. So I think he starts with a little bit of edge, even though it's a new matchup. We are not very used to it. It's gonna be great to showcase for the first time here and see how these players navigate this matchup. Who do you think is gonna have the upper hand here, Shamir?
Well, it's going to really depend, I think, on how Ed chooses to approach the matchup in some ways. Because, as you say, those arrows with Go again means that your action point isn't so constrained when trying to deal with those allies. But at the same time, the power of this deck clearly comes in how explosive that it can be with the likes of Three of a Kind and Rain Razors. A combination that, with access to an abundance of action points, is just absolutely abhorrent to play against. So it is entirely possible that Ed chooses to just go pedal to the metal and send a lot of arrows at face, even maybe potentially ignoring the board state in order to just try and kill Wen before he actually gets to leverage a board state on the table. But it's entirely going to depend on Ed's decision making in this situation.
Yeah, that's right. Because if we think about what you were saying before about Gravy's deck, his deck doesn't block very well. So just throwing all those arrows to face might be a a very valid strategy here for our Ranger player.
All right, it looks
Yeah,
like
here we
with Ed choosing to start the game, leveraging that New Horizon to double deploy an arsenal on the table. In this case, both of them having a bit of a tech issue here. One of them should be face up, courtesy of a Death Dealer Road. Not currently entirely sure of which one it is.
No, both of them, because the second one was loaded by Marlynn. They are Seek and Shot Red and Falco Wing Red. So Ed decided to load those two arrows in the arsenal thanks to the ability of New Horizon and pass turn 0 back to Wen, instead of trying to do a more offensive approach and trying to shoot those arrows on turn 0. So it's back over to Wen, that starts his first turn by playing Call to the Grave. It's the first ally probably coming to the graveyard. He decides to pick up Chom. Chom is a very good and interesting ally because he can just stop your opponent's turn. But when your opponent has a lot of go again arrows, it's probably not gonna be at its best, right, Shamir?
Well, I think the way in which Wen can leverage a card like Chum really effectively is if he can time its deployment onto the board and its activation with the turn that Ed really wants to send all of this damage, maybe in the face of a Rain Razors and a Three of a Kind, where it's clear that he wants to be sending that amount of damage at the face. And at that point, if Wen can say, nope, you've got to target Gravy Bones first, then actually it can put Ed in a position where he has to spend his damage a little bit inefficiently to take down Gravy Bones first, making it capable of actually blocking an awful lot more than just its 6 life total. But really lining it up so that that can happen is going to be the challenge of managing Chum in this situation. He's opted instead to simply play out Chum from the graveyard via the Gravy Bones ability, allowing to play these cards with Watery Grave from the graveyard, and swinging in for 4 damage with Chum untapping and maybe shielding Gravy from a boatload of damage this turn, as Ed has chosen to keep all 6 cards in his hand, 2 of which we know are Go Again arrows.
Yeah, and here we see the power of New Horizons in Rangers. Being able to keep a 6-card hand is just too much, Shamir. This shouldn't be legal, man. And we see the first arrow coming
Absolutely,
to
and looks like this
face.
first 3 damage And based on the fact that these players are having a think about it. Yeah, it seems like it. We are choosing to ignore Chum for now and just push a little bit of pressure at Gravy Bones. Use this to kind of feel out maybe. Is he willing to activate Chum this turn? Do I have a plan for if he chooses to do so? Or do I just want to force some cards out of his hand?
Yeah, and I agree with you that like the chum management in this game is really key because if Ed's decision is to try and ignore chum and just go face, then one has a very good opportunity here to just stop like the last shot from coming to his face and coming to chum. And for example, if the second shot would be the last arrow he gets to play this turn, by activating chum, he would make it so that second shot had to be target, choose chum as target, and it would not be able to kill chum. So the way that the players decide to manage chum here, it's one of the key to the matchup, I think.
Absolutely critical. And when immediately leveraging one of his pieces of equipment, the tricorn of saltwater depths, to filter away another one of these allies from the hand. As you say, there's an awful lot to deal with in this deck list. To draw a new card. This one being Rigor Mortis, which I think if that hits the table, Ed is going to be in a tough spot with trying to deal with a 1 life total, 6 power ally efficiently, even with the amount of go again that he has.
Yeah, and rigor mortis can scale pretty well because if you just even though it's very easy to kill by having only 1 health, being able to throw 6 power of attacks with an ally on board it's really powerful. It's very hard to ignore, and it will be interesting to see how Ed decides to play when other allies come on board, not only Chum. So far, he has decided to just go face, and he goes face with that second shot yet again, for 4 more points of damage going Wen's way.
Indeed, with the prismatic leyline being used to block, we sadly might not get the spicy application of it being a 0 for 5 just yet, but in a deck which, as we've seen, might have some difficulty blocking, it could be all important to save the life now when it may be difficult to preserve it later. Death Dealer being activated, loading a card, drawing a card, and triggering Marlynn, potentially giving us the opportunity to load a second card face up, a Swift Shot, and a Falcon Wing, representing 2 more go again arrows on this turn. How many action points could you possibly need here, Felipe?
I don't know how many he needs, but he's taking as many as he can get. And here we see the arrow we were talking about earlier, Swift Shot, for the first time here, 4 go again when puts on an arsenal face up is a really good addition to all rangers, not only Marlynn, but also Azalea as well, as we were talking to Will on the previous match. And we see Ed deciding to go face yet again with the Swift Shot for 4. Wen so far has been able to block a little bit this turn, but this time he takes all the 4 damage.
Indeed, perhaps needing all 4 of the cards that he has access to at this point to really pull off a powerful turn. It looks like Ed is going for the face is the place approach here. We are seeing no damage directed at this Gravy Bones, as he is not required to do so, and just opting to send. Oh, and this is why, with a 3 of the kind happening after this go again arrow, we are going to see 3 cards drawn and yet 2 more reload opportunities because of the Marlynn triggers here.
And here we see like a very different use of this powerful majestic 3 of a kind. In the first match we saw of Marlynn, the 3 of a kind was not very well leveraged because by not being able to load that many arrows, the Marlynn player was not able to use a lot of the cards drawn from 3 of a kind. But in this case here, Marlynn can draw 3 cards and load 2 of them with New Horizon. And by having a lot of go again, it's possible that the Ed here will be able to send yet 2 more arrows down Wen's way. It's looking like this is such a powerful turn right from the start here from Ed.
Absolutely showcasing the power of this deck. And it looks like we've only managed to draw a single arrow in this situation, a blue infecting shot, maybe a few too many pumps recovered of that 3 of a kind. But in this case, still sending 5 more damage after the fact, having sent 4 attacks already this turn, which is quite a barrage for Wen to try and block his way through.
Sadly, it's just blue, so it gets completely covered by a tree block from Wen's hand. And that 3 of a kind, it looked like it would be a banger, but in the end, it just resulted in 1 more 3-powered attack. So I think Wen got out pretty, pretty well in this trade. He was probably expecting a lot more coming his way.
Indeed. Ed perhaps being a bit of a victim of the Ranger life here, but it looks like we are going to see Wen immediately punish Ed's decision to leave this chum on the board by playing an Avast Yi, a surprisingly powerful card that just offers your next ally attack, go again, and on hit, make a gold. But in this case, the fact that it's a blue itself is going to enable this this Rigor Mortis being played out of graveyard, swung for 6 with go again, threatening a gold token on hit, and followed up by the chum attack that is on board with a card still in arsenal after the fact. This is already, we are starting to see the board state spiral out of control, and Ed is going to have to make a critical decision as to whether he wants to try and manage it or whether he's just going to power through it.
Yeah, and Avasti is such an innocuous card. When you look at it and read it for the first time, just giving one ally go again doesn't sound like much. But after you try this card a couple of times, you see that like action point management is really the key to making Gravy into such a powerful deck. Giving an ally go again means you are able to play a second ally and attack with 2 allies. It doesn't sound like much, but when you see it on play, you see how powerful that effect really is for Gravy.
Absolutely. It looks like in this case, Ed decides that he cannot afford to block out that gold on hit, meaning Gravy gets access to some critical long-term resources in that gold, which is going to enable his hero's activated ability to filter away some of those allies and maybe look for just a little bit of extra gas in the tank and maybe even some blocking cards should he require them. Importantly, generating that gold has also meant that activating the gold-baited hook here is basically free because there is no risk of it being destroyed on this turn, meaning that this chum is now also threatening gold on hit.
Yeah, just as an explanation, gold-baited hook reads that when this hits a hero, steal a gold token they control, otherwise create a gold token at the beginning of your end phase. If you haven't created or stole a gold this turn, destroy this. It doesn't mean that it needs to create the gold itself. So if you have created the gold in the turn by any other means, as one has created here with the Avasti's ability, activating the arm piece is basically free, like Shamir mentioned, because a gold has already been created.
Indeed, the first time we're really seeing this, we've seen a gold-baited hook activated earlier today for a little bit of payoff in the hands of Kaiser Wong's Marlynn, but this is the first time that we're seeing Gravy Bones get to access it in this way.
Yeah, and in Gravy, it seems like it's very well suited because Gravy is so hungry for gold in order to be able to activate his ability and discard and put those allies in the graveyard, where casting them is really powerful because it's effectively free intellect, right? If you can cast your allies from graveyard, you're basically drawing extra cards when you discard your ally.
Absolutely.
And here we see the first chum activation in response to the premeditation cast by Ed. So by doing it in response to the premeditate means that the next arrow that will be pumped by premed, it's gonna have to choose chum as the target.
Indeed, we might see a little bit of damage kind of placed inefficiently as a result. And certainly this, the premeditate requires that a hero be hit with an attack in this case. So that's going to mean that Wen gets to hold off that ponder generation just a little bit longer, potentially prevent it from even happening at all this turn, and hopefully send a little bit of inefficiently placed damage at Chum in the process.
Okay, here we see a swift shot being loaded by 3 of a kind. Yet we see another three of a kind chain happening in another Ranger game. So Swift Shot comes in for 7, thanks to that premeditate buff. Clears the chum, and Marlin proceeds by activating Death Dealer here.
Indeed, with all the go again in the world, all that Ed is at the mercy of is making sure that there's some arrows on top of his deck to actually reload, courtesy of Marlin's ability and his Death Dealer.
And here he can reload again, thanks to the Marlin's ability going on the stack by the draw of Death Dealer. Let's see if he chose another arrow to load here. Yeah, when he activated Chun, he needed to discard a card, so I think that's what he's proceeding to do here. Yes, he discard the ally Sawbones here in order to use Chun's ability previously on the turn. We're just making sure our players have all the abilities correct here in this time.
Absolutely, lots of
And
new cards to work with, and lots of new rules to learn.
yeah, especially all the rules regarding Necro and allies, right? So many new ways of playing the game that it can really be overwhelming to use them all at once. Oh, and you see the drill shot killing the rigor mortis, and Ed just happy to pass the turn after clearing the board by loading 2 cards in his arsenal and trying to set up another 6-card hand turn in the next turn.
But once again, using another one of those 3 of a kinds in the process, it feels like we're kind of burning away these power cards on turns that either don't quite work out the way that he wanted them to, or just to make sure that we can actually clear out the board state at a time when it's important to, which I think is starting to push the advantage slowly in Wen's favor over the course of this game. But there is still 1 3 of a kind left, and we have seen 0 copies of the all-important Rain Razors played yet, which is the real power card in a deck like this that is so capable of loading many, many arrows with Go Again.
Yeah, it's interesting, right, Shamir? Because Three of a Kind is such a powerful card. And on the other Marlin game, we saw Three of a Kind cast 3 times. And on this one, we've already seen Three of a Kind cast 2 times. And in none of these times, Three of a Kind looked like such a powerful house of a card that we remember it to be, right?
Alas, it's a little bit of that Ranger life at work. You are sometimes at the mercy of variants on the top of the deck. Sometimes 3 of a kind is going to draw you too many reds when you wanted to activate your Hammerhead. Sometimes it's going to draw you too many pumps when you wanted to draw arrows for you to reload on your Rain Razor's turn. It is a little bit of variance to work with, and part of the skill of managing these Ranger heroes is to be able to mitigate that variance as much as possible and make sure that one way or another I can leverage this 3 of a kind in a way that matters. Or if you can't, just to try and hold on to it a little bit longer. The discipline of ensuring that it lines up with your other power cards can be so, so important.
Yeah, and at least we saw the Three of a Kind making Ed able to clear the board and set up a 6-card hand for next turn. So at least he has that going on right now. But I would say Wen has got a really good grasp on the game right now, being able to play a 4-card hand. And here we see the Gravy activation, the use of Tip the Barkeep, one of the new pirate cards, and one of the best ways to actually activate the Compass and being able to play allies from the grave and creating that very important Gold Kiss Rum token that gives him 1 Go Again in a future turn. So with
Absolutely.
Sawbones coming in, what do you think about Sawbones, Shamir? This is such a powerful ally. In my opinion, the best ally
Sawbones?
Gravy has.
he might well be one of the best that Gravy has access to. And it comes down to a few things. First of all, that all-important 6 power in the bottom left means that when he hits the table, if you get to swing him with your action point, and you will want to, you are sending a pretty respectable amount of damage off the bat. But on top of that, this all-important activated ability can be so impactful regardless, as long as he gets to stay on the board. It could be that it just gets to save you 1 life on a critical turn where you didn't plan on using your action point to attack with him anyway. Okay, that's a decent start. But where it gets really powerful is in situations where you're kind of forking your opponent by playing out an ally that they want to kill with exact damage, but forcing them to be unable to do so because that one little extra bit of prevention from Sawbones would keep that ally alive if they don't send just 1 more damage than necessary, which can, again, just wreak havoc upon your opponent's game plan and their turn sequencing.
Yeah, and it's one of those allies that is really hard to ignore because he generates a lot of value if he gets to stay on board. Not only by attacking for 6, but also being able to prevent 1 damage every turn he's not attacking while he's still on the board can add up to a lot of value during the course of the game.
Absolutely. Opening up with yet another premeditate into one of our go again arrows. Coming in for 7. It looks like this is going at the face. Wen is going to have to decide whether he can afford to stop this premeditate on hit over the turn. We are opting to block 7 in this case, giving up a Conqueror of the High Seas in the process. And there is the first appearance of Rain Razors to push this attack over the top, connect with 2 damage, and now if we get to see Ed fire off 2 more arrows on this turn, that Rain Razors have contributed 6 damage to the turn. Incredibly powerful stuff.
Yeah, I really like your predictive abilities, Shamir. Whenever you mention a card, we see the card played in the right next turn. So you were talking about how Rain Razors can be very good for this type of Marlynn deck, and here we see Rain Razors being deployed right on the next turn. Let's see how he follows it up.
Loading up a bolt and shot, so yet another go again arrow available, and we have a Marlynn reload that could potentially load 1 more arrow still. A pretty powerful one in this case, a Heat Seeker offering us the ability to prepare yet another card in Arsenal going into next turn. These Rangers have a tendency to just chain these big 5 and 6 card hands over and over again, so this is exactly what Ed wants to see in this situation. Following up with another 6 damage going at the face, and I get the feeling that Sawbones is going to be surviving through to Wen's next turn at this rate.
Yeah, I don't think Ed wants to send a 6 or more powered arrow to kill the Sawbones here. He's just standing face. I'm not sure how, I mean, it's really hard to understand how to interact with these allies, but let's see if Ed's approach seems to be to just go face whenever possible and clear when he has like smaller arrows. But let's see how he interacts with this Sawbone.
It's very much the tendency of a combo deck where your big turns, your go-off turns, that's when you're sending damage to the fences. In your setup turns is when you can afford to try and clean up the board a little bit.
And importantly, this boarding shot can reload. Oh no, but instead of reloading, we just have a buff that's gonna be eaten by the Heat Seeker. So this Heat Seeker is coming for how much?
A whopping 10 damage, I believe, if that is a red, call in the big guns, which is going to be pretty much impossible for Wen to block, I suspect, meaning that Ed is yet again going to get to chain another 5, in fact, 6 card hand, courtesy of the Ponder token offered by Premeditate earlier this turn. What a powerful turn, with no 3 of a kind necessary, mind you.
Yeah, so he sent the first boating shot for 9, I believe, thanks to Premed and Ren Razors, followed by a boating shot for 6, followed by a Heat Seeker for 10, so total of 25 damage.
Cool little 25 damage that draws 2 cards over the course of the turn. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm into it.
Yeah, that sounds good. And the Heat Seeker card that gets put on the arsenal is yet another Rain Razors, setting up Ed very well for another powerful 6 card hand on the next turn.
Looks like Wen is just offering, in this case, 6 damage with Sawbones by pitching a Rigor Mortis in this case. A pretty efficient use. I mean, 1 card 6, that is pretty hard to argue with in this situation. And getting rid of a non-block in the process, sending it to the bottom of the deck where hopefully it will not be seen again until we are approaching an end game where it could well be lethal. It looks like it's Pump City for Ed over here, kicking off with yet another Premeditate and with access to that Rain Razors in Arsenal.
Yeah, and that's the power of an ally-based deck, right? Even though Ed's having huge, amazing turns, and for sure has been like the highlight turns of the game so far being on Ed's favor, we see the life totals being pretty close to it, right? 16 to 18. So, and we see the Sawbone is still alive there. So we see like how powerful Gravy is sneakily powerful here, even though Marlyn is drawing all the flashes in the.
It's always the power of the board-based hero. These allies sit on the board and deceptively just eat up a little bit of damage that otherwise would have gone at the face and send some pretty efficient damage if you chose not to answer them for a turn cycle. These are the ways in which these board-based heroes manage to catch up.
Yeah, so the first boating shot is a blue one, so it's coming in for 7 as well, right?
That would be 7 damage indeed coming in with Go Again and that all-important Ponder on hit. Ed has just not let up with these powerful card drawing on hits over the course of the game so far.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to face as well. I mean, Ed is not interested in clearing that Sawbones at all. It's just interesting to close up this game as fast as possible.
When carefully considering the blocks here, again, with so many allies in the deck, every single point of life that you can manage to save matters when you can get the chance to do so. So every block is going to be so important to ensuring that Wen has a chance in this game.
And that's going to be interesting to see how the end game progresses because of the fact that Gravy doesn't has a lot of cards that don't block in the allies, right? So when the game is drawing to a close and he will eventually want to block here and there to not die, he might be in a sticky situation with all those allies in hand if he draw them at the wrong time.
I've certainly been caught in situations like that myself when testing this hero, where I'm feeling on top of the world with multiple allies on the board that they've ignored, and I'm thinking nothing can stop me, and I manage to draw 3 more allies, and they send all the damage to the face, and I die with all those resources on the board. So let's hope that Wen gets the chance to stick it out a little longer than that. But this Sawbones certainly will offer him a little bit of respite in the worst case, where if he finds himself needing to block a little more damage and has some other uses for his action point, he could be in a situation where he's activating Sawbones' instant ability rather than its action ability to attack.
Here you see the first boating shot completely covered by 2 cards plus the new Necro chest piece Dead Threads that we didn't see used in this game. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the power of this card.
Indeed,
But
if you've managed to play with Dead Threads a little already, it is just an absurdly powerful card. It's so easy for Gravy Bones to be getting these allies in the graveyard as part of his regular gameplay loop. Be they looting via cards like Golden Tipple or his hero ability, or placed directly into the graveyard with the likes of Call to the Grave. It is so easy to put allies into the graveyard and enable just one more resource to run your turn courtesy of Dead Threads. But in this case, it has offered us its 1 blade break at a critical time.
Shamir, let me ask you something. Have you seen this turn played before? Premed into Rain Razors, into Boating Shot, into Boating Shot, into
I'm
Heat Seeker.
getting a little bit of deja vu here, I'll be honest. I've got to say, with Ed clearly drawing hot, and I guess that's just a function of putting so many powerful cards in your deck. It turns out in that kind of combination, it's not hard to end up drawing a powerful hand that's capable of sending huge amounts of damage and threatening to draw multiple cards over the course of the turn.
Yeah, and like I gotta say, I really like the looks of this Marlyn Lexi 2.0 version of the deck. I don't know if Ed is drawing that hot or if this is just what the deck does. You know, like it's looking pretty good to me so far, Jameer. What do you think?
Could this be the deck that terrorizes U.S. nationals, or is it a flash in the pan? I suppose where time will tell, but this is a pretty exciting way to get a preview of it.
Okay, here we see Wen starting his
Looks like
turn by
Wen is
playing
following up with
Look
a card
the
from the Armory
Hold.
deck.
Yeah, so he just plays the Loot the Hold and decides to attack with Sawbones. So Loot the Hold is the Armory deck card that reads your next pirate ally attack this turn gets when this hits a hero, they discard a card. If they do, create a gold token. So it basically adds a on hit discard a card to your next ally attack, which means that you are able to give some sort of interaction to your ally attacks, which can be really powerful if you want to clear your opponents out of big hands for the next turn, right?
I think it's such a critical way of managing kind of these aggressive decks, which otherwise might find themselves, flush with cards and, really enjoying the fact that they have access to so many cards because they're not quite under that much pressure from Gravy Bones. Just putting that disruptive on hit on there, in this case, forced 2 cards out of Ed's hand, meaning Wen knows that he can breathe a little bit easier on this turn, but with just 4 life left to play with, he can't breathe that much easier.
Yeah, and we see Ed fully blocking that Sawbones attack, but he's still able to come up with a 4-card hand thanks to the 2 card in arsenal he had from the Heatseeker and Ponder token last turn.
Indeed, New Horizons has really been on display as an extremely powerful equipment this game, consistently offering an extra arsenal slot over the course of this game, which Ed has just leveraged constantly with the amount of card draw that he has had access to.
And here we see Gravy descending to 3 life after the second shot attack. A Falcon Wing coming in for 1.
Almost looking like a ninja game with all this chip, chip, chip by 1 damage that feels almost impossible to block.
And the Death Dealer activation. Death Dealer is looking pretty good on this Marlynn version of the deck. It's able to load 1, draw a card, and then possibly load again with the help of New Horizons.
It certainly has an extremely powerful combination with Marlynn's hero ability. The question is, how long does it get to remain in the format? Not so much because of Marlynn herself, but because Death Dealer is the signature weapon of Azalea, who is quickly approaching Living Legend and might not stick around for very long at all as we go through national season. So once again, this could be the terror of US nationals, only for it to leave literally that same day in order to give other national championships a little bit of breathing room if the deck turns out to be that much of a terror.
Yeah, it's looking pretty nice so far. Wen is hanging in there, was able to go down to just 2 life this turn, but he only has a Sawbones to attack to speak for on this turn after a goat-baited hook activation. This is another way of giving your ally attacks a on-hit effect, but creating a gold is not that big of a deal for Ed right now, so he decides to just fully take the 6 damage down to 12 and give the gold token to Wen.
I really like the activation of that hook there. It's an excellent kind of tactical read on what's happening in the game state here. When realizing that he is going to need every advantage that he can get to survive the current board state, which includes the ability to loot away more of the allies that he might draw in the future. But recognizing that Ed giving him 2 cards here is actually an even better outcome than that, arguably. So it was kind of win-win. Even if the attack was blocked out and the gold-baited hook was destroyed that turn, it was just a massive advantage for Wen either way. An absolutely superb decision there.
Yeah, it puts your opponent in a very sticky situation, right? You can destroy the hook, but in order to do that, you need to give me 2 cards, and if you give me 2 cards, I'm pretty happy as the Gravy player here. So it's kind of like a win-win situation for Wen by activating the hook.
reloading 2 more go again arrows here. It looks like we are prepped to be sending quite a lot of damage, and a playing of a Majestic that we have not yet seen so far in gold the tip, which is gonna facilitate the our next arrow is going to get +3, and on top of that, because I believe one of those Falcon wings in Arsenal is yellow, we're going to generate a gold in the process. A pretty impressive amount of value on a 0-cost pump for a Ranger.
Yeah, and that's the first time, actually, I believe we see Marlyn creating a gold token in this game. Seems that this deck is not very focused on that part of the hero's identity, creating gold, but it can be a very powerful ability, even if it's an incidental ability on this version of the deck.
Absolutely. The gold in this case offering actually choices to Ed on future turns. It could be that he decides he really needs an arrow to load, and it's looking like he's not drawn one presently or is unlikely to draw one in the near future. So it could be that it gets cashed out to turn into a Goldfin Harpoon and deal potentially lethal damage with that last 2. Or it could be that he decides, you know what, I have enough arrows in hand and I had to use this as an opportunity to reload, in which case we could see the gold's own activated ability used to draw a card. But well, it's looking like none of that might happen, because the game might be ending right here, right now, courtesy of an infecting shot coming in for 4, which, unless Wen has managed to stash a defense reaction in Arsenal, would mean that that is lethal damage on the stack right now, and that is, in fact, the game. Ed Knight really showcasing the power of this Death Dealer build of Marlyn. Perhaps not the one that developers had in mind when they were developing the High Seas card pool, but certainly one that is emergent of all of the tools that the Ranger class has access to after so many sets of support. An absolutely incredible game, actually, from both sides. Even if the life totals look the way they do, I was pretty impressed with the way that Wen managed to hold his own with that Gravy Bones deck in the face of such an onslaught.
Yeah, he was able to develop some board and stick the Sawbones that was really threatening Marlyn a little bit. He was able to push Marlyn down to 12 with the help of the allies, but in the end, it was just too much coming. Too many arrows, too many go again, and a lot of pressure coming from this Marlyn deck that plays Deck Dealer instead of the new cannon weapon. And I gotta say, I'm really I'm really relieved that the Ranger got the win here, because we saw 2 Rangers getting the shortest end of the stick in the previous games. So after 3 games of Ranger gaming, we see Ranger winning for the first time.
It's true. Ranger is not tapped out just yet. They've got plenty of ammunition and arrows left to fire, as Marlyn has put on display here.
Hello?
We've got our players in for an interview on that game. Congratulations, players. Ed, what a showing from that Marlyn deck. An incredibly impressive barrage of arrows to send at Wen's Gravy Bones. Tell us about the kind of thought process behind Lexi 2.0, as I've seen it called in the Fabry deck link.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's Lexi without the ice disruption or anything like that, but it pushes just an insane amount of damage on a turn-by-turn basis, because it can load 2 arrows off of the Death Dealer ability. So if you start with 2, you're usually shooting 4, and with 3 of a kind, most of the time, the average is going to be 6, right? I know that sounds insane, but that's just with her ability. It can happen, for sure, as long as you set it up.
Absolutely. And we saw a couple of 3 of a kinds deployed earlier in the game, maybe to slightly less impressive value than we typically associate with the card. But I think the card that there were 2 cards, I think, that really overperform maybe in this game. And one is no stranger to those who enjoy the Lexi lifestyle, Rain Razors, which in the face of these 4 to 6 arrows is just an obscene amount of damage to be deploying from a single card.
Exactly.
And we saw the use of both Heat Seeker and Premeditate to just constantly keep your arsenal loaded. We saw you chaining 6-card hand into 6-card hand. Incredibly impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Rain Razors is obviously a powerhouse in a deck like this. It's a 1-card 8 in a lot of instances. And just to talk about the 3 of a kinds early, so one of them that I drew it was just a bunch of pumps, right? It was like premeditate and then another pump, and I was like, well, that's not as good. And then one of the earlier turns, I was actually going to maybe take a turn to kill the chum one turn earlier, but I ended up only drawing that one blue infecting shot, and I was like, well, I guess I'll just throw this at your face. So
Yeah, one thing that was really interesting to see you navigate in that game was how to think about dealing with Wen's board state, which was, I mean, there was a point past which you just said, you know what, face is the place, and Gravy wasn't quite able to keep up with some of the defenses to survive to the end.
right. With them having so many allies, and especially if you can keep them off of the gold, which Wen didn't have a whole lot of gold, at least in the early points, it was likely bricking the hands to where you were only able to block, like maybe 3 cards and maybe have an ally on average, which, incentivizes me to keep attacking the face. And as long as it's not an ally that is just generating absurd value like Anka in this case, because it will make me discard a card every turn, then I don't really have to worry about it.
Absolutely.
So the faster you close out the game, you think the best is the strategy, right? Just go face and kill Gravy as fast as possible so he can't really get an advantage of building a board.
If you can, yes. In this situation, that's kind of what happened. But there are going to be situations where Gravy is able to get out of board, and you do have to kind of focus that. But when you shoot, 4 arrows a turn, you can usually pretty easily kill those. There's only 2 allies that have 2 playable allies, I should say, that have something higher than 4 health. So a lot of times you can just, point an arrow to those other allies just at the end, keep an arsenal, and then set something up a little bit better.
Absolutely. Well, a fantastic showing of that Marlynn deck, of the power of Death Dealer Net, but I don't want to take away from the power that Gravy Bones put on display. This was our first chance to see the hero, and I think the verdict from the community is that there's just so many ways to go about building this hero. So Wen, talk to me about your ideas when it came to building Gravy Bones. What drew you to the build that you ended up settling on?
Basically, we can just load a much red card, and then mostly you play blue cards. And since blue card in FAB is not a very value card, so if you so in this case, I put the ley line for the more extra value. So you make sure when you pay the blue attack card, so you still get much good value for the attack. And also the allies is very annoying, so you have to pay some non-attention card for the ally on his effect. So if he's you have to discard a card, otherwise you have to discard a card. So it make you to block the attack. So
Absolutely.
I still can keep the boss stage.
Yeah, we saw that loot the hole deployed to excellent effect, and we didn't get to see the prismatic leyline spice being played out as like a 0 for 5 kind of play this time. I can really see the potential in it. It's some very cool ideas in deck building for making the hero work. When, as you say, you've got to run so many blues just to enable your hero ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think another question that a lot of Gravy Bones players are trying to figure out is the number of allies in the deck. Tell us about, I think you decided to play 26 total with the counting the 8 on the board. Tell us about your decision to bring that many allies to the deck.
So basically I will just, if a normal matchup, I will just put 5 kinds of allies, so it's 15. So yep. Yeah, seems yesterday I have some playtest, so maybe I'm afraid Marlynn will going to fatigue the gravy bomb, so I will put more than 15 on today. So basically it's 15. Yep.
Yeah, makes sense. And it's something that you kind of always have to think about when you're playing a hero that doesn't have access to a weapon by default. You've got to figure out, well, how am I going to make sure I have enough damage to cross the line? But at the same time, you have to balance that with the fact that because your allies don't block, you've got to be really careful of just how many allies you play to be able to still block out incoming damage that goes to the face. A really difficult proposition that I think a lot of Gravy Bones players will have to work hard at finding the right balance to find in the near future. But this has given us a good starting place to think about. So thank you very much, players, for the game. A fantastic showcase to you both, and congratulations, Ed, on the win. Our total now comes to 2 games going to the Card Guys and 1 to Team Blue Pitch. It's a close show match overall, an excellent showing from both teams. Thank you very much, players.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks for the game win.
Thank you.
Alrighty, I think our players are getting set for the next game. Shamir, what are we gonna see next?
With the scores at 2-1, we get to see two new heroes. Well, one new hero and an old favorite who maybe hasn't had his time in the sun except in the hands of a certain Eugene C. We're gonna get to see Puffin played against Rhinar, so we're gonna get to learn a little bit about what Puffin's going on and see how she does in the face of perhaps one of the heroes who is best known for destroying items, which is not usually what mechanologists love to see. It's going to be an interesting battle to see play out. How do you think the matchup might end up going?
Yeah, that's an interesting one because usually brutes with all the powerful abilities to destroy items have the upper hand against mechs historically. So I'd say it's gonna keep being like that, especially because Puffing is really reliant on items. The cogs, right? The cogs are really the items that give Puffing an extra power to all her cards. So it will be interesting to see how the management of cog tell us how the game is gonna go, and if Rhinar or the brute here is able to interrupt the cog production, let's say, of Puffin, it seems to me that they will be able to have a little bit of an upper hand here in this matchup. But hey, Puffin is a new hero and with a lot of powerful new cards, so I'm very interested to see how Puffin manages to work around all the item destruction the Reiner might bring to the table here.
Absolutely. I agree with you that I think the critical question here comes down to Puffin's ability to manage this cog generation, because it's this critical resource for so many of her cards to actually function well. And when she has them going, I mean, we are going to see some incredibly powerful cards come into play. Those of you who got to watch the world premiere in Taipei have already seen the power of Palantir Aeronaut, perhaps one of the most powerful cards that Puffin has access to, capable of sending 9 damage and destroying a defending card, which may be an equipment which the opponent is forced to defend with in the process. Just an incredibly powerful card, but it is entirely reliant on generating those golden cogs, which means that Andrew Cook, our pilot for Bun R, our pilot for Puffin, is gonna have to find a way to not only ensure that he is generating enough cogs, but also keeps him safe from Andrew Cook's. Wait,
No, I think Andrew's playing Puffing.
My apologies, had it the wrong way around. It is Andrew Cook who's gonna have to figure out those Is Andrew Cook who's gonna have to figure out management of those cogs in the face of Bun R's Rhinar. I'm just trying to see if we can get Jack Tang's Rhinar. Apologies, I have got all of my stuff all over the place. Have we got Jack's? Have we got Jack's deck anywhere?
Sorry,
that's what I'm looking for. I think that's why I'm getting a little thrown off.
Yeah,
Let's see
I'm
if we
trying
can
to
find
find
Jack
the
Tang's
deck.
So we can have a little look at that. But maybe before we do so, let's have a think about, what is Rhinar offering us out here? I mean, Rhinar is the signature hero of a certain hero in the Flesh and Blood world, and I mean real life hero, Eugene C. But for those of us who don't have the godlike powers of Eugene to pilot Rhinar, what do you think Rhinar is offering us in the metagame that we are looking into next, Felipe?
Yeah, Rhinar is really good against decks that want to block, right? Because with the Intimidate ability, he can take out cards from the opponent's hand. And if the opponent was looking to block with those cards, it can get a little awkward. It doesn't seem to be the case with Puffin. From my understanding, Puffin wants to be a more aggressive deck and a more attacking deck. But for this case, Rhinar has the powerful item destruction cards. So it's another vertent that Rhinar can bring to the table in this specific matchup. In the meta as a whole, I'm interested to see if the metagame is gonna slow down with the new decks. It doesn't look like, because if both Puffin and Marlynn seems to be attack oriented decks and Grave is a board state oriented deck. So I think Rhinar is in a very, very interesting situation. And I mean, of course, taking Eugene out of the question because he's gonna be playing Rhinar. I'm interested to see how this Rhinar is piloted here and how he gets to sit in the meta. What do you think is Rhinar's position in the meta right now?
Well, I think I certainly agree with you that one of the strategies which is most capable of abusing is kind of these very block heavy strategies, particularly with the departure of Count Your Blessings from the classic constructed format, which was kind of a fatigue deck's answer to Rhinar, whereby they didn't have to block with their cards to play defensively. But with Count Your Blessings gone, the thought of trying to kind of play a slower, grindy defensive game plan, which decks like Florian, I mean, one of the front runners of last season, is definitely trying to do. Seems like a pretty reasonable angle of attack. We've managed to track down Jack Tang's deck list, so we're going to have a quick look at that now. And I feel like we need to remember that Brutes secretly got a really, really powerful card in High Seas. And the trick is, it's actually a generic. We need to talk about Sea Legs. What can you tell me about this card and its applications in Brute, Felipe?
Oh yeah, so for a start, Sea Legs is a generic 6-power yellow pitch card that blocks for 3, so it's has a very good floor, being a yellow that blocks for 3, and having this very special 6-power means it can be used to good effect by Brutes. But what really makes it such a powerful card for Brutes is the ability. When this gets discarded, create a Gold Kiss token, a Gold Kiss Run token. The Gold Kiss Run token is the new token introduced in High Seas that lets you tap your hero in order to give your next attack go again this turn. And since like tapping cards in general and also your hero is a new ability introduced in High Seas, it's not an ability that our old heroes are really concerned about. So discarding Sea Legs can give you an extra action point, let's say in a future turn or even in this turn, which is something that all Brutes really, really appreciate. Being able to have an extra action point is something that we see all Brutes really enjoying, as we see by all of them running Scabskin ladders and throwing those dice like madmen in a lot of games. So this addition gives Brutes a really, really powerful new card here.
Absolutely. I think it is definitely a card to keep an eye on as we move forward for all 3 of our Brutes currently legal in the classic constructed format. Levia, Rhinar, and KO are all leveraging it to fantastic effect. And there's one other expansion slot card which we probably need to mention, which I think in Rhinar's case might actually end up having its most uses for its activated ability, but maybe not even there. We should probably talk about Bam Bam, which, speaking of destroying items, here's a way to destroy some items.
Yeah, we were talking about destroying items before, and here's a card that can really destroy items. So it's a new card, new expansion slot card. When this hits a hero, destroy an item they control. Like very straightforward, but will be put to a very good use here against a very iron-hungry deck in Puffin.
Absolutely. The last thing that I want to highlight, and the last thing that I want to highlight, the last thing I want to highlight in this Rhinar deck list is looking at these 3 amulets which are being deployed in here, perhaps for the first time. They're not going to be leveraging the Legend of the Watery Grave ability, but just giving us access to another action point on the board from Diamond Amulet, 2 resources from Ruby Amulet, and the ability to gain +1 intellect this turn at action speed is a supremely powerful effect, and maybe a way in which Jack Tang is going to leverage some of these extra action points generated by Sea Legs, Scaps, and Leathers, and more. But that's plenty of time to talk about Rhinar. Let's move along to having a look at some Huffin and Puffin, as it were, seeing what Puffin is capable of doing. To just have a quick look at Andrew Cook's deck list, we see in the equipment suite the use of the Crown of Dominion to kind of get that first gold token that seems so important to Puffin's game plan to generate some of those golden cogs, alongside her trusty companion, Polly Cranka, of course, the fan favorite. Any other kind of standout cards that you're seeing in here? There's a few that I find it quite interesting, but what do you think are the standouts on Andrew Cook's deck list?
Yeah, first and foremost, you mentioned before, Palantir Aeronaut is one of the most powerful Puffin cards. Being able to tap 3 cogs to give Palantir +3 and destroy one of the blocking cards is such a powerful effect. We also already talked about cogging the machine in Dash.io's deck, in Alan Lau's Dash.io deck, but here it's put to definitely a use that uses its full potential. Creating the 2 cogs not only lets you draw a card with Puffin's ability if you crank both cogs, but also gain an extra action point. And we see the use of an old card that gets a very good use in this deck in the form of Soup Up. Because you have all these cogs laying around, cogs will be getting destroyed at the beginning of your turn, probably in all of your turns. So Soup Up just reads as a 0/4 go again in this deck, which is a really powerful effect.
Absolutely. And potentially with that all-important Galvanize ability as well, if you find yourself in a spot where you need to block and you've got a cog that is on its way out because it's run out of steam counters, then you can get 4 block for your trouble. A pretty impressive use of kind of getting every bit of value out of that cog generation. But with that, I think our players are ready to go. Let's see what happens in the match between Andrew Cook on Puffin and Jack Tang on Rhinar.
Yeah, just mentioning the block, we also see an interesting choice by Andrew here, running Cognition Field Red in his inventory, which is just a mechanologist block that blocks for 3 with Galvanize, giving it +2 block. So a possible 5 block card here in Puffin seems like a very interesting addition as well.
Absolutely. I think Puffin is really positioned to be as quite a powerful mid-range mechanologist, as it were, capable of very impressive defenses against these aggressive decks, but equally capable of some pretty good offensive output. I think the struggle that I've kind of noticed right now and experimenting with her has been really managing your action points so that you don't quite feel like just a single action point deck. And we're going to see how Andrew Cook is able to navigate that over the course of this game.
Yeah, one interesting thing as well for Puffin players is the decision of the weapon, right? We have Blunderbuss and Spitfire that plays very, very differently, but offer 2 very powerful effects. In Andrew's case here, he decided to go with Spitfire, which simply can translate the tap of a cog into an attack for 2. So I'm also really interested to see how he puts this weapon for good use.
Absolutely. It's probably one of the most interesting things to be thinking about in Mechanologist and Puffin deck building especially. Jack Tang kicking off with an iconic roll of Scabskin Leathers, which sadly does not pay off and just offers us a single action point. So no crazy high roll today. It could just be as simple as an Arsenal pass, but we are choosing to play out a Rhinar specialization in this case. It looks like a sand sketched plan. Could this be the sand sketch plan for a non-6 player, or are we going to play it safe and look for something like a beast within? I suppose we're going to find out together.
Yeah, is it the Eugene special? Searching up
Searching up Blood Rush Bellow and hoping
such
you
a
don't discard it?
yeah. Oh man, do you remember that play? That was such a crazy play by Eugene.
Absolutely iconic play. Well, it looks like the players are that Jack is shuffling up his hand to make sure that he can discard a card randomly, with Andrew picking a card. And it looks like the card that we are losing is a Sea Legs. What an
There you
incredible
go.
start. Putting that Gold Kiss Rum on the board right away, ready for a future turn, and with 2 action points to boot immediately, and a 6 discarded. These claws are online, and Intimidate is happening. I think Jack Tang is going to be leaking through some damage and setting up permanent resources on turn 0 in this game.
Yeah, we were talking about sea legs here before the game, and here we see it being put to good use already at the beginning of the game. Why does this card read generic, Shamir? Why?
Following up with a Wrecker Rob, discarding a second Sea Legs. That is already 2 Gold Kiss Rum on the board, stashed for future turns. Now, one thing to take note of with Gold Kiss Rum is that unless you're a pirate, you're not that great at handling your rum. So you can't tap to activate your hero 2 turns in a row, as your hero will be prevented from untapping for a single turn unless you are a pirate on swigging that rum for the first time. But that means for 2 turns within the next 4 of this game, or even beyond that, as long as they're not consecutive turns, we could see Jack Tang getting access to just a free action point on the board because of these Gold Kiss Rum tokens. Incredibly powerful start.
Yeah, that's a crazy start for the Rhinar player here. We already see 2 sea legs being discarded, 2 gold kiss rums ready to be used for the rest of the game. I mean, we wanted to see how good it is. It isn't on this deck. I think we're gonna see it this game. Let's see if it is.
Absolutely. Oh. Notably, it is coming at the cost of an arsenal. But it looks like the hand might have been pretty blue heavy to begin with. So it's quite possible that Jack looked at this hand and said, you know what, I don't want to arsenal any of these cards anyway. I'd rather just give myself the opportunity to actually generate some Gold Kiss Rum. I would not be surprised at all if the search target in this situation for that Sanchez plan was one of those Sea Legs which was discarded.
Yeah, and here we see Andrew deciding not to block with any cards from his hand, instead only blocking with the new arm piece Cogworks Tinkerings, generating a cog to start his first turn already with a cog setup in the board.
Followed by a Puffin activation, which is going to generate a second cog, which will no doubt be cranked, as Puffin's ability does not have Go Again itself. But that's the first time that we've cranked this turn, following up immediately with Polycranker hitting the table and offering Andrew a card to draw, courtesy of Puffin's ability. And with 2 cogs coming into play as well, and 5 cards, we could be seeing a pretty explosive start from Andrew this turn, but it depends on those all-important action points. Puffin's got to find a way to make sure that she can get her cards with Go Again to really leverage these 5 cards.
Yeah, here we see like already how Puffin can be an aggressive deck, right? First turn of the game, starting the game already with 2 cogs on the board and a 5-card hand. Thanks to this loyal companion, Polycranker, giving the extra crank needed to draw a card.
And on top of that, not only does Poly offer that card draw, but being a being a companion and an ally who is capable of cranking turn after turn after turn, it's yet another permanent resource that Jack is going to be forced to answer at some point, meaning no doubt is going to eat a claw for 3 Go Again at some point, meaning it offered 3 extra life effectively and a card drawn. Superbly powerful for not even costing you an equipment slot, basically.
Yeah. It's a card that demands an answer by your opponent ASAP, right? Because the more it stays on the board, the more it generates value, and it generates value very quickly, because being able to crank every single turn is basically half a card in Puffin's case, right?
We follow up here with a soup up, and it's important to remember that the gold that was destroyed this turn in order to create that second golden cog is itself an item which is satisfying soup up's condition to gain go again. And just like that, we are seeing the Palantir Aeronaut come out with 3 cogs on the board, 2 of them golden cogs, 1 of them copper. This card is just a doozy. Jack is going to be forced to block this with one of his pieces of equipment, meaning he is going to, at the very least, lose some defense on that equipment, but it doesn't stop there. Palantir Aeronaut has the ability to tap a cog that Puffin controls up to 3 times in a turn as a thrice per turn instant. And if it is activated all 3 times, then Palantir Aeronaut will destroy a defending card, which could well be that equipment that Jack is forced to defend with, or it could be one of the cards that he chooses to defend with from hand if he chooses to do so.
And notably here, because 3 of the 4 equipment slots by Rhinar have 2 blocks that can be followed by 1 block, by destroying one of these, Andrew would be effectively gaining 1 point of value here, but instead, the Rhinar player decided to block with Flashbag, which was an interesting decision to use Flashbag so early in the game.
Indeed, Scowling Flashbag is one of Brute's kind of most powerful resources for stifling these really powerful aggressive turns from their opponents. And the fact that Jack had to give up something there, he had to either give up his Scabskin Leathers for his extra action points or give up his Savage Sash for the ability to generate extra resources on an important turn, or give up the Apex Bonebreaker for potentially 2 mites over the course of this game and 3 block. It seems that of all of these cards, he valued Scowling Fleshbag the least of the bunch and said, you know what, I'm just going to have to lose it for basically no value. An absolutely incredible start for Puffin, all things considered.
Yeah, we already see Puffin dishing out 13 points of damage here into Rhinar and making an arsenal in the first turn. Okay, so we see Rhinar getting rid of the Polycranka with the first action of the turn.
Now, notably, this claw does not have go again, but those of you who've been playing since heavy hitters know that there is probably a trick here which involves giving this claw go again, courtesy of one of the wind-up cards, being a 6 power card. You can discard at instant speed to satisfy the go again clause on Mandible Claw and get an Intimidate to boot.
Yeah, our players are pause here.
Perhaps just considering the target here. There is a world in which he decides, you know what, I can afford to ignore this Polycranker for a turn, and it looks like, based on the little indication we saw there, that this claw might be going at the face rather than a Polycranker.
Which is pretty interesting, right? I think Rhinar would want to get rid of this Polycrank as soon as possible, but perhaps it's indicating that he wants to attack with the other claw this turn as well.
Well, there is a bit of an interesting situation whereby, I mean, Polycranker, sure, cranks on her own, which is all well and good, but it's only the second crank of the turn that is going to generate some card advantage for Puffin. And notably, that second crank would either have to come from a card, from hand or arsenal, something like the Copper Cog that we saw deployed last turn, or from the activation of Puffin's hero ability. Now, Puffin currently doesn't have any gold to actually sacrifice to her hero ability, which means that that option is off the table. It's possible that Jack is looking at the situation and saying, I don't think you have the ability to crank twice this turn, and it's more important for me to be sending these claws at face right now rather than trying to deal with Polycranker right now, where I may be in a situation later to have an off turn, block with 3 cards, and then with just a single action point, send a claw at Polycranker. That could be the decision process here.
Yeah, but I think he's just sending the second claw in Polycranka, yeah. And finishing off
It
with a
looks like,
swing
yeah,
big
we
for 8.
wanted to just feel out the hand a little bit. Respecting Polycranka, and in this case, sending a whopping 2 for 8 damage to finish off the turn. Another one of Brute's kind of most iconic and powerful cards in Swing Big.
Yeah. Here we see Andrew blocking with a gold turbine, gold wing turbine for 3, taking 5 from that swing big, going down to 28. Still keeping a 3-card hand plus arsenal.
And going to the start of the turn with 2 cogs about to be destroyed here, and 1 getting to stick around on the board because it managed to hold on to a steam counter thanks to that copper cog. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I think this is always what I've kind of struggled to think about with Puffin. It's once I lose those 3 cogs, how do I go about leading a successful turn? And why not just start by making 2 more cogs, courtesy of Cog in the Machine, that powerful majestic
Yeah.
that we talked about when looking at the deck list. It looks like this is going to be cranking both cogs in the process to draw a card, generate an extra action point, and immediately take us back up to 3 cogs on board to leverage for all of these Mechanologist cards that will be tapping them for extra value.
Yeah, and that's so. I really think that being able to keep the cogs on board is what makes or breaks this Puffin deck, because it's completely different deck when it has 3 cogs on the board, right? Because it activates all its cards.
We get to follow
Here
up
we
with
see the
yet
first
another
one.
card, which is excellent at maintaining
Mhm.
cogs between turns, which is I believe the Cogworks Zeppelin, a fantastic, powerful card capable of generating a new golden cog in the process, which could itself be cranked to gain an action point. Now, it seems that Andrew might be a bit flushed with action points, given that he has generated 1 extra from Cog in the Machine to begin with, but that means that this Cogworks Zeppelin is going to send in for 8 damage, courtesy of tapping 2 cogs to gain +2. And I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually going to then tap the remaining copper cog to generate yet another golden cog going into the next turn. And that is exactly what we see happen.
Mhm. And notably, this Zeppelin doesn't have go again, but since it has an on hit create a cog that you can then crank to gain an extra action point, it effectively can get go again on hit. But since Andrew here already had an extra action point from the cog in the machine he casted earlier, he decided not to crank this last cog that was created by the Zeppelin.
So maintaining 3 cogs on board and another one that's should be untapped and with a steam counter on it. It looks like we're opening up with would be opening up with a Command and Conquer with Go Again, courtesy of the Agility. It's going to be interesting to see if Jack ends up ever spending these Gold Kiss Rum tokens, because the life totals are racing down, and so far we've just seen him flush with action points, courtesy of the Agility that he generated last turn from the Agile Windup.
Yeah, and then starting with a CNC, is really powerful. CNC is already bad enough as a chain ender, as a chain starter. It gets even worse.
Absolutely, just demanding cards from your opponent in this situation. And Andrew has drawn perhaps one of the best cards you could possibly draw in this situation with 3 cogs on the board. The Golden Sky Warden is perhaps one of the most powerful tools for letting you roll over cogs between turns by destroying golden cogs that you had in play, generating gold in the process, which you can later reprocess into golden cogs, and defending incredibly effectively in the process. We're seeing a 6 block with just a single card from hand blocking for 4, and the Teklo Foundry Heart deployed from the chest slot.
Yeah, and this is such a powerful card for Puffin. It's a card that I think will be very, very instrumental in making or breaking this hero, because when you're able to play deploy Golden Sky Warden as a blocking piece while you have, for example, those 2 golden cogs that Andrew had on this turn, and being able to reprocess the cogs into gold that will become golden cogs again by virtue of Puffin's ability, is really one of the best ways to just keep having cogs on the board. And this is a really instrumental piece in order to do so for Puffin.
Absolutely. It looks like Jack Tang is recognizing here that, I've got to use this rum or lose it. And in this case, just using the extra action point to swing one more claw for 3 damage. But with the life totals dropping as fast as they are, I think that's an excellent play here to make use of the rum before we get towards the game's end, and he just can't afford to use it anymore. One actually really interesting thing to note that I hadn't considered before seeing it in play is that we do actually have Teklo Foundry Heart being deployed for just 3 armor in a deck that actually has no boost cards in it. So functionally, there's no activated ability there. That is just a 2-block battle-worn piece of equipment that's being deployed to excellent effect in this matchup, as we've already seen.
Yeah, I mean, just being 3 points of block is already pretty good for armor. And we see another cog in the machine here for Andrew, creating 2 more cogs, getting another action point, and drawing extra card. This card is really one of the biggest glue pieces for the deck, right? It's one of the best engines. You are able to keep your cogs on the board, draw cards, get extra action points. I mean, this card does everything Puffin wants to be doing.
Andrew's deck is absolutely humming at this point, just showing incredible generation of cogs and leveraging Puffin's card draw ability turn after turn, and getting to maintain them between turns, courtesy of things like Golden Sky Warden. Just incredible to see what the deck is capable of so far. We're following up immediately with a soup up, which has Go Again from the Copper Cog, which was destroyed at the beginning of this turn. So once still flush with action points, which I think are going to be leveraged towards. We have our Sky Skimmer, which is going to be sent it for 4, and that could tap one of these cogs for a little bit more damage, or if Andrew really feels that he needs to maintain his action points, for Go Again instead. I suspect this one is going to end up being tapping a cog for just +1 damage and basically being a 0 for 5.
Yeah, which is a really powerful effect, right? Here, like we are seeing this Puffin deck really humming. I'm really impressed by how Andrews is managing his cogs and being able to keep a steady amount of cogs and attacking with Spitfire and all these 0 for 4, 0 for 5. Puffin is looking pretty good, Shamir, here.
You might even describe it as running like clockwork, because that turn was offering 12 points of damage overall off of just, I believe, 2 cards in hand starting out. 3 cards in hand starting out. Very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, that was a pretty good turn. But in other news, Rhinar kept his 4-card hand here for this turn and starts the turn by blowing Savage Sash and Pulping.
With the all-powerful Pulping, which could threaten a dominated attack with potential Go Again as well. Normally, the enemy of Pulping is something like a defense reaction in Arsenal, but notably, Mechanologist not normally famed for running defense reactions. However, we've seen Andrew's deck list, and we know that he is sitting on 3 Sink Belows and 2 Shelters from the Storm that he may well have chosen to deploy in this matchup. It would be absolutely devastating to see him deploy one from Arsenal here if he has managed to hold on to it.
Yeah, do you think he decided to bring those cards on, though? Because they can be such a blowout to get those cards intimidated.
Absolutely. This is the line that you walk with Rhinar. You've got to figure out, like, is it important for me to have access to dealing with something like Pulping and these, you must block with 2 or more cards type effects. And for that, you'd really want to have a defense reaction in your arsenal. Or do you think that that's too much of a cost and is going to wreck your kind of offensive game plan because the cards just aren't actually contributing to your damage output? It seems like Andrew does not have the defense reaction in this case because he has opted to say no blocks on the Pulping, and is followed up by a brutal follow-up with Command and Conquer coming in for 6.
And here you see another very good use for the cogs being galvanized by adaptive plating, which in this deck pretty much reads a 3-block equipment, right? Since you have spare cogs like on the board every single turn of the game. So adaptive plating is another very good piece of equipment here for Puffin.
Absolutely. Puffin showing off a superbly impressive suite of armor that she has access to, and still holding her own despite some powerful cards and plays that Jack Tang has developed in this game so far. Looks like we're going to be cracking a gold the old-fashioned way, trying to draw a card to see if we can hit something maybe a little bit more powerful to run the turn, or perhaps just in need of one extra resource, hoping that Andrew draws a blue off the top.
Oh yeah, so far we've seen Puffin being able to deploy a lot of cogs in the board, thanks to cards such as Cog in the Machine. But maybe here we see the first time where he doesn't have that many cogs available. But here he comes, Conqueror of the High Seas, perhaps the best way of having a very powerful turn without that many cogs on the board.
I think this is one of the greatest strengths that kind of Puffin has access to. The fact that she gets to move away from boost cards, or maybe it's the other way around. The fact that she is not punished for moving away from boost cards because she has access to such powerful cards as Conqueror of the High Seas. In this case, fully turned on with all of its High Tide glory, sending in for 8 damage with Go Again and threatening the Arsenal destruction and gold generation on hit, and demanding 2 blocks and 2 pieces of equipment from Jack Tang, which is a pretty impressive way to take some resources off the board and some cards out of hand.
Yes, it was very frustrating for Jack here to have two blocks in the form of the smashing smashback AO horns here, yeah. And Andrew continues by activating Puffin's ability, destroying the last gold to create the cog. This turn only seems to only have access to 1 cog though, so not flush with cogs like in the turns before. Still, these cogs can be probably used as go again sources for maybe skimmers or cloud skiffs.
Cloud skiffs, absolutely. Let's see, we've got no resources floating at the moment, so we've got to figure out a way to leverage something, preferably with 0 cost to really push a bit of extra damage. It looks like we're opting for the Cogwork Zeppelin, a pretty effective means of, once again, just maintaining that rhythm of cog generation.
And this is an interesting situation, right? Because if the Zeppelin hits, it can tap the cog on the board to create another cog, crank that cog in order and tap it to be able to swing with Spitfire. So that's a very interesting interaction here. So the Zeppelin is actually coming for 8, right? Not only 6.
In a virtual sense, it could well be coming in for 8 as long as it gets to hit. But at the same time, Andrew has a decision point where if he cranks that cog, it's not going to be able to maintain through to next turn. And he's got to decide how many more turns does this game really have left in it. If I think it could be ending within the next 2 turns, it could be worth it to take that slightly higher damage line and leverage the crank that the second cog has access to. Notably, Andrew has only cranked once this turn, and so in doing so, he would also trigger Puffin's ability to draw a card by cranking that second cog. But if he decides it's far too important for him to be able to maintain the rhythm of cog generation, then he could choose to actually just tap and not crank and keep that cog around. It's going to be a very interesting decision to see.
Yeah.
We've hit tap the
cog
for the Cogwork's ability.
Yeah, I think Zeppelin is a sneaky one of the best cards in Puffin. Just because of these. Like, look, this card not only attacked for Steez, drew a card, created another cog, and is ready to use that cog to attack at least with Spitfire, if not only with something else he drew for the turn.
Zeppelin.
I really like Zeppelin here.
Standout rare. Yeah, the standout rare from the set, I think. It's one of the cards that makes Puffin just work in this way. And so far, I think we've seen Puffin draw a card from her second triggered hero ability every single turn of this game. She's functioned like a 5 intellect hero so far. Incredible stuff out of the hero.
Yeah, it seems pretty good when it's humming, right? And being able to play with 5 cards, having constant draws from the hero ability seems to be like really, really good for Puffin.
Jack Tang just forced to draw up, being empty-handed on his turn, having tried to defend out Puffin as much as possible. Opening up the turn with Loan Shark, the first time that we've seen this Majestic actually played out. It's a pretty interesting card. What do you make of Loan Shark across the 3 pirate heroes who can access it so far, Felipe?
Yeah, from the whole 3 heroes, it seems the it stands out the most in Puffin, because Puffin has the hardest time creating gold, and it's probably the hungriest one of the 3-4 gold, because Puffin can easily turn gold into extra cards by the effect of its own ability. So Loan Shark seems to be the most powerful here in Puffin, and I think we see how good gold can be for Puffin already in this game. So it follows only logically that Loan Shark is very good in the deck.
Indeed, it's no surprise in that situation. In this case, we have already seen it being used to great effect, generating 2 gold for Puffin where she had none at the start of this turn, one of them being converted into a golden cog to be cranked, and followed up with a copper cog played from hand to crank yet again, triggering Puffin yet another time in this game, and following up with a Conqueror of the High Seas for that brutal 8 damage.
All this damage got blocked, but then we see the other powerful Majestic on display here, Cogworks Dovetail. Not only is attacking for 5, but it can tap Cogs 3 times in the turn to either get +1 or go again. Having 2 Cogs available on the battlefield here, together with Spitfire, it gives the opponent a very, very interesting puzzle here, because Cogworks can be pumped to 6 and get go again. And if it hits, it's gonna untap all these cogs to be able to be used again as source for Spitfire damage.
It's looking to me like this might actually be the end of the game, because we're seeing that Cogworks land for 6 go again, just as you said. Oh, we've seen it land for 7? Okay.
No, I think it was for 6 go again, and then he's gonna tap for Spitfire and tap the other for Spitfire again in order to attack for 3.
Yep, that is in fact what we're going for. I think players might have sent it for 7 in any case, but I don't think it's going to have an impact on this game, because with a non-block being the last card in hand, that on-hit of Cogworks Dovetail untapping all the cogs on the board meant that they could be tapped a second time this turn to fire off Spitfire. Felipe, I think that was the most impressive Puffin game I have ever seen, and it is quite a time for Andrew to deploy it as the TheCardGuyz surge into the lead in this match at a... Are we 3-1 at this point, I think?
3-1, yeah, 3-1 to TheCardGuyz. And yeah, I agree with you, Shamir. It was one of the most impressive. It was the most impressive Puffin games I've seen so far. It was such a great display of how powerful this hero can be.
Absolutely. We're just getting the players in the booth for a quick interview with them both to learn a little more about their deck building insights and what they were thinking about going into this match against each other. Players, congratulations on the game. Andrew, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Andrew, Felipe and I were just reflecting that this is perhaps the most impressive Puffin game that we have seen yet. How did you feel like over the course of that game? Was that like an average Puffin game for you, or was the deck really doing its thing?
It's every time you get the Zeppelin to hit, it feels like you're on top of the world. So getting to do that a couple times was pretty incredible, and just getting both the 2 cog machines early, I think, was definitely above average. Of course, seeing them very early on. Puffin lives and dies by how many cogs she can generate, and even with all the pirate cards, limited access to gold generation, being able to keep that going and just keep threatening as large a hits as I could. It was definitely above average, and of course my opponent didn't see a Blood Rush Ballot to really punish me for any slightly suboptimal turns, but I mean I'm certainly not complaining.
I mean, it was certainly quite a showing, with you literally, I think, triggering Puffin's second ability to draw a card, and I think every single turn of that game. An absolutely incredible showing of what the hero is capable of, and really navigating, what I think is one of the biggest challenges in Puffin, which is managing your action points and managing that cog generation. The fact that you kind of walked that line so brilliantly with the ways that the draws worked out and your decisions over the course of the game were just fantastic to watch. An excellently well played game. What did you think about kind of what went into the thought process of actually building Puffin in this way? And there's a few cards in here which have I don't think I've ever actually seen competitive play before, and I'd be curious about, what had you playing cards like Cognition Field, for example, but also a more general deck building philosophy on Puffin.
Sure. So going into building Puffin, there's kind of two branching paths. Are you going to boost or are you not going to? I think both are perfectly viable in truth. But for this match especially, I want to see how far we could push her sort of away from the standard, boost, aggro, mech style deck. Which meant that we wanted to be getting as much consistency and value out of these cogs as we could, since the benefit of playing the extra pirate cards is theoretically anyway more access to gold generation and an easier ability to maintain 3 cogs for things like the Palantir and the Dovetail and so forth. What I found during the testing, though, was that because of all these cogs, anything with Galvanize immediately becomes like an all-star defensive tool. Soup Up is, one of the best cards in the deck in both red and blue for that reason. The Steel Street Hoons in the blue base, there's a lot of blues we could run, including more copper cogs, of course. But just the fact that it can be just a 4 block when I need it if I've got the extra blue was incredible. And yeah, the Cognition Field is just an incredibly high value card. When you draw it, almost always it can be a 5 block, which is just an incredible amount for a deck that really does like playing on 3-card hands perfectly fine. So to block for 5 and then send 12 plus with the other cards, it just feels like a huge value play.
Indeed, some superbly powerful plays at work in there, and no doubt the amount of kind of galvanized potential in this deck at this point is going to offer you some excellent tools against more aggressive decks. We had a moment in the middle of that game actually where you were facing down a pulping and noticed that you had access to a few defense reactions in this deck. Did you end up siding them in against Rhinar, or was that not part of the game plan for you?
No, I anticipated that with Rhinar doing all the intimidation, the defense reactions could end up clogging me. Because we even saw during that game, I like having particular pieces in Arsenal. Either waiting to get enough cogs to do it, or in this case, waiting for 2 blues to send the Conqueror of the High Seas. So I did not want to wind up in a place where I would have a card intimidated that I just could not effectively use on my turn, one way or another.
Makes a lot of sense. Felipe, any questions for Andrew on his Puffin deck building?
Oh, Andrew, congratulations, man. It was such an impressive display of Puffin here. What do you think, looking forward to the meta, is going to be Puffin's position? Do you think she's well positioned? She's going to be one of the biggest meta contenders going forward?
I don't know that she's going to be like top of the meta. She's a very strong deck. I think she is absolutely playable. I would not fault anyone for bringing her to a tournament of almost any level. With that said, I don't know that she puts out more like aggressive value than other decks right now. And I don't know that she plays a better mid-range game than other decks right now. She's sort of in this kind of weird in-between position where she can pivot either way. It's very, very mech of her, of course, that flexibility. But personally, I would think a deck that is more, I guess, specialized one way or another would be a stronger choice in general. And I think for what she can do, there are decks that can do that better right now.
All right. Yeah.
That said, she is a ton of fun. Like just tapping the cogs, getting all the board state pieces, assembling an engine. Like I love it so much. So like I said, and she is strong. She absolutely has the gas to make a deep run at any tournament. So if you think you've got a better list or a better understanding than I do, more power to you. I think you could take it a long way.
I think I've heard quite a few people say that Puffin is like this style of mechanologist that the class has never really had before, and it's suddenly caught their interest in a really fantastic way. So to hear kind of you echo that sentiment here is fantastic. I think it's going to be a great introduction to the class for people who are new to mechanologist and for people who are maybe returning but looking for a bit of a different flavor and a different spin on what the class is capable of doing.
Oh, absolutely.
That said, Jack, you kind of showcased some of the power that Rhinar has picked up with High Seas on your very first turn of the game with generating not 1 but 2 Gold Kiss Rum tokens courtesy of that Sand Sketch plan into an attack, discarding yet another sea legs. I presume you searched for sea legs off of the first Sand Sketch plan.
Yes.
Makes a lot of sense. It was a fantastic way to convert that into some kind of permanent action points on the board. And while we didn't get to see you use both of them, I mean, I think Felipe and I were both saying that like this card, this Sea Legs, is not one to be slept on for the power of brutes. How has it kind of affected your deck building for Rhinar and perhaps for any of the brutes?
I think Celix is a very good card for Rhinar because if or even maybe KO, but I haven't tested it yet because the Gold Kiss Room allows you to get a safety button on the scab skins. So if you want to activate your scab skins for a big turn or a very big turn with multiple action points, you can activate the ROM, and then at least you get back the one action point from the scab skins, and usually you can get extra or maybe two more. And then because in the Rhinar deck, I have like 3 Savage Fits, and let's see, and some of the other cards that requires action points to run that usually we relies on the scab skins only. So I would say Celix gives you a more reliable option to play the power cards.
Makes a lot of sense. And we didn't quite get to see the interaction with Scabskin Leathers in this game, but that is perhaps one of the most powerful ones that they have access to, where, as you say, it is impossible to end up at the point where, you know, what brute players fear the most, rolling a 1 on Scabskin Leathers and your turn just ending on the spot. You are always at least action point neutral if you manage to give it go again with Gold Kiss Drum. And then the ceiling beyond that can be so absurdly high. We also noticed kind of the inclusion of Bam Bam in your list as a kind of a new expansion slot card to come out of High Seas. And I think in this matchup, it certainly makes a lot of sense in terms of wanting to destroy the cogs that Puffin is generating. But do you think Bam Bam has kind of applications outside of the Mechanologist matchup going into this metagame?
Usually I don't see brutes playing the club, so the activation of the Bam Bam is not very relevant, I would say. But at least it's a yellow, a 6, and a block for 3. So it's kind of very solid, but I would not say it's very very useful in if you're not playing against Mechanologists, because you have so many options like the windups, the sand packings, and if you have noticed, my deck is going to 65 into this match. So it's not very ideal because it lowers your chance to get the Blood Rush Bellow, and you can see I've got none.
Makes sense. It does kind of prepare you for a slightly longer game, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Felipe, any questions about Jack Tang's Rhinar?
Yeah, man. Congrats for the game, Jack. We could see a little bit of sea legs going on. Do you think Rhinar is gonna be a power moving forward with the addition of the new card?
Thank you.
And do you think Rhinar is well positioned in the meta with new cards, Jack?
Well, I think I saw a tier list before the game, and it's Rhinar's currently positioned in tier Eugene. If you're Eugene, you can play it.
True.
Yes.
Talking ourselves about how, you know, if there's one person who's gonna make him a hero, a real life hero, it's Eugene C.
Yes. Yeah. So if you are bringing Rhinar to big events, I would not say it's very well positioned, but I think it's like it's like a gamble, because if you draw something smooth like Blood Rush Bellow into battle, basically you can eliminate everything. So if you are going to take the gamble, and you can expect to like you can accept to lose because you have roll 1, or maybe you draw something terrible like no defense value for whole hands because you have the Palping, the Wild Ride, and maybe you just doesn't draw your power cards. And I think it's quite very fun to play, and it has some good matchups. I would say,
Nice.
but not many. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And,
So mostly,
and, oh, sorry. One interesting things I add to the list is the amulets. Yeah, and I haven't got chance to play it because I was like anticipating to if I got if my opponent give me a turn off, like I can keep 3 or 4 cards in my hand, and I have extra action points from scab skins or whatever they run. I can set it up in a very big turn, like 6 hands, like 5 hands and 1 arsenal Bloodrush Bellow, with extra action point, with extra resource, whatever.
absolutely.
So this is
Certainly with
like
the
to try.
deck means of making extra action points, that makes a lot of sense, and it was a really interesting inclusion to see. I don't think I've seen anybody experiment with the amulets in Rhinar yet, so so a really cool inclusion. So
Yeah, that was
we
definitely
might
the
not
first time
be
I saw it in Rhinar.
absolutely. We might not be suggesting Rhinar for just about everybody playing for their nationals, but Eugene, if you're watching, that game was for you. Not that you need it. You'll be competing just fine without it. Players, thank you very much for your time and for a fantastic game. Congratulations to Andrew on the win, and best of luck to both of your teams as we move into the next 3.
Thank you,
and
Shem.
for your time casting as well.
Yeah.
Thank
Our
you, Cass.
pleasure.
Thanks, guys. GG.
GG's. Well, Felipe, we've had an absolute blitz of these first 4 games with, I think, all 3 of our new heroes having an impressive showing of some kind, with both Puffin and Marlynn taking down a game. And while Gravy Bones didn't quite get to take down a game just yet, I think it, put up a good fight against that really impressive Marlynn build and Marlynn draw that we saw coming from Ed Knight earlier on. What are your reflections on the games that we've seen so far? Any favorite plays or interesting ideas that have come out of what we've seen?
Yeah, so far I think we've seen, especially the new heroes, showcased in some different ways. For example, we saw Marlyn played as a Cannon build and as the Lexi 2.0 build. We've seen Puffin and a very strong showing by Andrew in this last game. We saw Gravy Bones as well in that game. Got a little bit overshadowed by how good of a game the Lexi, Marlyn Lexi kind of deck was displayed by Ed. But I think we saw very interesting games, and so far to me, I think that the game that impressed me the most was the Marlyn game by Ed. It was full pedal to the metal. The deck was running so well, and we saw a couple turns there where he dished out a lot of damage. What about you? With what game did you enjoy the most so far?
I think the game that we just watched of Puffin versus Rhinar was perhaps is really reignited my faith in the hero. I'll be honest, when I was working with Puffin for the first time, I was thinking, okay, there's some cool stuff going on in here, but it's just not quite lining up for me. And I don't know, maybe Andrew's just drawing harder than me, or maybe I think Andrew has put in some really impressive deck building on thinking about how the action point management works in Puffin, where the soup ups were such a critical part of that game plan, just offering him a free 0 for 4 with basically no questions asked, because either a cog is going to die or you're going to activate Puffin. One way or another, an item's going to be destroyed this turn. And when you see a draw like that, capable of drawing an extra card because of Puffin's ability every single turn, wiping out a piece of equipment for no value on your first turn of the game because of Palantir Aeronaut, and generating extra action points and card draw from Cog in the Machine, and the power of things like, even just simple things like Cogwork Zeppelin, this rare that is such an overperformer when it actually gets to hit. It just really showed off the power of the deck. So I know that after this, I'm going to be looking into Puffin again and seeing if we can take Andrew's build to the next level in any way. So really exciting place to be. And certainly with kind of nationals meta coming up, I think we're all in the spot where thinking about, what's the deck for US nationals?
Yeah.
What are your and one thing that's been exciting for us is everybody seems to give it a different answer to this question. So I'm going to ask you, what do you think are the top 3 decks to take to US nationals?
Oh man, that's a tough question. Like everybody's this is the question right at this moment. Everybody's just testing everything. I gotta agree with you. I kind of reignited my will to test Puffin as well a little bit because the deck just seemed so good in display in this last game we saw here. But I would say like Florian is still one of the top dogs of the meta.
Makes a lot of
It's a
sense.
really it's a really powerful deck with a really powerful game plan that's hard to take down the hill. So I would say Florian is the number 1. I think there is gonna be a battle to see who is the strongest aggro deck, because aggro decks in general tend to like consolidate into the best aggro deck. So the best aggro deck rises up to the top and becomes one of the best decks in the format, defining the pace of the format, let's say. So I think with the exit of Aurora from the meta, this spot is still kind of like blurred a little bit. I don't know, but I think we will see perhaps Syndra rising to the top or something like that. And I don't know. Together with those two, I guess Azalea is on a very good spot as well with those new cards. She got, I would say, she rounds up the top decks for me right now.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. And I think the question of who is the best aggro deck so often comes down to like, what's the aggro deck that's out racing the other aggro decks? And I think there's
Exactly.
some interesting questions to ask in there. As you say, Syndra has kind of been one of the front runner aggro decks when we look at things like the RTN season. But as we saw today, Dash.io is not a deck that you should count out. It's capable of by far some of the most kind of explosive plays in Flesh and Blood, pun intended, courtesy of boom grenades off the top for free. So it's really interesting to figure out where that aggro deck is gonna settle. I think it could well be either of the two. I think there's a few dark horse picks that I have my eye on as well. I think Azalea is a deck that people should not sleep on. That the newest card that they got access to and consigned to the Cosmos. But that's not the part we care about. We care about a 0-cost yellow shock that blocks 3.
Let's
go. I think Azalea is in a really fantastic position right now, and if you are an Azalea expert or somebody who even has like a bit of an interest in the deck, you should look into what it's capable of right now, because it's really gone up another level with access to that new card.
Yeah, I don't even know the name of the other side. I don't even know the name of the other side of the card, but just have like
I have to look it up. It's shock, right?
Yeah.
That's the only part of the card I care about. It's shock.
Yellow shock that
Blocks
costs
3.
0 is 1 damage at instant speed and blocks for 3 and can be discarded to Auxilio's ability. Like the card simply does everything that Auxilio wanted in a card. So it's really a big power card for
Incredibly
Auxilio.
powerful stuff. And then after US Nationals, I mean, if we're saying that, decks like Azalea might be the top pick, I think what's really exciting as we go further into national season is we could be seeing shakeups through national. In fact, we're likely to see shakeups through national season with decks like New and Azalea. And who knows, maybe even Dash.IE finally crosses the line. We'd love for her to, finally make it across. Come on, you can do it.
Yes. Can do it. Let's go. Just a little bit more. All right.
Alrighty,
Okay.
folks. Well, it has been a fantastic first 4 games so far, with the score being 3-1 to the TheCardGuyz. So Blue Pitch has got a little bit of catching up to do, but let's see. We've got 3 more exciting games to come, but that is the end of our time with you. Felipe and I will be passing over to our alternative casters, Casanova and Mansant, experts in the biz who are going to take you through these last 3 games in style. But it has been a pleasure to cast for you guys. Thank you for coping through, staying with us through all of the tech issues. Hoping for a smooth ride out through these last 3 games. But it's been wonderful to cast for you guys, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of the show. We'll see you guys soon.
Yes, thanks for having me. Enjoy the rest of the show. Good luck to the players and have a good time for everybody watching. Thanks so much. See you guys soon.
See you soon.
Joshua.
Oh, we're live. Okay. Okay, cool.
We're live in this lobby? Oh, okay.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay, wait. Is there a countdown or we're like right now?
Oh.
Wow, look at that. Yahar, mateys! Everything that I did not have prepared. This is wonderful to have everyone watching the stream tonight. You know these broadcasts are fantastic because it's a first look at CC. And we've got a player who's in the thick of it right now with Cass joining me today, who's bringing so much of the insight that we're desperately going to need this afternoon. I'm Mansant, and Cass is right next to me. How you doing, Cass?
Look, I'm excited to be here. You know, I've been really looking forward to jumping onto the mic for some Flesh and Blood, and especially with this new set where I'm getting Necromancer finally. This has been a class that I've been so excited for. I've been waiting for so long, and I've been definitely into thick things testing Gravy Bones. So the fact that we get a Gravy Bones versus Puffin match to kick things off, I'm very, very excited to talk about this hero.
Oh, there will be fantastic mechanics on display. At this point, we have seen a Puffin, we have seen a Gravy as part of the broadcast, but not head to head quite like this. And when you picture a mech, specifically with a parrot ally versus a undead pirate with a endless army of these watered down minions, I think visually one does win over the other, and it's obviously the parrot. Right,
yeah,
obviously.
I mean, it's got to be the parrot, right? Like you're forced to send like a full zombie attack to try and chase down a little 1 health parrot. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. This thing is an absolute nuisance, and you actually have to deal with it. Where sometimes the zombies can get left around if you can go a little bit more aggressive over the top with the Puffin.
That's right. This will actually be quite a difference in what action point gated gameplay looks like with Gravy Bones versus just the spamming, the cranking, the nuts things that Puffin can pull off. Really cool mechanics, and I think if the players are ready, we can go right in. I'm not sure.
Excited to do it. I don't know.
Oh, deckless. Yes, let's do it.
Sure. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to look at some deck lists, Ethan. Let's take a look.
I am too. I'm not sure where they're going to be, but I'm ready.
We're looking at them.
They're in the Discord channel.
All right, great. Okay. Which one is first? All right, we'll look at what, Gravy Bones first. All right, great. We're looking at Gravy Bones now. I mean, yeah, taking a look at this list immediately, Ethan. It looks like we're rocking a very low red package. A lot of allies being put in. Just a quick count. It's like 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16, 17 allies in the main board. So a lot of allies, very low on reds, and then 31 blues in the main board. So a lot of looking for ways to enable that watery grave and get the allies online.
Okay, yeah, we're taking a look here, and I really love to see how quickly people have gravitated towards the Armory deck allies being the standout. Because as we were leaked these spoilers over the course of the past couple weeks, these were the last ones to come through. Anka, the Sawbones, I guess, was seen a little bit early. Even Oyster came up a little bit, not in this list, it doesn't look like. But they are absolutely some of the standouts. Anka in particular seems to be a massive overperformer.
Yeah, I think so, but I think with the errata making it so that it doesn't actually stop, like kind of do that intellect penalty that it was able to do to your opponents, I feel like it has fallen off quite a bit. However, there are certain matchups where it's going to feel good, and I think if you can develop an Anka into Puffin, when Puffin's trying to do the crank thing to draw, just activate the Anka in response, deny that card draw. I think that can be really solid for this particular matchup, and we'll see if Nathan is able to leverage that here. We're also seeing a lot of the blue base being dedicated to trying to give the allies go again, and then use probably the Rigor Mortis and the Sawbones as the hammers for this.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, the blue base. Oh, sure. Okay, Puffin deck next. Forget the blue base. We'll see it in action anyway. Okay. Let me pull that one up.
The immediate thing that I see with the Puffin decks that we've seen in the show match so far, Ethan, is the use of Copper Cog, 7 copies. I've seen plenty of these Puffin lists that people are playing without even a single copy of Copper Cog, but the fact that both Blue Pitch and TheCardGuyz were excited to be like, nah, 6, 7 Copper Cogs We're going all in. We want to Palantir, make some Palantirs of my opponents as we destroy their equipment. I cry a lot when I play against this deck when I have to deal with the Palantir Aeronaut. That thing is a menace.
Absolutely. And what I really want to mention here, my eyes are drawn to it. It's one of the first, I think actually the first time in Flesh and Blood we can explore this universal mechanic, or unlimited mechanic rather, is the amount of copper cogs that were landed on here. What I want to understand, we'll probably talk to Arbon about this after, is the count with true intent? Like, are we running the 8 because we need the 8? Or are we running 8 because at a certain point we're just adding them and they felt like they had a home, but those slots haven't necessarily been optimized? It's kind of this tricky double-edged blade. With unlimited, you can just keep adding. Should it really be up to 8 though? Should it be should it be 6? Should it 4? Like what is the right number here? So the experimenting on that count will be really, really interesting to follow as the deck evolves. But a standout card just to begin with.
Yeah, it's kind of the two things with just the heroes in general from this set. You look at Gravy Bones and trying to figure out the count of allies, the count of blues is really difficult to try and solve. And for Puffin, it might be the count of cog generators, the count of cards that actually, leverage those cogs versus just strong mech cards. I mean, mech has strong blues. How many boost cards can you run? Do you run any boost cards? How many cards can you run in your deck that don't say Mechanologist if you still want to fit really strong boost cards? And I think that these ratios are very difficult to solve, and it's been a really exciting testing phase so far because I don't feel like I've seen any version of the new heroes that is like, this is absolutely broken, this is the way to play it. I think there's still so much iteration to do.
For sure, and that's why the show match really gets people's gears turning for what these decks look like with a first pass of teams really honing in, because there's all kinds of glory attached to the show match. The teams are fighting tooth and nail to win the show match. I don't know the current count. Maybe our producer can get us that. But historically, Blue Pitch does really well. So I have a feeling TheCardGuyz has come with a vengeance. They've really heads to the drawing board here with some of their new recruits on the team as well to pull the victory home.
I think they're 3-1 right now. I think TheCardGuyz are up.
TheCardGuyz are up 3-1?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
They're on match point. They're trying to lock this thing down right now.
That's crazy because it's match point. Like you said, 7 games today. So it's that 4th to win. It might be the one right in front of us. I'm tabbing over into the players lobby. I think we're ready to go.
All right, let's kick this off. See this, who's going to end up going first? I think oftentimes Gravy Bones really likes to go first. This is a deck where if you can establish maybe an early ally or even 2 allies just to kick things off, you can basically kind of go first and second because you force your opponent to clear, and then you get to play a full turn afterwards, which is pretty nice. So we'll see who ends up getting it at this start as we get the equipment flipped over for both sides.
Yes, the equipment flipping up shows a bit of mirroring in the head slot. The Crown of Dominion, it's one of those choices that obviously you get to make when you've got full equipment suite to choose from as to bring a gold with you to start the game or not. How relevant is that versus blocking ability? And for the most part, I have seen the new heroes opt for that gold. It has nothing to do with Royal, of course. It's just the gold on board, the synergy it has with the hero abilities. Even Puffin beyond that, the fact that it is an item for some of the galvanized effects just really launches the heroes into the direction they want to start playing in.
All right, immediately we see the compass activation for Gravy Bones. Going to play a chart the high seas. He's going to take a look at the top 2 cards of the deck, pitch any blues, discard anything else after that, or pitch 1 blue, sorry, he gets the option, and then discards the rest. If he discards a yellow, he's going to get a gold token, and gold generation is massively important for Gravy Bones. You want to be able to churn through your deck super quickly and to be able to discard as many of those watery grave allies as possible.
Yeah, so right now on a turn 0 situation, the ideal is almost to hit 2 yellows, I would think, because you're going just for setup. The pitch right now probably wouldn't even convert into a play. Obviously, attacking with those pitch resources would mean Puffin gets a bit of a mulligan, but it is going to be the split 50-50. A blue goes into the pitch zone, and a yellow ally, best of both worlds, yellow and ally, makes it into the graveyard in Cuddy Shark, which limited all-star, how does it actually perform in CC?
It's interesting. I tested a lot with Cuddy Shark. I've had it in the list. I've had it out of the list. I think there are better attackers, but it does attack 4/4, and it has for 4 normally. You pay 2 resources, it attacks for 4 basically. It also has the upside of being able to play well with additional allies on the board if you're able to establish big board states. And on top of that, I mean, Cuddy Shark has that 4 life, which is pretty difficult to clear. It's kind of can be an annoyance for certain decks when they're trying to just ping down the different allies on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. The escalating threat of Cuddy Sharks in play, annoying to clear. The +1, not just damage, but sometimes breakpoints for the added hit effect of Gold Baited Hook can play really well into that. So we see a additional discard from the Gravy Bones ability of a Whala Humpadink, which is a massive, massive pile of stats. To see this in play, to see it stick around, would actually be a first for me. I see it in many lists. I don't see it pulled off all too much.
Yeah, it's usually wanted to be played off of Give No Quarter, right? Being able to reduce that cost. If you can, especially maybe set up a stack where you play multiple Give No Quarter and then play out the Whaler for free, you can actually be able to play and then usually swing with the 6 value on the attack as well to get there. We see the Restless Bones played. I think that's the blue Restless Bones. So usually
Jittery Bones.
Oh, Jittery Bones, right. Restless is the other one. Jittery Bones, the quick one. It's able to give you the go again, try and find the ability to turn on more of these allies, but this is still that turn 0, so I'm expecting not necessarily to play much more. I guess Sawbones can still come out and establish 2 of these allies on that turn 0. The only rough part is I think it just sets up for Puffin to clear these away and no allies left to use as a weapon on your first attacking turn unless you can establish the Humperdinck.
Yeah, I mean, I think still as far as the power of turn 0s go, this one's quite ridiculous as it scales up drastically. That's a Whaler Humperdinck followed up with here. So the turn 0 play not only cycled through a mountain of the deck, set up an ally for later, it's established an extra 11 health and an effective 15 power in play. Just at the cost of Arsenal, who cares, right? Who cares?
No, I mean, I think this is great. You didn't really necessarily need the Arsenal. I love that he went for the Humperdinck instead of Sawbones. I think Sawbones is a really great follow-up on a turn when you can then just immediately swing with it. It's a lot more flexible, right? Just 3 resources to be able to both play it and swing. Whereas Humperdinck, I think in a matchup like this, where Puffin can kind of attack you a lot more aggressively, Humperdinck with the 6 resources to swing for 11 is going to be a lot more difficult. And instead, you get to just set up this turn where Arbon has to take care of this 7 health ally, or else it's just going to be hammer for 11 every turn.
Absolutely. And to kick things off on Arbon's side, we're seeing Cog Generation out of a fantastic Majestic. By the way, if you pull this thing in Limited, you should play Puffin. It absolutely unlocks the deck. So it will generate 2 golden cogs with Cog in the Machine, but they do not natively, or this card rather, does not natively have Go Again. So you're basically forced to crank at least 1 if you want that action point back, but it does have the bit of a high octane effect where you can end up with double action point off it, and that is what we see Arbon do here. So 2 action points on the side of Puffin. 2 action points is already plenty to clear allies if that's the way the hand can line up. It's still so much damage to offer into these just floating Necro minions. 7 doesn't come that easy. It's going to cost basically the activation of cogs on top of some of the 2 costs there to get high enough. And then the 4, I mean, that's a whole nother card follow-up. The weapon doesn't clear that either.
Yeah, we're going to have to see definitely one of the heavier attacks that Puffin has, one of the Majestics, maybe the Dovetail. There's a couple of these that can come in for a higher amount when you have cogs to tap. But yeah, as you said, you're going to have to get that. I think, even something like the Zeppelin where you can tap the cog and hit. But the problem with some of these effects as well is that they have the hit effect of hitting a hero to get the additional effect. And so because of that, you actually end up losing value when you have to deal with something like the Whaler Humperdinck.
Wow, that's a really interesting point. You had mentioned before we got into this, you've actually played a lot of this matchup in testing. So to see some of that knowledge come to bear will be amazing in front of our eyes. It's always a treat. People in chat, you got to understand, Cass is very talented. Player, caster, also Levia pilot. What the hell? You just do it all. So to bring insight to how this matchup plays out, it's not just me talking out of my ass. It's an actual player tester grinder here in front of us. A bit of an in the tank position out of Arbon as well. The hand is drawing up at least these 2 extra draws coming through because of cracking the gold, as well as the crank ability. So he's digging for answers, obviously. Finds one in the soup up That's an entire card, but it is 4 damage with Go Again, clearing up the Cuddy Shark. The answer is still, or the question rather, still on the table. Do you clear Humperdinck, or does your hand not quite throw that much damage?
Yeah, I feel like if there was a clean clear for Humperdinck, Arbun would not be thinking this long. I think this would have been
That's
an easy
right.
pickup. I think this is really tough. I will say, in my testing, this has felt very good for Gravy Bones, this matchup. It can be a
Interesting.
bit tough for Puffin to find both the action points and the amount of damage necessary to deal with your allies and also threaten you. To do both parts of the plan, it has been kind of tough for Puffin to make it happen. And we're seeing the Cloud Skiff is a once per turn instant to be able to tap a cog and get +1 or Go Again. So that was only 6, I believe.
Yep, followed up with the Spitfire, though. Remember, this one does not
Yep.
cost resources, so we're seeing that because the 2 cogs are in play, we could throw this one just for 2, so it came in exactly at 7. I mean, it did work out that we get an
Exactly.
arsenal, we get the board clear, but these cogs probably go the way of the wind. One of the things that I haven't seen in a lot of constructed Puffin lists, which stands out to me in Limited, which is pretty much the only format I've played with her so far, are the galvanized that refresh your cogs. Obviously, there's Golden Skywarden that can turn them into gold, but the block 2s that refresh cogs really haven't made their way into much lists. So generally, golden cogs kind of cycle themselves pretty quickly. They don't get too much value other than blocking, making like the galvanize block 2s into block 4s, or the Golden Skywarden, like we said, but blocking that high might not come up when it's only tiny attacks like 4 coming through with Jittery Bones out of the Gravy Bones.
Yeah, and like you said, we're not seeing them in this list either, so these cogs are definitely gone. But Jittery Bones coming in for the 4 Go Again, having to actually go from hand this time, not being able to use the top of the deck. So it's actually a not super efficient card when you have to use it like this. When you're not able to destroy the top of the deck and get the ally into grave, it's not quite losing the card because you kind of effectively draw the watery grave card. But because of the fact that you're also having to play blues, it starts to balance out. And really, for Jittery Bones to have that full effect, to really feel like a powerhouse, it's when you get to destroy the top of the deck and effectively actually draw a card that you never wanted to draw in the first place. Instead, we're going to have a Call the Grave to grab Rigor Mortis. Call the Grave, very powerful. Searching the deck, finding an ally that you want, and allowing you to start playing them. So Rigor Mortis is going to come down onto the field.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the kind of minus of Jittery Bones played that way, but Call to the Grave is just such a plus that turns on Gravy, turns on Dead Threads, thins your deck from a non-block, and just sets yourself up for success. So we don't see an attack actually come up here, but it is a bit of a board development with the Rigor Mortis. Not the hardest ally to clear at all. In fact, in this kind of position, it's probably just eating a weapon swing that was coming at the end of the turn anyway. But actually, I'm not too familiar with Puffin's ability to convert 5-card hands every time, so perhaps not swinging at all means a bit of the hand is IP penalized, but surely it's a mechanologist. You know, they will get there with this hand.
Well, this is one way that you can tend to use the entire hand. And Cog in the Machine, coming up again, making both of them. You get the double crank, so you get an extra action point and the card. Now, still going to need an additional way to convert with the cogs, but having 2 of them, you'd be able to find something that can gain that Go Again and make it so you can get further on. And actually, yes, chain end with that Spitfire to deal with the Rigor Mortis, because if you have to throw a full card at Rigor Mortis, that does not feel good whatsoever.
Absolutely not. Yeah, the Spitfire here really comes to bear in CC. Very hard to pull off in Limited, but in Classic Constructed, when you can concentrate a lot of the Majestics together, right? Like we're seeing in play right now, Lone Shark generating gold, Cog in the Machine generating cogs. That gives you a lot of play to actually use Spitfire, and that's when it starts to that's when Puffin overall, her rate can start to look so oppressive, is when a free 3 damage starts bopping you every turn of the game. So the setup is happening now. Honestly, this is where, there was no ask on Puffin to take damage or set up. In this instance, it was a complete pass of 5 cards. This is a pretty fantastic way to convert that hand, not to immediate value, but obviously there's eventuality here in what the gold will do for Puffin. So with 3 cards left to play, this has already looked like a pretty strong turn, honestly.
Yeah, this is nice. I think, the Lone Shark being able to convert some extra gold. Sky Skimmer is actually a very nice follow-up here because that's going to be able to have Go Again. So being able to threaten Gravy directly and then also deal with this Rigor Mortis is incredibly important for Puffin on this turn and throughout the entire game. You need to threaten the life total as well as cleaning up the allies. If you can do both, that's the best way. And we've got the defense reaction, Blood in the Water, coming out from the Gravy Bones. And I oftentimes, if I look at the top and it's not exactly what I want, I'll blow it up even if it isn't an ally. I don't care, right? Like if it's not it doesn't matter. I'll blow it up if it's not something I wanted. So See if the decision to blow it up is here. It looks like Nathan is not going to be doing that. Seems like he likes the top card of his deck.
That's right. I'll tell you what I don't like overall is that they keep printing 0 for 4 D-Reacts. I thought they learned their lesson with Shelter, people. Just not like Gravy is Apollo D-Reacts. He's much more well-built than that, so props to the Gravy Brewers. But it is a fantastic, sometimes even 0 for 6 defense reaction. And in a world where they are more timid in printing defense reactions, this one is a massive standout, even compared to the previous power level of the game. So the clean block here looks fantastic. So many cogs in play already. It makes you wonder if a Palantir is following up, because we've got those 2 action points. The fact that there's no Spitfire go again doesn't matter. You can drop a Haymaker here. You can still ping the Rigor Mortis. There can be so much out of this turn still.
Ooh. Not the Palantir. And one of the reasons that I'm a Palantir hater is because I've been playing so much Gravy into it. And that card is so brutal to play against this Gravy Bones. You have no good answer. All of your equipment are things you want to keep. You do not want those to get blown up. So it is tough. But it is going to be the Cogworks Zeppelin instead. This is the on hit of a hero. You can tap a cog to create a golden cog. This one can't get go again, but it can create an action point if it gets its on hit. So we'll see if that comes through directly at Gravy to get that go again for the Spitfire to deal with Rigor Mortis.
So there are still floating action points because of the
true.
double crank with Cog in the Machine. So I don't believe we really mind about cranking. So this is actually one of the things we're talking about. Cog generation that's sticky. These kinds of cards, yeah, you can get the hit effect through. You don't need to crank it in this instance. We've already drawn a card. We've already got the action point. Now we're just adding sticking power to the cogs, trying to add to the threat of the potential Palantir draws like you're so scared of. So honestly, things coming up pretty well for Arbonne. There's no damage landed still, but the turns are looking pretty fluid.
Yeah, this is a very nice turn for the 5-card hand. You know, sometimes it is possible for the Puffin to end up having the IP, but the deck is running very smooth here. And like you said, that floating action point, no reason to actually crank this additional cog, which is perfect, right? Because being able to set that up for the next turn is big. You still have your arm piece to be able to block if you do find a Palantir and you need a way to set up the 3-wide cog turn. You've got not only gold, but you've got the arm piece. There's plenty of ways to get there.
Absolutely, yeah. The next turn as well is coming up on Tunic 3, so a lot of the equipment that Puffin has brought still has potential to look quite good. I've seen a lot of Puffin lists that do opt in for just a splash, maybe some 0 to 60s, maybe some throttle, zipper hits, the good rate boost, and then Teklo Foundry Heart to try to lean into the, if you're going to boost, you might as well get some free resources out of it anyway, but a free resource is still coming next turn due to the Tunic choice here. But what's also coming is a choice on whether or not you want to keep your arsenal around, because High Tide, Conqueror of the High Seas, with 2 floating, with a card in hand, sometimes reads this sucker into CNC. So what on earth do you even do?
Yeah, I lovingly call this one Command and Conquer, or there's CNC as in SEA.
Okay, there you go.
There's always the 2 of those. This one is brutal. It is bread and butter of pretty much all of these heroes can find a place for it. But I think Gravy Bones gets to use it the best because there's no kind of deck building restrictions for him. He plays a lot of blues, so he just gets to slam this down. And we're even seeing a Palantir Aeronaut being committed to the block here, as well as the commitment to generate more cogs.
Wow, this is so interesting because I think I've just been taught through the randomness that is Talishar that it's not actually random. It always is CNC into CNC in these kinds of situations. I'll just give it up. I'm done blocking this sucker. You can have my arsenal. But it's not the follow-up. It is a Jittery Bones, 3 Bones opting not to discard top of deck, I don't believe. So it was just a 4 damage follow-up. And that's that. No blue entered the graveyard. No allies were developed. And now this army of cogs that Puffin has in play, I think, 2 of them stick or so?
2. Yeah, 2 of them are going to stick.
That's still enough to pull something together out of a 3-card hand, but it probably isn't Palantir because we unfortunately saw that locked away.
Honestly,
maybe it's a second.
That makes me think it is a Palantir.
Yeah, actually, hold up.
because he blocked with 1, I feel like, blocked with 1 and arm piece to make it so there is 3 cogs for this turn. I feel like that's a Palantir coming out, but we are going to get the Polycranka going to be developed to get the card draw. So I wonder if there's some go again shenanigans coming through as well, being able to use all of the cards. And fortunately for Arbonne here, no allies on the board, just Gravy Bones. This is your time to hit him.
Oh, okay. Look in the pitch. This is what I was more thinking. With 8 copper cogs in the deck, sometimes the blocking hands might just be forced. But surely Palantir is just so high value that maybe there was just another one in Arsenal, right? Maybe that's how things have been set up here. And we'll see. We'll see as the turn unfolds. But either way, Copper Cog makes into the pitch. A card has been drawn off of Polly's Crank ability, and we lead the turn with a Cogworks Dovetail. God, and the art on these is just so beautiful.
It's gorgeous. And this is one of the scariest lines for sure when that Arsenal is a Palantir, is the Dovetail, tap 3, make it 7 go again, and then on hit, untap it all, and then Palantir tap 3. It's pretty brutal. It's a tough one to deal with.
That is gaming as intended. That's what the cogs are supposed to threaten, and it's such a beautiful design for mech. I'm really enthralled by how they've married this like sky pirate / like mech theming all into one. Flesh and Blood knocks it out of the park every time. And then even adding that flavor of Polly on top just to bring it home, remind you that she is a pirate. So the block coming through then on Cogworks, we've got, I don't believe Blood in the Water was triggered, so that is just 8 on the block. That is covering what the +3 would do to it. Follow-up, not a Palantir.
Yeah, just the Cogworks Zeppelin instead, so this is a good follow-up, not punished by the D-React. That would have been pretty tough if it was, I mean, you're punished a little bit, but if it was Palantir as your follow-up, I mean, your turn would have been absolutely juiced, whereas here, yeah, you don't get to create a new golden cog with the Cogworks Zeppelin, but it doesn't feel nearly as bad as if this was a Palantir that was stopped. There's going to be end of turn, Lone Shark, no gold created. So might have to lose that. I guess it wasn't a card going to the Arsenal, right? So.
Oh, yes, this card is newly set in Arsenal. So, yeah, the Cogworks.
Take 2.
Yep. Just taking 2 instead of discarding the card. I think that's pretty much always the right choice, unless you're gonna die, or like you bricked a
or you're like
for
Gravy
Arsenal,
Bones,
whatever it
and
is.
you just want to put a Watery Grave card in the bin.
Sure, right. New mechanics everywhere. This is a 2-card hand that still plays quite well, though, by the looks of it, because a Give No Quarter now sends a blue card to graveyard in its own activation, enabling Gravy's ability, reducing the cost of Chum. Mage Masters, like you're saying, the effectiveness of these equipment pieces is so huge to follow up into Sawbones. And this combo is a headache. These 2 allies on the board add so much protection to not just the board state, but to Gravy's effective life total as well with Chum's ability. Puffin has another turn of clearing on her hands here. Hopefully she can do it, but it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, I think for Puffin, when you do see the Chum Sawbones setup, you really do need to send the first chain link into Sawbones. Deny the ability for Chum to be able to do something or to stop you from dealing with the Sawbones ally. But what's going to be tough for Puffin to actually do that is there are no cogs. So with no cogs, go again, very difficult to get unless you've got specifically Soup Up. And because of that, if you try to create a cog, and Nathan over here has got a Watery Grave ally in the hand, we could just tap the Chum and try and make it so you can't deal with Sawbones easily. And that is going to be cog in the machine. So action points come through, but this is a response window for Nathan to try and make Chum a headache for Puffin.
Okay, here's a big choice on the cog in the machine as well. Not tapping the cog, so it will go to graveyard. I believe on the last 2, a cog was tapped, so it went back to the bottom of the deck. At this point, maybe it's just a decision that they don't want to flood their deck with the cog in the machine's late game. There are going to be pitched pretty close to each other at this point. Or it's because the tap ability on these cogs is needed for the clear, for the threat that they want to present this turn. Response window, like you said, does mean Chum is activated here. Discarding Rigor Mortis, another great ally. It's actually the only ally at this point to be set up in graveyard, so another checklist item there. But we got to clear this sucker now, and it's effectively 7 life due to the Sawbones.
Yeah, exactly. It makes it really tough. You cannot send an attack for 6 here. It is so worth it every time. And this is going to be a Palantir forced to go into Chum. Yes, this one does have the ability to tap. So if I'm on the other side here, yeah, I'm just not going to tap my Sawbones. You can throw 6 into my Chum, and now I've got a Sawbones ready to attack on this next turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's still the floating action point, right? That's the beauty of the cog in the machine. So there can be a little bit of follow-up. But at this point, the likelihood of a Palantir actually landing its effect is it's so thin. I mean, one was blocked with, a second one cleared a Chum. Will the third actually eat Dead Threads or Gold Baited Hook? I mean, at this point, it's looking very unlikely.
Yeah, it seems so important for this matchup that you're able to do it, right? And this was even, Nathan used the Mage Master boots, opened it up
Right.
for the hook or the dead threads to get destroyed, and there's not been a lot of gold gen on the side of Nathan so far. He's only got 1 gold. He generated one earlier with the chart, but because of that, he's not able to just like kind of spam out Gravy Bones and churn as much as he might want.
All right, and mention of gold here. It's definitely weighted on the side of Puffin. Another loan shark hits the table. These setup cards have been found on key turns with the cog machines with the loan sharks. This was a turn where at the start, if you remember, 0 cogs, 0 gold. We were wondering if Puffin was in a brick scenario, and these extra draws of Majestics have just completely bailed out the play pattern here. So the clear continues with a Sky Skimmer into the Sawbones, with a likely followed of at least the Spitfire, perhaps a 5-card hand setup for the next.
Interesting. One tab was Cog was tapped for the go again on Sky Skimmer to set up the Spitfire swing.
Oh.
But it looked like. Oh, okay. All right. It's just clear. It looked like Nathan had tapped the Sawbones to take 1 less damage from Sky Skimmer, but they were just shortcutting to get through. He was tapping it for the Spitfire in response, so that it could only swing for 2. So we get another cog creation from the Puffin activation, so that Spitfire
Beautiful.
can come in for 3 and deal with the Sawbones.
Beautiful. Wow, the cogs are just flying. Puffin is tinkering away, and the clear continues. Fantastic turn. Managed the board state well, and that was a tricky board as well with Sawbones and Chum. Threatened life and set up a 5th card in Arsenal with a gold floating. Whew, Puffin looking hot. You said this was a tough matchup for Gravy. How does Gravy actually spin it at this point?
I think from this spot being a bit behind, this really is about just getting high value plays, right? I think the Jittery hitting a card off the top is a good start to this turn.
Right.
You have some good allies in Grave. Swabby is a great one, right? Doesn't die to the Spitfire unless it is pumped by an additional cog. You need 2 cogs to actually make that Spitfire work, and it swings for 7. So this, very, very good setup. This is a potential 2-card 9 of just being able to slam the Jittery Bones into pitching a blue for the Swabby, and then find an arsenal from there.
Right. Something you mentioned with the need of 2 cogs. Yes, it's looked like Puffin is just, I guess, tinkering away so well, but those Majestics have run out. That's 3 cog in the machine gone. That's 2 Loan Shark gone at this point. So the demand on cogs to do some of this specific board clear of these 3 breakpoints, I guess not even a breakpoint, but the 3 life and all that will just be tougher on the natural draws. Cogs don't come all that easy, especially when you're down 3 cog in the machine.
Yeah, Pinion Sentry. Also, this is a pretty sick card for Puffin. Block with this, recycle a cog basically into a brand new one. So once again, our button is going to start with an additional cog on the board. It still has a gold to activate Puffin. Really, just the cycling of cogs so far in this game has been extremely impressive, and we're going to see finally a copper cog deployed as well. So once again, 3 cog turn potential. 2 Palantirs gone, so probably not getting that. 4 cogs now. What else can we actually do on this turn, though? Maybe this is just set up a bunch of cogs and clear out the Sawbones.
Let's draw another copper cog. Let's go. There's 8 in the deck. Wow, pretty cool to see, because the sticking power on these does get around some of the limitations of cogs as well. I think a lot of what I want to see in the Puffin deck is Arbun just challenge the idea that gold and cogs are hard to come by, and so far that is not a problem. Does it become a problem? I think that's what this game is going to be all about. The Sawbones, the 5-card hand on the Gravy Bones, it's demanding that Puffin do something, and with 3 cards in hand, effectively, cogs on the board, but only 1 Palantir left, how scary can it actually be?
I was disconnected from the server, so I'm gonna see if I can find a way to rejoin, and then I can see what's happening.
Oh, gotcha. At this point, all right, we'll lock in. Soup up, hitting the combat chain. It has go again because the copper or the golden cogs rather destroyed at start of turn. So a simple 1 card for go again. After that, we get Spitfire clearing out the Sawbones dockhand, but this is a bit of that IP situation. The choice, actually, with 2 cards in hand, to be fair, could have been discard to Loan Shark. Arbun is going to say, no, I will take the 2 damage. I will IP a card. Perhaps that then plays into a true 5-card hand coming up because of the sticking power of all these cogs with that extra steam counter, this could once again be a massive push. But Gravy's got 5 cards, got a lot of allies in the bin as well. Double Swabby at this point with a portside exchange. So, oh, I think you're back, Cass, as well. Welcome.
I'm back. Yeah, there we go.
Beautiful. Portside exchange, of course, my spoiler card, treasure pack variant. Beautiful, beautiful card.
It's a cool card.
I don't appreciate the community's name of the treasure pack foiling. Have you heard it?
No, I haven't.
Piss foils, they're calling them.
Oh my God.
I don't know about that one. I think they're beautiful. I think they're textured well. I think they look like old treasure. And that was the intent. So, but
Yeah,
yes,
pretty
is the
cool.
yellow a little reminiscent of what gamer bros who live off of monsters? Yeah. It's a similar color. That's fair.
Can't have the piss side exchange foil. We're not a fan of that.
Whoa! No, that's going to be attached to my spoiler card now, and I will never forget it. Piss side exchange, bro. Either way, this is a kickstart for a lot of things out of the gravy, right? We got the discard going. It is a blue in graveyard now. It was the activation of Gravy Bones to now secure 2 more allies, specifically the Swabby and the Chowder, into graveyard, which on top of the Rigger and the other Swabby that were already there, it's a plethora of options that just gets so much stronger with a Give No Quarter to make them cheap as well.
Yeah, Give No Quarter coming out. I mean, yes, this lets you kind of play out 2 Swabbies or Chowder and Swabby. I think one of the things that's been a struggle, though, for Nathan so far is he's developing allies, but he's not really getting a lot of attacks out of them. I think usually it's a lot more important to be able to, develop a starter attack in some way, and then develop the ally, and then swing the ally from there, right? And so every single time, your opponent is then dealing with the ally, but that was just your weapon swing for the turn. So you don't really care that the opponent kills it immediately because you already swung with it. You already dealt the damage, and now it's also tanked a hit for you. And this has just not been something that has been able to come through for Nathan. This lead the charge will certainly help, though, because now develop 2 and still be able to swing.
Yeah, great development, great push on this 5-card hand to not just hit the board state, but to hit the life total. Parity is actually pretty close as well. I mean, we kind of look at how smooth the Puffin deck has been singing. The development of allies has also looked pretty good, but it doesn't feel like that much damage has come across, and yet life is 20-23. So now pushing obviously hard with a lead the charge with this development of Swabby, the attacks falling up. Now that's massive. You start to look at a singular Swabby swing, and that's 7 freaking life. 7 life.
Yeah, we're starting to see like how Nathan's deck is supposed to run, how it's been built. And the Avasti even going to add the potential of another swing to come through with the go again. I think this has to be a Chowder being developed because the swing is free, only having 1 card left to pitch. You can swing Swabby, you can swing Chowder if you want with that afterwards. Gonna activate the hook. Go in for the Swabby, 7 on hit, make a gold.
Wow, this is fantastic because that second Give No Quarter cost reduction is still in play. Little bit of information held on which it will be, because at this point, Swabby into attack is possible, right? We've got the 2 floating from that extra pitch. So with the reduction on Give No Quarter, the single Swabby swing with the go again from Avasti into the Swabby development, because the action points are floating from the lead the charge basically into that Swabby attack. That's double Swabby, 14 damage. That's more than half the life total presented here with sticky bodies on the board. It's just looking crazy. Well done, Nathan. Well done.
That is big. Yeah, I forgot about the Dead Threads resource on that turn. That's huge to be able to get this out. We are going to be able to see that second Swabby come through. And the Avasti, not only is this 1 gold from the hook, it is a 2nd gold from the Avasti on hit. So giving 2 gold over to Gravy doesn't sound like something I want to be doing here. So I think Puffin has to be looking at how much can I block this turn while still dealing with the allies that are put on the board. Maybe it's okay to give Nathan a 4-card hand as long as I can get these allies off of the board.
Yeah, and it's so tough on these break. Oh, okay, hold up. Golden Sky Warden. This is a fantastic card. The stats on it almost don't matter. It's all about that effect because holy moly, you can galvanize away the cogs that were breaking anyway, make them right back in the form of gold. So even more flexibility on the bounce back there. Covering 7, Sunken Treasure flipping. Oh my God, this is huge. The Sunken Treasure, like absolutely thwarting the line that we were just speaking of. No Swabby follow-up possible. You start to wonder, was this a little bit of a mistake in that case. The action points were there. You could have developed the Swabby first. The flexibility, of course, just pivoting to Rigger. This makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, Rigor Mortis is still great. Really, realistically, it is almost no different. It is one damage left, but the 1 versus the 3 life it matters a bit due to Spitfire specifically needing to tap 2 cogs to come in for 3. So in this matchup, it matters more than it matters a lot of the time. But oftentimes, this 1 life does not make a difference compared to the 3. So I will say this time it maybe does, and I agree with you. It might have been a little bit of a misstep here to not play around that Sunken Treasure, try and swing before developing the second Swabby, because you had the action points from the lead to charge in order to do so.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is just a learning lesson for next time. It's part of the beauty of why we jump to get these games streamed so early. There's a lot of plays you can learn from, both good and potentially missteps. So I think that's one right there. If you're in the pirate matchup, you got to be thinking of Sunken Treasure. That card is a menace.
Got yet another copper cog. 3 of them on the board. For Puffin, but that's the second crank because we did have a gold activation for this cog, and then we get the draw. Have to deal with these allies.
Yep, I mean, action points are not floating like they would be on all the turns previous, just leading with that cog in the machine. But cogs on the board do make you assume at least that the go again shouldn't be that hard to come by. But man, there's a lot of draw sequences in this deck as well that I think don't play that well on these full cog draws. There's 9 soup ups, right? Like there are worlds where you're looking at this board of cogs and you just can't really use these twice, these thrice, like all of these effects to make max value. I think we just got a glimpse though of one of the cogwork Zeppelins, so that's not quite the case here. Instead, we get to lead in pitching yellow for the red one here, twice per turn instant. Great use of the cogs. Coming in for 6, maybe 8. I assume at face.
Yeah, it seems like it's got to be face. You're hoping to be able to get another cog, crank it to get your action point back, and then it looks like maybe only getting to deal with one of the 2, unless we've got maybe a Sky Skimmer as the next up card. But I think if it was Sky Skimmer, you would have just thrown it first, deal with the Swabby, then the big swing, try and restand the cog. So I'm curious how many of these allies are actually going to be able to be dealt with by Puffin. Feels like it might only be 1, but also there's the option to try and block this out and not let the action point come back.
Yeah, there's the possibility it could be a soup up as well. You know, even the weaker draws, the weaker colors of those will clear. It's one of the differences, right, of it being Rigger over Swabby is that even a blue soup up would clear the Rigger in this instance. So it's not impossible. You could also assume maybe there's some digging in play by actually cracking gold 2 draw if you feel like it's that drastic of a scenario. But the question still first is what to do with the 8 damage coming your way. Oh, wait a second. Hold up. Action points are the limiter here. That's what you mentioned. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, there is no funny business.
This has to hit. This has to hit for you to get action points.
Yeah.
So that's huge. If Nathan can cover 8, which you probably can. I mean, I actually think it's kind of reasonable to just like block 3 card swing Swabby. It's a completely reasonable idea. Because you're denying a lot of value from the Puffin on this turn by stopping the turn in his tracks. Now, there's certain hands where that just does not work for Gravy Bones, and we're seeing right now Gravy activation to try and potentially correct a hand where that would not work.
That's right. We got to get to 3 blocking cards. Trimming an ally, you have to imagine that's exactly why the Gravy Bones was used. Remember, instant speed there, not an action like all of the other pirates. Finding the block, that's a 3. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's already 8. So I don't think we need the Dead Threads block if I'm correct here.
Yeah, we shouldn't. I don't think there's a way to pump it outside of that, but we're going to get it anyways. We're going to get that Death Threads block. Maybe I missed something. Maybe we missed something. I don't think we did, though. I think
Nathan missed something. Just we can say it how it is. Yeah. What he's not missing, though, is some fantastic value. 1 card 7. We see another ally pitch there. So it absolutely was all about the Gravy Bones to search for the hand that would cover up. And that's just, man, you start to look at like where is gold gaining value for these decks. For Gravy, it just swung the game. A singular gold in that instance completely has swung this game.
It's why gold is just so important in this deck. Hook activations are incredibly important. Every time you do something like play chart and you make a gold off of chart, you need to swing and activate hook on that swing every single time because it won't break if you made gold on the turn. So every time you get a free activation, you don't know if your opponent is able to block it or not. But if you get the free activation, you take it every single time.
Yeah, and it's so tough because the activation's generally going to be on the ally attacks. Then you're asking the question of the opponent. I mean, you want to clear my allies, right? You want to block it? And you going to clear it? I don't know. I don't know if you can do that.
You want to block Swabby for 7, or do you want to clear this? It's really not something that they get a choice on, and because of that, you can really snowball your gold generation. So we're gonna see more of these copper cogs. There's so many of them out all the time. I mean,
think this is the
8 copies in the deck, right? So
right. I'm pretty sure this is the 5th or 6th that we've seen either pitched or played. Oh, there we go, 7th. So we're just churning through the deck at this point. A lot of copper cogs, not as flashy as the gold here, but we're gonna need something flashy because this game has swung. This absolutely does not look Puffin favored anymore, especially when you consider all of the threat density that's left in Puffin. I mean, hell, even a Palantir doesn't look that good here because the equipment got great. I mean, Jet Threads, its block value didn't really do much, but the activations got you here, right? So what does even a Haymaker like Palantir really do for the game? Not much.
Yeah, not much anymore other than just being a large attack, right? It doesn't actually get any extra value. I love Goldwyn Wing Turbine as well in Puffin. I think this card is great. Just the unconditional create a golden cog. Sometimes it's the second crank of the turn, so it gets you the card draw, and it just cycles for a +3, which is really nice because sometimes you're action point gated in this deck. So with the action point gates, it just lets you make one bigger attack and be an extender. It's going to be the Cloud Skiff follow-up. So this one can get go again, but it is coming for 8, and that's not something you want to send at an ally. So we'll see what the follow-up is, and if Puffin can actually clear both Swabby and Rigor Mortis, definitely one will get cleared at the very least from the Spitfire at the end.
Absolutely. We're still just looking for the Sky Skimmers, looking for the soup ups to be in hand to really answer this board. Otherwise, a bit doomed, I would say, for the position that our Puffin player is in. It also makes you wonder, Tunic has been floating all game. No use of this. So I'm wondering like where exactly the ideal curve is for a card like this, or if it will even look better than like the potential block 3 no use of a Teklo Foundry Heart, which is what we saw in the last Puffin on stream. That was just a block 3 chest, and with the life totals as they are, 3 extra life might actually be a tipping point for this game. The clear is good though. Things look a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, it could be a huge difference as well. I mean, the clear perfect here, but I love the call out of the chess piece. I'm curious if the cost curve is just so perfect that like you don't need it, or if it just hasn't come up in this game in particular. I've seen like pummel Puffins where the Tunic is absolutely incredibly important for that deck. But here it has felt like Arbon's deck is just flowed beautifully, right? Like as far as all the pitch, every single time the pitch amount is perfect, never needing anything extra. Which yeah, it starts to make this Tunic look a little soft, a little less exciting. And now having to clear the allies, passing over the turn, down 10 to 12 against the Gravy Bones. 4-card hand, and Gravy has to be able to make use of this. He's already checked the top of the deck with Compass. So from here, what can he make happen? Does have a Chum and a Chowder in the grave already, so just needs to find a blue, but that's even better than a blue. Even though it doesn't have go again right now, guess what? It is still 7 Destroy Your Arsenal.
Hold up. Tunic blocks 1 here. Big.
Yeah, actually, massive Tunic block
massive Tunic block, because covering 7 should feel quite good. I mean, I doubt at this point you want to take the damage down to 3 and clear Arsenal, but the good news regardless is that the ceiling of this turn was not devastating. We did not see double ally development. We did not see, oh my god.
Oh, it's great.
Look at this. Look at this.
Awesome.
A galvanized block, saving the Tunic block value, a sunken treasure to flip down the ally as well. Ally of choice being Chum here. I think it makes a lot of sense. That's a lot of booty to put on the table. A little bit awkward, to be fair, without Dead Thread. So I wonder if there's the extra consideration that Chowder's just the easier play at this point in the game. What do you think, Kaz?
I think just in general, Chum is just a very difficult ally for Puffin to deal with. And so because of that, you kind of have to deal with the Chum anyway. But yes, I agree that without Dead Threads, the 4 is a lot more awkward. It's a lot more difficult to actually just develop that. However, you know you're only keeping a 3-card hand, and maybe this hand is not very exciting. So you know it's going to be a 5-card Gravy, crackback, potentially good, easy ways to develop the Chum. And we are seeing this start with a Cogworks Workshop just to create a Cog token and put some Steam counters out. So this might not be much of a turn overall.
I mean, there's still the draw of Puffin. This is going to be the second crank due to the cracking the gold to start with. So The draw is big. The draw definitely will determine a lot of this game because otherwise that one card left in hand, I mean, you would have to hope that already it was some kind of synergy piece. Go again.
Gold.
Just paying into the gold. Okay, so it was likely not hot.
Yeah. I mean,
But the deck
cost curve on this is
velocity.
awesome.
Yeah, I mean the deck velocity has been so quick. If you start to count down like what reds really are left, we've only seen one of the Cogworks Majestic. I forget the name, maybe Dovetail or something. We still have the one Palantir left. There are some heavy hitters left in the deck, but there's also so many blues at this point in the game. Not finding them on a turn like this is going to hurt, but at least a red soup up for Go again also withholds a lot of information, right? Like this is still holding back. There's 2 cards in hand, buddy. They might be scary. You still have to answer 4 Go again for now.
Yeah, and that tunic counter still there, ready to be deployed at any moment.
That's right.
Ready to go.
For any moment. Oh no! Look at this.
Another blocking card, but it's gold. It's gold. You crack the gold. It's +1 resource.
Oh, but this is just there's so much banking on these draws. Like so much doesn't feel good here. You don't really need the extra cog generators here. Like another Cogworks Workshop would feel terrible. The like 8th copy of Copper Cog also terrible. Like the blues just do not get you here. It's gotta be reds off the top. We've already seen 2 digs, basically 3 digs because of the Puffin looking for it, and it is found. That is a red Cloud Skiff. Look at the cost curve working out perfectly here. Coming in. Go again, obvious on this play. Spitfire, amazing follow-up. It got bailed off the gold here, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, this is massive, right? 4 into 5 Go again, into 3 to end the chain, off of just 3 cards. It's great.
And effectively, this is 2 cards, right? We're arsenaling here as well. You have to imagine the arsenal is not that strong. My worry here is that it might be another blue block card. Those are so inflexible, but seeing 2 in the pitch makes you believe, okay, hopefully it's not that 3rd copy of Sunken Treasure. Hopefully it's not that 3rd copy of Pinion Sentry. And it is at least a playable blue in Arsenal. That would be
feels like
fine.
a copper cog.
Right. Yeah.
It feels like a copper cog. But yeah, as you said, I mean, this is great, right? You're going to be able to threaten lethal here, 5 into 3. So you're going to force a block out of Gravy Bones. He's not going to be allowed to keep this 5-card hand.
Oh, I'm just so keen to see this endgame. We're in such an interesting position. Blocks are finally demanded, but I don't think blocks will be demanded of the Puffin on this next turn cycle. It's very contingent on another Conqueror of the High Seas to really have enough damage pushed through. Otherwise, it might be a milder development of board again. Some of the board, obviously, that we know of, Chowder specifically, can be quite annoying. I just don't think the damage is that obvious to demand much out of the Puffin here. Will a 5-card push actually seal the deal off Puffin? Look. I don't want to pretend that I'm rooting for one player or the other, but for the sake of the narrative, Arbun picking up the win means more games become our match point, and that is the excitement we're looking for late on a Saturday night. That's my bias.
Hey, absolutely. Look, I agree. It's always good when it goes to the max amount of games to determine the winner. And right now, I'm feeling like Arbun's got a good shot because I think when I'm looking through the list here of the side of Nathan, it's really hard to find extenders when you don't have a grave already. So he's going to have to start reestablishing this grave, getting more zombies available. And it's going to start with just a yellow Jittery Bones, which will not turn on the allies yet. Rigor Mortis does get added. Has to hope that this is a blue in Arsenal and the ability to pitch to pay for these, because Jittery Bones right now just 3 Go again.
Jeez, man. I mean, yeah, like max damage line that we're looking at here is only 6 attack follow-up. I guess that might shift a little bit now. You're going to call to the grave. We're no longer going to factor in Dead Thread resource for something like this, though. So what is the max damage you can really pull out of the call? It's just like the Rigor swing still, right?
Yeah, at this point, it is just Rigor. You probably grab Sawbones and then swing with Sawbones instead, just because it's a little bit better. Anka is interesting. This is a swing for 5, but now you're establishing Anka. Oh, only has the yellow in hand. Anyway, I was assuming blue. So it is just to be Rigor.
Wow, and this is where the lack of gold slows things down, doesn't it? Gravy did not get to filter through that hand, fix the hand texture he was looking for, get the color strips in the right places. And now, Jesus, man, like the 3 attack Jittery Bones into the Rigor when obviously, like you pointed out, Sawbones is the better play, but you just don't have the blue for the pitch either. Like things are looking a little tough out of Nathan. A 5-card hand from Puffin. 2 cogs sticking in play as well. Is this when some of the heat draws up the Palantir, the Cogworks ships? Only 6 life with more allies likely to be drawn in the next hand. Whew, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got no gold to filter it anyway,
No,
right? Like if he
no.
draws allies, he just goes down because you
That's
can
it.
potentially ignore the rigor mortis if you
Yeah,
can
look at
pressure
that.
enough damage when your opponent is on 6. And yes, this is now a gold generated because of the hook, so does not deny the gold gen and destroy the hook on this turn, but instead feels like this 5-card hand is enough heat to take the whole hand with gravy at 6.
Oh my god, I do want to point out, if Nathan had the dead threads, even with the yellow pitch there, it could have been the Sawbones though, right? It could have been the Sawbones development, and that is either an extra life buffer that you're adding to yourself basically, or just maybe drawing the attention to him a little bit over the rigor mortis. Either way, the play starts on Puffin's side. It is a Goldwing turbine into a Loan Shark, and by God, Loan Shark can kill yourself at this point, so you better end the game.
Yeah, I mean,
before
this
that
has to be
happens.
something. And I mean, maybe
Come
this is
on.
chancing on some draws coming from
Oh my
Puffin. We get the
goodness.
crank coming in for the second time on the second cog. I mean, this is where maybe Anka could have come into play because, the Puffin has been breaking on some stuff. That would have been the +1 resource as well. -1 damage, but maybe an Anka activation here, and you're actually able to deny the draw from Puffin.
You're right. Maybe it was Anka ideally anyway, just because that lets you do something defensively with a watery grave draw. I mean, you're not blocking with it, but denying a card draw is still just hugely important. Man, it's just, the no interaction on like the gravy side of the board on this last turn means it's just all on Puffin's court to decide whether the game ends right now.
Start with the yellow soup up. That's going to be pumped by the Goldwing turbine. Go up to 6. Go again here.
6 go again. A Goldwing turbine is, I guess, carrying a motorcycle in the air to drop kick it onto Gravy Bones' face. 6 damage. The go again in play. Tons of cogs. I really want to see one of these follow-ups, the twice per turns, the thrice per turns. And hell, I'll ask for it. Let's see the tuna counter be put to use as well. Why not?
Yeah, one time.
one time, please. Please.
All right, let's see if these gravy blocks come out or if this was a 4 ally hand. We know Nathan's ally count is pretty high. There's something like 18, I believe, when we were jumping into this game.
Oh, God. I mean, so much is already going to be told on how this block, if it looks clunky, if it's like a 3 block and a 2 block thrown in, already that starts to tell you that the hand just does not block well. Not like there's much of a decision if that's how it looks, but still a lot of information is going to be gained on this block. It is a block 6. And that's that third Conqueror. Not like we were in a state of a game to really play the third one anyway. You just like to look at the block value on that sucker.
Yeah, block 6, 2 cards left for Puffin.
There it is.
That is a perfect draw for this spot. Dovetail certainly is going to fill this thing up.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Guaranteed hit. Guaranteed hit at this point in the game. We've already seen 2 of the Gravy Bones defense reactions come through. I don't remember from the deck list. I think that was the only count of defense reacts, though.
2, yeah.
To be fair, so we're not getting perfect coverage on this thing.
There are 3 in the board.
Oh, right, there are 3. I just mean there's no like double shelter or like sinks, things like that. To add to the
so max you can block 9 on this theoretically, but then you have nothing left at the end.
True. Cogworks Dovetail. This is the second of 3, I believe. So, like we said, deck velocity high. These were bound to come up.
Card is such a house. 7 damage.
Blocking 3. Already presenting the go again. +1. You're taking Nathan down to 2 basically from this attack alone. And then the Spitfire, I imagine, goes face because it demands that last card 2 block.
Exactly, right? The rigor mortis doesn't matter if Gravy Bones doesn't have a card, right? He actually can't swing it. That's the advantage of something like a Chowder in a situation in the end game, but there was no way that was able to be played, right? Even though it could swing for free, try and threaten a card, but no, this is just the way it is. Rigor mortis at the end. Let's see if there's another card, maybe a Sky Skimmer into the weapon that would close it out.
Oh!
A scoop up blue is
Guaranteed at this
with
point.
the Spitfire.
Guaranteed. Look at this. Blocking 2 with the flying high. Spitfire coming in. Hold up a second. Okay, yes. Clarifying here. Surely this is all going face, folks. Nope.
It's gotta
Wait,
be. Right?
okay,
It's just
no.
like, yeah.
What's going on?
Like,
Okay, yeah. Oh no.
clean
Yeah,
up.
it's happening. It's happening.
Cleaning up.
Cleaning up here. Cleaning up. My goodness. I think I need to clean up after that. I'm drooling all over myself. What a fantastic game out of the Puffin deck. My goodness. Every time you're kind of in a position to worry about the Puffin maybe not finding their strides with how cogs are going to work this game, how gold generation is going to work this game, they bounced back. They dug. There was so much churning through their deck, find their answers. And hey, that 8 count of Copper Cog actually ended up looking pretty good.
Honestly, the 9 count of Soup Up felt like the most impressive thing for me in this setup, right? This card was absolutely amazing in the matchup, being able to deal with allies very easily and just always giving an ability to use the action point, especially because often it was only needed to be a blue or yellow pitch for this Puffin deck. So kind of when they're good, they're really good to just play out. And if not, they get to be your pitch card for the turn.
I mean, blocking 4 on those suckers is great as well. Absolutely. I think you're right to call that out. That, more than anything, was the standout card. And we have the players in the chat now to pick their brains over. Arbun and Nathan, thank you for that game. Everyone enjoyed it. All 400 of us live viewers and me plus Cass. So 402.
Great one. Yeah, it was a great one. Yeah, exactly 402 people.
403. Josh was here as well.
I mean, the first things first. I feel like Arbun, we gotta ask about the Copper Cog count and how we end up with 8. Like, was there a heuristic or a metric or something when you were thinking about how many of that card that you wanted to see?
Yeah. So what should ask? What you asking about?
The Copper Cogs.
Yeah.
8 copies. Yeah.
Yeah. The Copper Cog. Yeah. Because I think this is the engine of my deck. So it's also a blue. So I play 8 copy. Very strong card. Yeah.
That's
when I have a
pretty
gold.
much
Yeah. When I have a gold on the table, then I can just claim the gold, use the hero ability, and then play the Copper Card and then draw a card. Or I just play 2 cross to claim the gold. Yes.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about when you neg this card from hand, it sticks to the board in a way that's pretty high value. It having a steam counter into that next turn, it getting you halfway to that other card draw as well. I mean, the draws in this deck are not worth less than a real card, like when you draw, you're like plussing off this. So 8 ended up looking quite strong. I think it got you to that crank like every time.
Yeah, I felt like
the draw.
He drew every turn, I think. Yeah, I don't know that he missed a single turn.
Yeah, so I think the gold token is very important in this deck. So when I draw so many Copper Card and then I just claim the gold. Yeah, that's when I just play 2 cards to use the gold and draw black a card and then to cycle my deck.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about one more critical piece here. You chose to ran Tunic, which we saw do actually nothing that game. Didn't block.
Yeah.
Used the resource.
Yeah.
So what is your ideal? Like what is it protecting you from? Is it protection against red draws? Is it for a specific cost curve you're pushing for? Because you're not on like the Pummel Puffin list, for example. I guess what draws you to Tunic?
Yeah, the Tunic is to make sure I can have enough resource, because when we use the hero ability and we don't know what card we draw, then sometimes we may use the Tunic to play the 2 cost card. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's what Tunic's for, right? Yeah. I guess winning without needing to use it just speaks well to all the other aspects of your deck build. It just looked smooth. It looked beautiful. Yeah. So well done.
Safety valve, I guess. All right. I'll move it over to Nathan here. I wanna ask a little bit about this gravy list. It's a very low red count and then a pretty high ally count with 18. how are you getting to that ally count? Did you test a bunch of different versions and feel like 18 felt kind of smooth, or 16 to 18 I think was the range? I know you have some sideboard options as well, so I don't know exactly how many you had in.
So normally I go a little bit lower than this list. I wanted to try something new. There's been something I've been trying for about the past 24 hours, which is this list, where I basically increased the ally count and scaled up the ally cost to support the blue lead the charge that we saw in the list. To be able to kind of really juice those turns like we saw with Give No Quarter, and just being able to play multiple heavy cost allies, and just it's an extra copy of Flying High basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can see it. Definitely the big turn of this game was that Swabby, potentially Swabby double swing. I know you got a little juice by the Sunken Treasure, but still having the Rigor Mortis as a backup, so it still ends up being a very strong turn. Outside of that, I know really low on red count. Is this just to increase like chart the high seas and some of these, like making sure you always have a yellow for portside exchange?
There's not really, like, other than CNC. I would really beg the question of what red is better than those yellows. And which is kind of a weird question to ask. It's kind of like that Prism situation where the yellows are your go again, and the blues are your fuel source. Well, it's kind of the opposite, where the allies are the fuel, and then you're just trying to get them out as quickly as possible, which has nothing to do with red cards. So really, I just run the Jittery Bones package and 9 of, just because it's the most efficient way to get looks at the top card of the deck. And anytime you hit those, they're free cards.
No, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a really cool list. I thought, yeah, I mean, there were definitely some really nice turns with it. Call to the Grave was always a house, as expected. And yeah, Ethan, you got any more questions for these two before we start getting to our next game?
I just want to point one thing out, Nathan, just because, first of all, not only we roasted you, but Anthony Vera will never let you live it down. You blocked with dead threads for no reason, brother. No reason. I don't know if you caught that in the moment. Yeah, dude, you blocked 9 when it was only possible to go to 8. I believe on the attack. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cass.
I thought it was I thought he had 3 cogs and could pump it to 9.
It was a twice per turn.
It was a twice per turn.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Two ain't 3, brother.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. You see, reading the card explains the card, and it turns out that dead threads was very important later on in the game when I did not have it,
wasn't it?
And then I also another moment where I just giga through was when I blocked down my entire hello. I didn't hook it, which was just a massive throw because I had a Mortis and a Swabby on the board, and if he's willing to cover up 7, then like I get to keep at least one of them, right? So I just literally gave up a free gold piece, which would have unbricked one of the following hands, and it really did. One little mistake, because I had a strong start, right? Like that turn 0 was kind of a cheat code almost, but it is what it is. Live
Honestly,
and learn.
Nathan, I found that to be the biggest thing with like the learning curve on Gravy Bones is just remembering to activate my hook every time I make a goal.
Oh yeah.
Every time, every time it feels like they just cannot block this ally, like because you get so much additional value. You need the gold pieces. So no, I feel you on that one. It's hard to remember. Until,
it's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's a very difficult deck to pilot. But anyways, congrats to Arbon picking up that win. Thanks you guys for chatting with us. That game was sweet. I know we got 2 more games to go, Ethan. So let's try and jump forward. Next up is going to be Nova Chan versus Sam Young.
Yeah, and this is a match that doesn't really need a lot of new cards. Oh, okay. It's a matchup that doesn't need. Yep, it's a matchup that doesn't need all too many new cards to function. It's Prism versus Azalea, but this match is going to dictate a lot of what we see at US Nationals. I'm almost sure the hype for Prism all-time high. The hype for Azalea, actually, it's not the hype for Azalea. The bitching and moaning about Azalea also at an all-time high, and it's for good reason. These decks are fantastic picks right now into the upcoming meta. Prism has a card, Herald of Secum, that can really unlock some of these fatigue-prone games. Azalea also just got a little bit of extra help, right? She got the new double shot arrow, gets around Spectra. She's got the ability to run the block cards, some of the new arrow choices as well. These are decks that were already good, got their soft power buff, and are hot decks for US Nationals.
Yeah, I was looking in here as well to see if the Azalea has a lot of the new cards, which I would expect so in this.
Nova
not
does.
having the ability to clear the double spectra, because there isn't going to be that split shot coming through. But return fire in here, call in the big guns. I think this is just a great one. Just the abilities to load right away. I think there's some really nice stuff here that has been added in. To see what else was new. Drop the anchor as a potential sideboard tech for the allies and for the pirates as well.
Yeah, you're right. It's sans the Spectra hate card, which for how these matchups were drawn may be relevant, but in all honesty, sometimes you just run over a Prism with damage anyway, and them playing in ALS is it's not possible when they're dead, right? So perhaps that's how we see things. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's how we see things shake out anyway, because this Azalea list is just built to be aggressive. It's built to be nasty. It's one of those mostly zero cost lists with the addition of Call in the Big Guns, with the addition of Swift Shot. There is more access to just cards that say damage for go again as well.
Yeah, and it's what makes New Horizons like so much better, and why we're seeing Azalea players try out this New Horizons. Why there's been a lot of New Horizons in Marlynn as well. Is because you're getting cards like Call in the Big Guns. This is letting you load. Additionally, it lets you load face up, right? Gives you that extra arsenal zone to be able to activate the New Horizons, right? And I think it's really nice. We even have seen the return fire come up pretty heavily. When you're on some of these hands that tend to be really bad after you've gone off of Arsenal and you draw the return fire, it is such an insane card, getting to be that 1 card 7 essentially for the Azalea. So it's really nice. It's also a really cool card in Riptide for what it's worth, the return fire. I think that's one of the Rangers that actually loves it even more. But yeah, it's really, really nice to see these new cards come in and give some Rangers some support.
Absolutely. So Azalea, probably going to look pretty spicy. It's going to run pretty smooth and similar to times of old. Although, I guess the new Horizons build isn't that old, right? Like, that is a resurgence from the Battle Hardened, or I guess the ProQuest Plus that was taken down by the New Horizons Azalea just about a month and a half ago. It was Minneapolis or Milwaukee, one of those M. I was there. I should know.
It was Minneapolis. I know Minneapolis. The guy. I used to live there. It was Gump. He's a good player.
Yeah. I streamed that. Jesus, man, I know nothing anymore. Washed. But that's why you're here, Cass. You're going to carry us this game, I'm sure. But Prism on the other side can also just steal the show. Azalea doesn't look all that good when Herald's just hit twice per turn either. It's one of those questions of like, which deck kind of takes off first? They both do disgusting things. And this Prism list, more than anything, looks pretty stock standard. I can't imagine the Herald of Sekhums actually make it into this matchup. It's just not the kind of game where you really care about that. So it's going to be the same old Prism plan as normal. I think the only thing I'm seeing that is significantly different is a 3-of count for Angelic Wrath, whereas sometimes you see it dip into the blue base as well. Sometimes even the red, just not in this list.
Yeah, no reds for this one. Immediately, that was what I was drawn to. Also, I was curious if we were going to see like treasures. What's the new fable called? Treasures of
Tropal Dani.
Treasures of Tropal Dani.
Something of Tropal Dani. Why is that the part I remember? I don't know.
I don't know. That's the hard part to remember. So I'm glad that you had that one for me. I think it's treasures, but I've heard rumblings.
Riches.
Of like riches. Better. There we go. Riches of Tropal Dani. I've heard rumbles of an aura plan that uses that to generate the gold to help you as a pitch outlet, but I don't see that here. So I'm not sure if it's even good. I just know that was something that I heard Prism's talking about. So.
Absolutely. I do also want to draw attention to the players of these decks. This is not Andrew Cook, who I would have assumed is the Prism player on this roster, having top-aided London Pro Tour. I mean, come on. It is Sam Young instead repping the Prism this game, repping the TheCardGuyz for the match point that is once again on the line. Or will Nova Chan on blue pitch keep the team out of Hong Kong in the running here, as they have a chance to clean sweep the rest of the games and actually take down this best of 7?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this one will put us to a final game where they're both on match point. So let's jump into it, see if the Azalea can get there. We didn't actually catch initially, but there are Murkmire Grapnels in the sideboard. That might make a big difference in this one, seeing as how Enigma's gone. Really, Prism's the only one putting a ton of prevention in front of you.
You've got to imagine, as the equipment gets flipped as well, one thing to note, Perch Grapplers was already a pretty decent choice if you cared about blocking the Heralds cleanly, right? There is a strict upgrade now in the Sea Lace Sarong, but it is at the trade-off of not taking snaps to be oh so more aggressive. Looks like Prism did win the die roll and immediately bringing haymakers with Herald of Triumph, demanding a return fire. This is +1 intellect.
Oh my god,
goodness.
this is so good for Azalea at the start, blocking the Triumph. But it
looks like it was declined. It was declined. There's no arrow in this hand.
Oh, there's no arrow. Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, so the +1 intellect has flipped. It's now Prism's game as the War Tune Herald does come over the top, lands 5 damage, flipping immediately into that Arsenal draw as well with Figment of Erudition. This just got out of hand on turn 0.
Yeah, I mean, that was a terrible hand to draw up for Azalea. At least you're happy to get rid of all of the cards and not just get passed to with that as your hand. But still, it's not the start that you want as the Azalea player in this matchup. This is going to be Erudition online with a soul already, and you leaked 5 damage. And you're Azalea, so your first turn is usually not that good when you don't get to start with an Arsenal.
Oh, man, I hate to bitch and moan about this, but I really do feel like so many Azalea games come down to going first, cheesing insane damage, and basically guaranteeing that your go second hand is a true 5 cards as well. When you're on the receiving side of that, my god, it does not feel like the same game. So it looks like based on the die roll alone, not only was that not the case, the turn 0, as we already pointed out, was almost worst case anyway. So we return now with at least a playable hand that has not been arc lighted yet. Premeditate into Lace, into the Heatseeker with New Horizons. The Heatseeker on hit is massive.
Honestly, when it comes to 4-card hands for an Azalea, this one's pretty great. This is This is a very good start for the Azalea. I think this is definitely a way back in, right? Because you're applying an important on hit with the Blood Rot, because it does mean that when you make the Angel, you actually need to be able to pay into the Blood Rot, or else it's going to destroy the Angel at the end of the turn. And Heatseeker on hit, allowing to set up the 6-card hand for the next turn alongside the Ponder. Exactly what you want to see. Knock, I mean, maybe not the best because the Dominate is not as important for this deck, but at least it has the reload capacity.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're just looking at the +1 intellect that these New Horizon lines enabled. It was the no blocks. I mean, this might be a 3-turn game by the looks of it. I mean, Prism just needs to absolutely slap Azalea while she's got room to go 2 or 3 wide, which absolutely she started with already. Herald of Protection yellow coming through, pitching that Arclight. So it was an Arclight possibility here. Maybe the pitch just didn't line up for it.
Yeah, it seems like it did not. And we're going to get a block 6. 2 arrows going down, and Angelic Wrath going to push this over the top. Going to deal the 3. Herald of Protection going to go to Soul. And we are going to get a Spectral Shield coming through. And now you can actually search Figment of Protection.
Yes.
And that would cover the Blood Rot Pox at the end of turn if you wanted to still flip Erudition here.
Yeah, what a fantastic call out. We'll have to see it flipped. It's absolutely that. The Spectral Shields just ignoring the pressure Blood Rot puts on developing allies. With 2 cards left in hand, you have to imagine Prism kept this hand because it goes too wide anyway. There's more coming with immunity on Blood Rot, with a flip due to Empyrean Rapture here as well. Quite the development right out of the gate. Double Soul means you could even push into Erudition if you wanted here. Things might get even more out of hand.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but it is going to be protection.
Okay.
I was thinking that the Erudition was going to come down with the defense of these Spectral Shields, but instead this is just going to be a Pierce Reality. This is setting up for the next turn. Just allow those Spectral Shields to pop. You've still got 4 ward on the board that I think you're going to be happy to just let go. This is just here to be 4 ward. And now you have a Pierce on your next turn to try and set up for that Erudition flip with potentially a 5-card hand.
Oh, I don't know. As you start to math out like the amount of turn cycles that are really in play here, Azalea blocked down 2, so that's kind of what's throwing off the potential for the return here. But this is not that threatening to Azalea's immediate life total, not threatening to just say, hey, you get 1 more turn of no blocks, then you're dead. There's probably 2 more turns here of no blocks before the Azalea really has to care. The question just becomes like, does the line she takes rather in return actually answer much out of the Prism? The Ward 4 is going to help. Maybe clearing the Spectral will be a distraction as well. I don't think that's the route Azalea will go, especially without the new arrow, right? So instead, this small hand play just leads with Swift Shot for 4. I mean,
yeah, I'm worried what's the hand for Azalea here, because this is just a Swift Shot for 4 using the Dominate for that. not able to set up like a big red in the ledger dominate that gets over the ward and a blocking card to try and stop this big 5-card Erudition Pierce Reality turn from going through. And it's just the Codex follow-up. Yeah, you can throw the red in the ledger. This is good. It is going to require blocks. So I guess this kind of works, because against Prism, they can't really like block down the red in the ledger and still have a turn that feels that incredible.
No, it comes down a lot to the Angelic Rats to like make those effective hands still do anything beyond just like a singular Herald attack. And we already saw one played here. So blocking down does scale back this hand quite drastically. Even blocking with Herald of Erudition, that was going to be a disgusting turn. I mean, that's one of the reasons Herald of Erudition alone is why Azalea ends up taking cards like Sealay Sarong. You just can't let those plays land, and by demanding blocks, you effectively do the same.
Yeah, but now just gonna get to pitch this War Tune for 9. Yeah, 2-card 9. I heard it's pretty good.
No blocks.
Yeah.
The 2-card 9 all of a sudden generates another 4 value as well as we continue to thin out pigments. At this point in the game, the immediate impact ones are pretty much done for. No Spectral Shield to generate, no Ponder token needed. So at this point, it generally becomes like one of the filler cards like War or Protection. Okay, there we go.
But Rebirth, honestly, I don't even know if that's filler here, because you block with the Herald Edition, now you get to put it on top.
Sure.
If this gets to be the hand that you keep, that is a disaster for our Azalea player. It is a disaster for Nova.
Yep, because now we see it. It's guaranteed. That Erudition doesn't just come in for 5. It's coming in for 7. Sealay Sarong ain't doing nothing. But it is a Tunic turn for Azalea here, a 5-card hand. This is when you can effectively dump sometimes like 6-card plays with draws like this. But there is a response window. We see the little mouse tapping on the screen. Is this an ALS? It's not. The turn continues.
Another one. It still could be.
Another
Sometimes
one.
you wait. Sometimes you wait for the second bump. No, it's not.
Nope.
Gonna be an ALS.
Coming through.
Gonna get the Bolton shot.
Bolton shot coming in this time all the way up to 9. There is the on hit of a Lace with Blood Rot. There's an on hit of a reload. But the question really is, does Prism care just yet? And I just don't think so.
No, I don't think she cares.
Just not yet.
This is a good showcase of the new card, calling the big guns to be able to get that reload essentially effect, right? Putting the Bolton shot in face up.
Oh.
Prism does care, apparently. Gonna block this out. Rain Razors to try and push it over the top.
Rain overhead. Okay, all of a sudden, this is up to 11. There's 10 blocks, so the 1 does connect, which means Lace with Blood Rot and Reload comes through. Does unlock the hand here.
Tunic?
Now Tunic gonna launch a Heat Seeker. Heat Seeker once again looks beautiful with New Horizons. Now, one thing to note here, though, this was not a Tunic Death Dealer type of turn, so the inherent card advantage wasn't really generated from that. And it does make me wonder, will we even get to see Tunic go up to a second counter to really push that advantage? Because when it's not played that way, that is a significant drop in power level of what Azalea can do. But for the immediate impact of a Heat Seeker here to threaten the on hit, the Arsenal reload, and pressure on that Erudition hand is a lot.
I mean, it's 7 damage. You really cannot cover this. Yeah, because of the Rain Razors. I think the Blood Rot leaking through as well. This became so much pressure. If all of this comes through, you don't block this at all, you probably have to take the Blood Rot. You're going down to 11 at the end of all of this, and that is going to be 23 life for the Azalea. You're not going to put enough pressure where she can't keep a hand.
No, not at all. Not at all. And remember, it's also the card advantage off that as well. So a lot on this hit. It makes you wonder, like, blocking with this Erudition hand, is it because the Erudition is the only yellow? Is that perhaps what was drawn up there? Because we saw a block with a red, a block with a blue. If there's another yellow in hand, you have to assume you just say no blocks. And you throw the Erudition with Go again, follow up with the Herald of Protection. Like, why wouldn't you go that route, right? So this hand already might just not have played as cleanly as Sam was looking for. So now the choice is, do I even return this effective 2-card 7, where the draws like don't really net me much, or do I block?
Yeah, but at that point, right, you're blocking what, 6 on 7? Like, do you really have like good equitable blocks here that actually even help more than sending a Pierce Reality Herald for your turn, trying to trade damage back?
What a tough question. There's none of these battle worn 1 pieces Blade Break 1. Like, that's just not how it works. This is not Vestige. This is Empyrean Rapture. So without any floating, there is, just nothing to do with the equipment on the breakpoint like that. No! Oh, okay, I mean, you can at least Azalea that away, but God, that's probably like the worst hit. So
Yeah, that's a big break for Sam.
oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. The blind hits like that as well also get a bit tough because you don't have cross wrap to try to fix it either. I guess it was always face up, so that's not quite a fix, but it will just always be blind to fix that arsenal. And there is potential that you draw the third return and your turn is just over. That's worst case, obviously.
This is an end of turn Halo, by the way.
Oh, is that what's
that was coming through?
Hold up.
Yeah, that's why you put the cards. Nova put the cards back. So Figment of Ravages
interesting.
and the flip for the Angel made a courage as well. I don't know. I we'll see in a moment what Sam has cooking here. Surely, as he pitches just for the Angel swing to draw up, trying to find a better Herald. So he pitches the yellow for the go again, find a different Herald for follow up, and I guess you also hope that you might have the resources to either get another Angel out.
It's possible. Look at this. No, but that's just not how it drew up. Oh my goodness. Also, I apologize if you hear dogs in the background right now. I'm getting distracted by so many things.
Of it.
Great.
Can't hear it at all. But this is at least a Herald for 9. It's Ravages 10 because of the courage. I mean, if it hits, you can at least get another Angel out, flip it with Rapture, and protect Soraya. But double red is atrocious for Sam.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
Block 10.
Look at this. Blocking 10. That Tunic guaranteed to not get its second counter value. We are just denying the entirety of the what ifs in that scenario. And I think that's super heads up, right? Like, we guarantee clear the board now. The courage token, all of this, it effectively wiped. Obviously not what Sam wanted to draw up in that scenario, but answered by Nova in a pretty heads up way, I think.
You've also put Sam on 0 soul.
Yep.
In 0, I guess he does have 1 Figment out, but 0 soul, 0 arsenal here. Gonna just blind flip into a bolt and shot yellow.
Hey, it's got it's got a possibility to clear Pierce Reality, right? Like, that's resetting into a new 5-card Azalea hand. There's still the protection of Sarong as well for like the natural drawn erudition. By clearing that Pierce, you've got protection from that all over again. This is a great spot. Great spot.
Interesting.
Honestly, for both players, there's a lot that can happen.
With a 3 block here and Sarong plus New Horizons, since you only have 1 arsenal. Oh no, it's all cards in your arsenal with New Horizons,
It is
right?
all, yes.
I was thinking you'd have a pretty clean block on first Herald this turn with your opponent on 13 to keep a 4-card hand, but that just doesn't work like that.
I mean, I think if it's just the double Herald play, Azalea will just say no blocks. That never threatens 19 anyway. It's specifically if it's the erudition that comes through, you've got to fold. That comeback mechanic of the draw 2 is just nuts, and the answer is there, obviously, with Sarong here. A 5-card Azalea return on Prism at 13, effectively, 14 they will hit, is still enough to put her in the you're dead next turn state. But clean
Block
blocks.
for Herald. It's just for 6, which is nice. You can put 2 arrows in front of this, still throw a very equitable turn, and you're stopping Prism from getting very good Angel velocity, really. It's always blocking first Herald that feels really nice into Prism, because they can't do the flip, swing an Angel, swing another Herald if they've got the resources. That's where they really start to get out of control. So really, really good play from Nova. Just very conservative play, but also just having the extra arrows in hand to be able to do so, as this is going to be a blue Ravages coming through.
Yeah, look how fantastic that would have been with the resources floating here if that had connected, right? You just get the Angel attack as well. It just would occur perfectly.
Exactly the reason you block the first Herald, right? Draws up into exactly this, and yes, gonna be able to find another Figment. Yes, gonna get 1 soul. Yes, you can even flip one of them to just gain 4 life here. But 3-card Azalea hand, gonna continue the pressure. I'm assuming some on hits are going to be at least presented, and is going to make it a little bit tough for Prism to continue, especially just drawing 4 cards. No arsenal once again.
Yeah, so the one thing to note here, by blocking down, this would have been a Tunic 2 turn, pretty much guaranteed that we would have gotten to a Tunic 3
True.
state of the game. So sacking that equipment piece on block, yes, it was great in the moment. You start to wonder, though, do you have to hedge and block with the Sarong instead? Because a Tunic 3 turn was guaranteed for a second time this game, and we still just never saw it do the Death Dealer shenanigans. I wonder if that just puts Azalea a little bit too far behind. I mean, the 3-card hand here so far looks great. I mean, Threatening Ponder as well. Things are lining up well. Murkmire too. Oh my goodness. All right, Murkmire grapnel damage cannot be prevented. Doesn't matter with that aim counter text. It just is what it is. So that is coming in for 10 here. Some Prism hands just don't block this on Figment draws, on some of the 2-block draws with the Heralds as well. And once again, with armor not floating 1 block, it might just take 4 cards to block anyway.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. The +1 from the bullseye as well. I'm curious if the 11 matters
11,
over the 10.
yes.
It absolutely can, depending on the 2-block count as well. But also, as you said, right, equipment just doesn't really block for Prism. So kind of needs just 4 blocking cards to deal with this. And notoriously, Prism playing non-blocks in the deck.
Absolutely. Right. They always feel so good about drawing up that Fable, hitting off the top. But what about this hand, Prism? What about this hand? You are facing 11 damage off grapnel. The Herald of Bologna was flipped last turn, so obviously the damage can't be prevented text very real, and it lands all the way down to 2. This is massive. Deleting Bologna. A Ponder token drawn up. Prism has to really love this hand, or it's just completely unworkable, and this was a forced choice anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any non-blocks, it almost just feels better to play the hand instead of block, because you're just losing the Angel for free.
And that's the first thing we see.
Figment pitched. The non-block was there. Blocking the first Herald again. Disciplined play from Nova. Angelic Wrath, though, is going to sneak it over the top.
All right, the connection made, but no longer is the second Herald a reality. The most damage that could follow this up basically is just swinging that Angel 4 follow-up. So 4 damage. I mean, the Azalea can just play a 3-card hand again, but there's 4 life on the board of Prism from this kind of position. And this would have been the Death Dealer Tunic 3 turn. So you start to wonder, like, do the 3-card hands always look as good as that last one? Definitely not. Definitely not.
Ooh, this hand clearly not looking very good, because blocking with this knock as well, going down to a 2-card hand, potentially just looking to manage the Angel on this turn and set up for a future one.
Right. This is potentially a dominate peak for lethal. If it's a Murkmire, that does win the game. So go for it, right? Go for it, King. Either way, a arrow swapped in here with dominate does guarantee you get a card and clear the what's the name of this one? Themis?
Codex.
Oh, instead of Codex. Okay.
I mean, this works, right? Get rid of a card. You can just grab the Murkmire.
Oh god, yeah, grab the Murkmire back. Jesus, man.
Send it for 7 afterwards. I mean, that's blockable, but the breakpoint is so obnoxious for Prism.
Breakpoint is just nothing but pain, especially when you're forced down a card due to Codex's effect.
I think the worst part is there's no leftover soul. So you can't even block 6, pitch into footsteps, and flip an Angel or anything like that. Block 3, pitch footsteps and pitch into an Angel. I mean, you'd lose footsteps anyway, but that's, it's kind of fine at this point to use the 1 block.
I mean, if the entire hand blocks, I think it's clear what you have to do. You just block and just let the board sit. Have a Arsenal Ravages, have a Themis in hand, and just say go on the Azalea. I mean, the Ponder token means it's another 5-card hand. The Azalea has a lot to game with right now, but at least the Prism is a little bit protected here. There's still the Ward 4 on the board. They can pay into effectively the Empyrean and Footsteps to get block 2 out of one of the yellow non-blocks that they might draw, but how do they close the game is the real problem.
2 pumps already. It's a good start to this hand. Knock is going to guarantee a dominated arrow.
Without an ALS response here.
Effectively 6, but 6 doesn't matter. It's only 2 when it's grapnel. And this card, we talked about being potentially a breaker for the meta, and it is proved time and time again that it absolutely is. No Soul Shield in this deck. This is just lethal.
This is what we're talking about when we set the stage of this game mattering for US Nationals. These are obviously powerful, high octane decks that are just railing insane numbers against each other, but they have good answers for what the opponents do. This kind of matchup is up a lot to skill, to tight play, some really beautiful decisions by both players. Obviously, the one at the forefront is deciding to run Merkmire Grapnel at all. Holy crap. Yes, you should, Azalea players who want to win US Nationals. Please do.
There's an ALS in that hand. Just only 5 resources.
Only 5 resources. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a game. And this continues the narrative cast. This means the next match, the last match of the night is still match point.
I know.
We have witnessed
draw it up better.
Blue Pitch take down everything needed to set up this narrative. And the last match here is not only insanely exciting, it also features Shing and Damien, 2 absolute all-stars, one for their skill, one for their lack of skill. Speaking of Damien, but great personality, amazing personality. But before we get to that, we will have some questions for the players that we just saw on the table there. Nova and Sam, thanks for joining us. What a fantastic game, first of all. Hats off to both of you for a fantastic game.
Yeah, this was a pretty good game. That one.
I think so.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Nova, I mean, your decision on those Merkmile Grapnels in the sideboard obviously makes a lot of sense with the meta and where it's at. I think your execution of those looked beautiful. I mean, bringing it back with Codex, forcing a breakpoint with Braveforge, finding it off the knock, the consistent pressure there is absolutely ridiculous. It makes me wonder, Sam, like, how does your game plan have to shift overall, knowing that Azalea has access to a card like Merkmile in the first place?
Sorry, which card, right?
Asking Sam here, with the knowledge that Merkmire is such a core piece of Azalea decks these days, how does your game plan have to shift to play into that effectively, Sam?
There's not a ton that I can do to counterplay because it's, I'm going to be flipping angels pretty often regardless to get that value turn to turn. I can kind of hope that I get the ALS off when he pumps the Merkmire a few times, but that never lined up, and that happens. But that's definitely something I'm looking for.
For sure. Is there any consideration? Your list didn't have Soul Shield in it, but that can be something that comes in to help. Have defense stuck in Arsenal. Help pitch into a blue Soul Shield. All of a sudden, you're floating a resource for breakpoints. Is that something you're considering adding in the list, or you really like where it's at right now?
I like where it's at right now. The meta is in a point where I don't really like Soul Shield a ton. In fact, this list looks pretty aggressive, and I think where the meta is headed right now, you kind of have to have this like aggressive slant to it in order to compete with a lot of what's happening. So
makes a lot of sense.
And Nova, I wanted to ask you about a card that we didn't actually get to see. I've heard a lot of talk about it, but not seen so much play, and it was Codex of Inertia. I feel like this card, a lot of people are saying they feel really high on. Is this just a lot of the new cards from High Seas giving you the ability to find better flips off of the top?
I think Codex of Inertia is pretty good when you're on the New Horizon build, because in the old time, you can just play the Codex of Inertia and then blind fit for the New Horizon to get an empty arsenal for that. And also, I think it's pretty, like in the high seed, they have a new card called Shift Shot, and then put face up into arsenal, get go again. I think it's pretty good, awesome in the Azalea, because sometimes you can flip it and it's like a falcon wing for the, yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I think the other kind of tech card that I saw that, of course, doesn't come into the Prism matchup. You had the Merkmile Grapnel to help deal with that, but the drop the anchor, and I know that this, most of the text there is kind of gravy bones tapping the allies, but do you like it against the other pirate heroes as well to just tap their hero?
I think it's pretty cool also in the perfect, because like the previous match on Bun, he always activate the Puffin ability. Then I can like the drop the anchor. I can just it's pretty well good against those pirate matchup. Like tapping them, and also it also works well on the Puffin because the bird that you can also tap for the bird.
That's true. That's pretty cool.
That's true.
Yeah.
gotta plan around goddamn Polly. That's funny. Funny.
All right. Well, Ethan, you got any more questions for these two, or are we going to move on to our last match of the day?
I think things are squaring up for our last game to get underway soon, and I think the chat is also rabid for it because, like we said, it is match point. So thank you, Nova. Thank you, Sam, for joining us. Thank you for the game as well. I know the entire stream was pretty excited for that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Ethan. One more game to decide this matchup between Blue Pitch and the Card Guys. This is going to be Shing Tsang versus Damien Riggins. According to you, one very good player, one very bad player going up against each other.
Look. All right, Cass. You a tiny bit of story time here. Since you're a fellow Levia player, let me tell you something about Damien. He is another fellow Levia player, but the method in which he plays Levia is quite literally to lean into Skull Crushers, to Scab Skins, to keeping 5-card hands just to hit on Savage Feast. He is the most aggressive just dice roller you've ever seen. And what is infuriating about it is that he gets rewarded a lot more than someone who plays like this should. I've seen this guy on the win and in over and over again in so many events, just blind rolling scabs, hitting a 6, Skull Crusher's trigger, and he will not learn his lesson from it. But is he wrong? I guess
everything
not.
I hate about playing Brute and Levia all in one. Just the anti-me. Okay, got it. Yeah.
The anti-you. Not to make you sway sides here, but regardless, this matchup is going to be decided in quick time as well, I think, because it is Damien's -IO versus Shing's Katsu. Now, both of these heroes got a lot of soft power in this set. Katsu, obviously, from an unban. We got Bonds of Ancestry back. Let's go. But first, we're going to talk about the -IO, which also got a lot of this soft power in Cogworks Tinkerings. I've seen this come up as a way with that peep at the top of your deck. Hey, you make a gold. You look at the top of the deck. You like that draw. You just draw it. You just get your hands right on it. So that is great block value. It's great control over what you can actually get off of the knowledge of -IO top deck without it necessarily being an item. Right. So the other parts of the deck list here don't look like they were impacted too much by the new cards per se. I do see Cog in the Machine making their way into the sideboard here. Not entirely sure what game plan that fits into. Perhaps it's an anti-fatigue strat. Is that something you've seen, Cass?
Yeah, it's anti-fatigue. So it basically just gives you 2 shots on the gun. You put it at the bottom of the deck, and you fire away.
Sure, makes sense.
You crank them both as well, right? So you get a couple of shots in. The Cogworks Tinkering specifically, it's golden cog, not a gold. So I was like, I guess it just turns on like galvanize, and then I looked for the keyword galvanize here, and I don't see any galvanize.
Wait a second, you're right. And now I'm even more sad because not only is it less exciting, I don't see galvanize either. Hold up. Okay,
I don't think it does anything.
It just blocks 2. Rip all my brewing.
Isn't adaptive just better?
You would think, but this is Damien we're talking about here. Gotta remember, he likes
objectively better.
He likes to be flashy. He likes to have fun, and maybe he also thought it made a gold. You never know.
Okay. In defense of it, in defense of Cogworks Tinkerings, this is like unconditionally 2 block. Adaptive does need an item to be on the board to be 3 block, right? Like it's not like strictly like adaptive is better. So I think if you want the unconditional nature to be able to find that 2 block in, it kind of makes sense. I was kind of looking for an adaptive in the sideboard for like matchups where you're gonna have items maybe not getting through. Like boom grenades are sometimes not gonna sneak through, and it's kind of nice to have that. But no, there's no adaptive at all. Just gonna be the Cogwork Tinkerings.
Yeah, the one thing that I have seen comboed with that is like the boots, right? Like you can take adaptive in the boot slot, and then you basically block 5 on a
Oh, yeah.
like a 2 pair of
Yeah.
equipment. That's
Yeah, that's
not
kinda cool.
that's not effectively in this list. Chat is pointing out that it does still give the gun a counter, so it blocks 2
True.
and gives a
Hey,
counter. So
hey,
there you
look,
go. That's the
that's
synergy
something.
or value.
That does a thing. I feel like you always
Hopefully.
have enough pistol counters these days, though, because no high octane. But I'll still look. I'll concede that. That's nice.
Hey,
More
Damien's gonna blow
value.
us away with it, right? That's what we're setting up here.
Look, he is
Let's
going
be
to make
excited.
a cog and get a gunshot that he would not have had. I believe it, and it's gonna prove us wrong. And then I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna be like, wow, amazing. Cogwork tinkerings. Love to see it. Let's look at Katsu.
Let's look at Katsu. And in looking at Katsu, the main shift here is not just that Bonds of Ancestry is unbanned, but we just haven't seen a lot of Katsu brews because of the lack of power this deck had. So now with Katsu making a resurgence, there has been a lot of variety in how people are building it. There's the inclusion of cards like we see this one of Breaktide, finding the right amount of counts of Whelming Gustwave now that you can supplement with Gustwave the second one, with Descendant Gustwave back in the list. So these Katsu lists, it's a lot of tinkering with ratios to make them feel really good. I think we understand where to get the card quality where we want it out of these kinds of decks. It's just which ones are yellows, which ones are blues, how many counts of this, counts of that, to just end up with the most consistent, the max damage lights that you can go for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Retrace the Past is actually just the biggest house ever. This thing is so insane in Katsu. It opens up so much. I mean, like you were saying, the one of Breaktide. I absolutely love the one of Breaktide here because on your pop-up turn, if you're popping Links and Breeze Rider boots, it's just like Retrace. It hits. You search off Link. You grab Breaktide. You've named your Retrace like Flood of Force or Rushing River. You get the actual on hit of the Breaktide. It's so cool. This setup here. I love that little addition of a one of.
Absolutely. And you got to remember the 2 power on a lot of these cards, the Retrace the Past, the Breaktide inclusion, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx making an appearance as kind of like the de facto headpiece of Katsu these days. It's because pulling out these, low print value cards, but high synergy cards makes these turns spiral like you wouldn't believe. So looking for Lynx specifically to pull these combo enablers, Descendant Gustwave, Breaktide, Retrace the Past, maybe even a Dishonor, to seal the deal ends up being so much effective, like guaranteed damage rather than what the threat of Mask does for Katsu these days. It's an absolutely explosive deck. So is Dash.io. So it makes you wonder who's actually going to take it in what is obviously an all-out race.
Yeah, it's cool. I feel like Dash.io is like maybe a more premium aggro deck than Katsu is, but Katsu is very good against other aggro decks because they don't want to block him. And if you don't block Katsu, you get blown up. That's just how it works, right? He's going to grab the best card out of his deck every single time and set up for these insane combo lines. Bonds is back. These chain links are going wide. You're taking 35. It's tough when you can't block him.
It's tougher when you don't include adaptive plating in combination with Clockwork's Tinkerings, as we see the players ready on the table as well.
No,
that is just straight up lacking. It's just effective armor block. That's not on the table. This is surely to be a banger of a finals, and I believe the players are ready. Let's take a look.
And I'm ready. Block on turn 0. Get the gun counter. Boom. Easy.
Value. Let's go.
Down. I love to see it. I feel like there is I actually think there's merit to it with the gun counter. I didn't think about that. I think that's real. I don't know that this is the matchup for that that's going to help out, but I think there are matchups where I can see getting that extra gun counter can be really nice.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a lot of what ends up being your chain ender anyway. Are you like kind of keeping tempo and just unloading symbiosis every single turn? A lot of the times, honestly, you end up with too many gun counters. I think you pointed that out anyway.
Yeah.
So that's where the question mark is for me. But sometimes, I mean, just by the nature of how these decks draw up, also just by the nature of maybe the Achilles play, right? Kind of getting you ahead on that extra 2 damage in a fast game trade. That might be how you effectively race, right? Is just this extra gun. But turn 0 here, we get a gun counter anyway. It's a setup of the backup protocol red. It is likely just an arsenal to not let Katsu filter. He loves filtering, so pretty good start for Dash.io.
Yeah, not bad to get an item. Maybe not like the best item on turn 0 because you don't have anything in the bin, but on your first turn, you might be able to put something in the bin, or you can block a little bit more freely with a red that you can buy back with an extra blue. We'll see.
You have to imagine that the reds are 3 blocks, right? So if you are respecting of Katsu's damage here, likely you can get the double value in blocking and then in the potential buyback. And it is obviously a race, so churning through your deck for resources with Teklo Foundry Heart to pay for things like the backup protocol red absolutely
Pretty
does
nice.
not matter.
Pretty
It
nice.
is purely a plus.
All right. I'm excited. This first turn from Shing didn't get to filter at all, so it's really just what can Katsu present. Baseline, do you have a starter is really the question. Because if you don't have a starter, then this feels very, very bad.
And as we took a look at the Katsu deck list, there's a lot of combo cards, still not as many starters. It's never a perfect balance. That's why you see things like the yellow Surging Strikes still make an inclusion when that card just looks so obviously subpar. You need to commit towards getting your turns off in some kind of way. Retrace, whatchamacallit, not retrace the pass. Be Like Water, pretty big one there. Surging Strike, pretty big one. You can even lead with Descendant in some cases, but very easy for your opponent to block that one and not let the combo continue. Also a pretty poor one early game because you just don't have graveyard yet for the bonds lines.
Yeah, that's where like spinning wheel kick is great, but you mentioned the Descendant. Here's that. Just for 2. Yellow Descendant Gust Wave coming through. I mean, this is easy to block out. You can even, if you want to keep your hand, you can put your Cogworks Tinker Rings in front of this and block for 2 unconditionally, generating a gun counter on your Symbiosis shot and preventing Katsu from comboing up.
You were so close. You were so close. He still grabs armor. I think it's the right call in this kind of situation.
Armor's great here.
Armor is pretty fantastic. Obviously, Katsu gets to pivot the turn, but if it's just into Kadachi's, followed up by like a 0-for-4, 0-for-3, something like that, what an easy turn to just steal away a 5-card hand from. Like, you just don't care about that kind of thing. So the block here guaranteeing that this does not pivot into some kind of combo otherwise is very heads up.
This is where you get juiced by Ancestral Empowerment, but no, I still agree fully with the equipment block. I think it makes the most sense. Hand seems a little bit bricky from Shing, so not letting him combo feels like if he had the natty line, it would have been a lot easier for him just to be like, all right, cool, I'm just going to throw this Descendant. Who cares what you do? But instead, it feels like he really needs the on-hit. Doesn't find it. Just a Mugenshi to close out. They're just 2 into 1 into 4.
3 card 7.
Turn.
Do the math on this. 3 card 7. You talk about Katsu dumping 35 damage. This is so far from that. 3 card 7. Damien obviously still eating it, still behind just because of the starting life of Dash.io. But if you look at the rate specifically, Damien got away with a crime there. That was nothing. Absolutely nothing to care about.
Yeah, and going to confirm the block with Twin Drive, still having the backup protocol to buy it back if he wants. You mentioned just being able to churn through your deck with the Foundry Heart. I think that's very likely here with the 2 costs being put away. So we'll see, especially because, pitching a blue into the backup protocol, grabbing the 2 costs, and then activating the Foundry Heart, you'll be able to buy it back. But now there's an even potentially better option of just breaking the chain and getting red 0 to 60 once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much the premium card that you're looking to repeat rate-wise as much as possible. It is a 1 card for 4 value as a turn extender. Card is beautiful. You're just looking for a way to actually use the pitch outlet effectively. So if the hand still has a 1 cost, obviously curves out really well. Even a 2 cost still curves out really well with Teklo Foundry Heart. And you have to imagine that there is some redundancy because Twin Drive was blocked with. So having the blue, having the Teklo Foundry Heart would have curved out already with Twin Drive. I am pretty sure we'll still see a play that looks pretty smooth out of Damien here.
Feels like pretty easy no blocks for Katsu though, until we start seeing things like boom grenades hitting the board. I don't know that there's really much consideration. Unless your hand is just absolutely bricked, right? That's the one nice thing with Katsu though, is like a lot of the cards block 3. So when you do brick, you can tend to find a way to just block out and buy some space until you find that big combo. But seeing as how Dash.io is not likely to block you very heavily, I do feel like a lot of hands that maybe wouldn't have been keepers get to be, especially with this card on the board, Breaking Scales, giving you the ability to push over the top as well.
Yeah, you say blockability, but to be honest, the spinning wheel kick stuff, the surging strike, the 100 wins, there are a lot, Descendant even, there are a lot of cards that don't block, but generally you can feel good about trying to lead your turn with those. It's the clumping
Exactly.
of like the Descendant specifically that I think would feel the worst. But yeah, when you draw up these hands of like Rainbow Whelmings, what you gonna do with it? Absolutely convert that to blocks. That's why you run so many anyways, like for the added redundancy. But still, it looks like Shing is happy with his hand because it continues to be not only a no block angle, it's a block aggressively with breaking skills angle.
Oh
Terrifying.
yeah. Looking to potentially go off on this turn, even considering a Breeze Rider's block. So maybe even feeling like
sheesh, dude.
There's a lot of combo here to go with. Yeah, gonna throw that in front. So feel like we might have a 2-turn game here if Shing has actually found the nuts.
We're playing Blitz at this point. We talk about 35 damage up and coming. Well, Damien's at 34, so it's totally possible to present lethally here. With the aggressive block on those, it's normally not just a mind game. Katsu's legitimately add so much compounding threat when you know that those equipment are primed and ready. And Dash.io is not a deck that can overblock in any capacity either. So what do you do on a turn like this when all of a sudden the breaking skills threatens the +1s, the Breeze Rider threatens any hit to spiral into other combos? You just can't respect all of it. It's too much threat presented all in one hand.
Yeah, and the always most difficult thing about Katsu as well, right, is you see something like a Surging Strike or whatever in the first one, and you're like, okay, I'll block this out. That way, he can't activate Katsu. Go get the combo piece. And then he just plays the combo, and then you get juiced. Or you don't block it, and he never had the combo, and he needed it to hit, or else his turn was nothing. And it's so hard to tell. It feels like you're playing against an Assassin or a Dorinthia, and you can never really know exactly the best way to block. So you just have to try and make the best decisions that you can with your hand on when you can actually throw these blocks out. And it is going to be just a Descendant lead, so it's not the most exciting lead.
No, it's
for
really
this
not.
handsome Shing.
It's absolutely not. It makes you wonder. This must be like a natural bonds draw type of situation. It's one of the reasons you would force a line like this. You know, Descendant not a prime starter, but it is all you need to start launching larger combos with bonds. At this point in the game, bonds has well, I guess maybe the potential for a double bonds line, right? Because there is the Descendant that you could pull.
Trace.
Now a retrace. Okay. We're getting going here. Naming a card. I'm not sure how that's going to be communicated. Let's maybe check the chat.
Yeah. What's its name?
You know what? We'll just see whatever the combo.
Yeah. Let's. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what Shing plays, because then we'll just know.
Right.
We'll just know what the name was.
Surely he played a Breaktide next, but decided to name Whelming Gustwave. Like, no,
I mean,
that's just
usually
not how
it's
it works.
Usually it's just surging into another Gustwave card. That's like the most common way that you get to see the retrace get played. But there are plenty of other options that can happen. And honestly, what's unique about that is if you can hit with this and you have another Gustwave in your hand, you will now control Descending Gustwave, Surging Strikes, and then another Gustwave bonds. You could have a Dishonor line, but I don't think there's enough cards in hand to actually make that happen without cracking Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
I mean, I think you just don't mind cracking the mask though. To get there is the thing. This does look like it straight up hits. So the Katsu trigger now has been triggered. We are searching for the follow up. Do you go for the value play in naming, surging, grabbing the Whelming, demanding more on hit card draw, or sure enough, go to bonds?
So that's a Gustwave in hand because we threw a Gustwave away. So it's got to be another Gustwave.
And you'd imagine it's maybe one of the higher impact Gustwaves as well, the draw. Yep. And here it comes. Now this coming in base 3, but the breaking skills, of course, threatens to push this towards the breakpoint, push it towards a card draw. You don't have an easy answer in overblocking one with like a Battle Worn piece. All that's been committed to the chain already. So it's just the Cogworks Tinkerings. You'd have to give a card and overblock by 2 effectively. I don't know if we're past that point yet, but
you don't have a gun counter right now, so you would have a gun counter afterwards.
Value. You can full block and then return 2.
Huge.
Do the math on that turn cycle. That's nutty.
Big. It's 4 value. 4 value from those arms.
That's true. I guess it's
if you use the load, it becomes a 4 value arms.
Yeah. Hey. Still, I think the ceiling in this situation is combo it with adaptive plating. Now all of a sudden,
now it's 5,
that's 6 value.
Well, it's still 4 actually. Right?
6.
Yeah, it's still 4. Oh no, because you get the gun counter.
Plus 2.
Yeah, you get the gun counter. Yeah.
with like no items in play. Maybe it doesn't
Yeah.
count as like a full 2
No,
points. Maybe it's like
6.
1.5.
No, it is 2. It's 2
But
points.
yeah,
It's
that
6
becomes
points.
like
Yeah, it's 6.
an extra +2, and that is nuts for denying a turn like this. Actually, you know, you'd have the ability basically. Surging comes up, and you just chump Cogworks and Adaptive Plating. That's 2 armor, block 5,
Yeah, it's
plus
kind of
gun
sick.
counter.
It's
That's
kind
kind
of
of
sick.
sick.
I kind of
That's
like
kinda
it.
sick. All right, someone tell
Anyways, gonna
Damien that
block
that's
3
how it
here.
works.
Gonna block 3 here. Breaking Scales available. Yeah, there's not really D-Reacts in this deck, so if you want to draw a card here, Shing, I mean, you can draw a card here.
There's a
That is
lot of
allowed.
bricks though. It is possible that the card draw is just not worth forcing. You know, we are already committed to like a very specific combo line. Katsu has already been triggered. We don't care about an on hit just for like mask pressure. It's very specifically a card you probably are going to play or arsenal, but there are bad draws. We are already floating like enough for Kodachis. So, you know, some of these like blue draws are just absolutely wasted in a spot like this. Obviously, ceiling to it as well. You can just get lucky. It's a short game. Maybe that's how you have to play.
Yeah, and I mean, also the fact that you block with Breeze Riders does like open up the amount of draws that can feel kind of good. Because you're gonna follow up with Bonds, and then from there you could just play kind of any combo card, even if it doesn't get go again. You could just grab something like even the Gust Wave of the Second Wind, follow it up with just a 0 for 4, give it go again, and then still play whatever the last thing is. There's plenty of options here as the Bonds comes through, and in fact, that was Gust Wave of the Second Wind that was grabbed. I wonder. I mean, if you ripped like a Bonds off the top, that'd be kind of crazy.
Another, let's go. Yeah, I mean, Bonds of Ancestry, we haven't seen it in combination after Gust Wave pretty much ever before, but that's all it takes. It just needs to be named Gust Wave. It doesn't have to be Descendant specifically. But looks like combo has been broken. We're following up with what ended up being 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So effectively a 4-card 17 with equipment sack. Now, Cass, we play Levia, so I'm not impressed.
Yeah, it's kind of mid.
That's kind of mid.
Kind of mid.
Kind of mid. And Damien kept a 4-card hand, already starting with what is objectively like a way to chase that rate, a 0 for 4 and 0 to 60.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Dio can catch up from here. I don't think that puts her out of the game. But what I will say though is Link's Cross Wrap and Breeze Rider boots are left.
Yes,
and you're at 19. I'm not feeling good if I'm looking at Katsu with a 5-card hand. Going to be throwing that back, and Shing is allowed to keep this. There's no chance that this is a 4-card 29. It's just not happening. So this is going to be a full grip from Katsu that gets to go back into only 2 armor.
I mean, maybe if you blocked with Tinkerings, we could chase 29 value on this turn cycle. Close. But definitely not off the 4-card here. Even like the boom grenade flip off of the top. It's actually kind of low value for these crank situations because there aren't extra counters on the Symbiosis. So even the ceiling of a flip like that actually is not that impressive.
But we are getting blocks out of Shing, so the hand is clearly not gas. This is also, this is a pitch card and a Katsu outlet that gets blocked with. So maybe having redundancy, or the hand is just not very good at all.
Yeah, the multiple blue draws, right? Like that is a huge issue with a deck like Katsu that wants to maintain momentum. By the nature of how you have to build your deck, there's a lot of these blues that do not combo well with each other. They combo well with other parts of your deck. They combo well with, the need of 1 per turn with Kodachi rates and stuff like that. But drawn into multiple are just not going to do much for you.
Draw, crank the Cerebellum. Potential use of accelerators. This is a way to, get another 4-card hand once again. Rebuy after you've already sent a 0 for 4. Pitch into Zipper Hit.
Pitch into Zipper Hit becomes dubious on whether or not you can actually use resources in a situation like this. Obviously, you're looking for a solid, 2-cost follow-up. Throttle would look fantastic, pretty much best case. But even a 1-cost kind of wastes a little bit of value on how this turn played. Blocking, though, continuing to block, I mean, man, a mid-turn followed up by like a mid-defense turn? This is just Katsu without momentum.
Yeah, well, they are playing Link, so it does make sense.
Great shout. Now, what does look quite good for Damien here, though, is we talked about the boom grenade off the top in that first run of attacks not looking high value because we were sans a Symbiosis shot, which, by the way, we should tell Damien he has a counter. There he goes. Now it looks fantastic because the crank lets the draw happen off Cerebellum. This really has worked out. This small card hand is a lot of value. It's not 29, but especially when Katsu is committing to blocks on this, looks dastardly.
Yo, this could be a max V. That's 3 boosts.
At this point, yeah.
It can happen.
Oh my god.
I feel like if I'm playing against the Dash IO here, I'm getting max speed.
yeah. If it's you, yeah.
If it's me, I'm getting max speed here.
Yeah.
I don't know
if
about
it's you, you
Shing.
block with flashback, bro. What are you talking about? You still
That's
play
true.
Leviah, right?
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
true. Yeah. Then I'm actually I'm never getting max speed.
Yeah, that's right.
I've never been max speed in my life here.
Still, this is I mean a guaranteed boom grenade at this point. Right? Like there's no D-Reacts. We're not well, there's flick flack. I wonder if they were sighted in. I almost assume they're not, since you're just hard racing. But we
Yeah,
could be
it's
wrong.
interesting because it's a matchup where honestly I think you do side it in this matchup. You'd want to cover with flick. It's also a 0, so it can just be discarded to Katsu if you have the tempo, right? So it's it ends up being pretty safe to bring into these matchups.
Oh, he's bailed here. It's not max V. It's just the symbiosis follow up. So with 21 life, now that does become a dangerously low life total into a 5-card Dio that has Cerebellum and Achilles still up. There are combinations of hands that do go above and beyond this, but more so than that, if the Katsu hand isn't hot and you have to go towards this blocking out route, you're going to leak damage and then you're definitely dead by next hand. So it's like now or never on both sides here. Is damage threatened enough by Damien? Is Shing rather confident enough in this return anyway?
Yeah, blue pitch Katsu, it must be pudding. Yeah, Shing of course is in a tough spot now. I do think 21 life is at risk. 5-card hand that is backed up with all these extra resources. It starts with yellow zipper, so not the scariest thing, but you know, you've pitched a blue. It's still a 4 go again coming through, and I just feel like if Shing has to block here, this game is just gonna get out of hand. And
if he blocks this turn, it's over. I'm just going to
work.
call it. Yeah, if he blocks this turn, it's just absolutely over. And this is another, oh man, like just a haymaker play. The crank with Cerebellum out is disgusting for how these turns spiral. So, I mean, blocking is kind of a losing spot, but now I think you have to because you will die. Like,
yeah, you might have to, right? The boom's already gone through, so at least the damage isn't a surprise right now. You can't get another boom off the top, so there's no risk of dying to something you didn't know was coming. But there's still 3 cards. There's a Cerebellum activation that can come through. Deal Achilles to get extra gunshot at the end if you need to.
Yeah, yeah. If Damien wins this game without blocking with Cogworks Tinkerings, I think I need to rethink my life.
It's the best card in the set.
Yeah. Twin drive here. It is double boost.
Wow.
That's
scary.
Oh, that's what a tough double boost. Obviously, Dash IO can't look too far down, so she saw the heist. She did not see the spark. There's a world though where that twin drive only boosts once. You see the spark, you snap draw off Cerebellum at that point. So not the ceiling of how lucky Damien could have gotten this turn. But the boost means something, right? What do you smell?
I hate to hear my Dash IO opponent say boost twice. Because that kind of means like one of two things. It's either Pulse Wave Harpoon is ripping the best card out of my hand, or I'm getting max feed and I'm dead. And there's really not much other reason to ever say boost twice on the twin drive.
Yep. And if we track the amount of boosts this turn, that's exactly 3. So it is pretty obviously the max V at this point, I think. And if you track where the damage is going to land here, this demands a card. It demands 2 cards even, or armor in theory, if it is the max V. Yep, here we go.
Yep.
Because the follow-up on the Achilles, if you block, I mean, you have to block from hand here, right? So you go down to, you take 7 down to 2. The Achilles gets popped, demands either mask or another card. Katsu, I do not think Katsu can win from there, but maybe it's the perfect surging hand. Maybe Damien doesn't Achilles. Sure, we'll pretend, but it looks pretty awful here, in my opinion.
Yeah, the max V is nasty. The second that chain broke after the 3 boosts, you know it's not going to be the Pulse Wave Harpoon anymore. You know you are screwed. That is going to be maximum velocity 10 damage. As you said, the blocks just don't line up well. Feels like you kind of have to block 6 so you can keep mask, because mask can become a card, but then this next turn you're basically like activating mask, seeing if you can make it like this 3-card 19 come out of nowhere. Kind of feels like it has to be surging, like just full natural combo, right? Bronze and Arsenal surging off of your Heart and Cross wrap. get a Descendant for 5, get your Bonds, get Links afterwards.
I just still don't think Damien cares on that return, right? He just doesn't. And then he can return either like if he does in full blocks and still returns like the poke on the gun, that at this point has kind of trapped a block pattern just because of how life is going to shake up at the end of this turn cycle. He's likely to end with an arsenal here as well. So even if it did somehow demand a singular card out of Damien's hand, he's got return baked into the board state here. So you know, all props to Shing and how he can like try to win this game, but it's looking dire.
Yeah, there's some exact lines that involve the combo that can certainly make Damien care on 3 cards, but yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking easy for that to happen. You know, you're looking at getting really deep into the weeds of Katsu combos and ways that you can actually make it work. And it all involves Breeze Riders plus Links plus exactly surging Descendant Bonds. And I feel like if you have those 3 cards, including one in Arsenal, maybe you're snapping off 2 blocks here and just calling it good.
Sure. Also possible. You can't forget though, Cogworks Tinker Rings will add its 4 value to the next turn cycle, most likely.
Another gun.
And maybe that's what throws a wrench in the plans of the perfect combo lines. Tinker Rings.
Now it'll be the Katsu who is Kodachi locked by a Symbiosis shot, all thanks to the Tinker Rings.
Pretty much. There's also worst cases here where the Achilles buys room for another boost attack into the Symbiosis shot. That's a possibility off of that extra card in hand, right? You know, 1 cost floating. Could be any of the Zipper Hit, Pulse Wave type cost curves. Could be the 0 cost as well. You know, Fast and Furious comes in at 4 at this point. You know, this turn has included cranks. And if you do it in this way, you're still withholding information as well. So it is like the objectively right way to have played this amount of damage per turn. If, you know, assuming that you're ending on like 2 chain finishers, right? Like the Max V and the Symbiosis shot. So Shing, God, just in a tough spot, thinking through the blocking decisions here. I think the main consideration, like obviously a card has to go, but the consideration might be what happens if I block more than that 1 card? Is there any world where I can save my life now and play a better hand next turn? I just don't think it happens though.
I don't think it happens at all. Like, I mean, yeah, you can block, you block 9 on this, you try and block the follow-up, but if I'm Damien and the Katsu blocks 9 here, I actually just pass. I'll just put this card in my arsenal and go from there, right? Like, okay, 2-card Katsu, I'm at 19. Yeah, send it. Send me the check.
2-card Katsu, surely it can't be worse than a 3-card 7. Like,
it's got to be better.
It's got to be better, yeah. Okay, blocking with Whelming and Fluster. So it is the 2-card block here. Damien, pretty heads up. Okay, is not cracking the Achilles actually. So not demanding the extra card just because, you know, it's already been blocked with preemptively. So this is a true 5-card hand. He does not care about the 19 most likely. And 100 wins is not how you kickstart a line that would do anything of note.
Yeah, this is not the starter that can actually get there. Really needed this to be breaking cross wrap for red surging into red descendant for this to really feel like it can actually make the DO opponent care.
I mean, hey, it could be a 2-card 7 if he has another 100 wins.
Yeah,
better than a 3-card 7.
That is, it's 1 card better. That's
a whole card better.
That's math right there.
Yeah, no incentive really for Damien to block this as long as his hand is like completely dumpable in some form of damage, which is kind of the MO of the boost mech. Your cards will just turn into damage. It doesn't have to be, I mean, it might be the blues, but they say go again. You know, you're in a spot where your opponent's at 5, you probably just take that angle and dump the aggression ever so small as it might be.
That sounds fine. I'm down.
Absolutely.
I'm down to send 2 go again.
Oh, it is a 2-card 7.
2-card 7. Shuffle my 100 wins back in my deck.
Let's get that 2 block back. Let's go. Or is it? It's a May.
Is it a May? It might be a May.
It's not.
No,
it's not a
just
May.
Shuffle. Now you gotta get that 2 block back in the deck. I don't think Shing wants that 100 wins.
No,
He says,
that's a
"Get outta here."
2-card 6.5 maybe 6.9. So a slight value lost in putting a 2-block in here. Great
Expedite.
start though. Expedite. You know, these 0 costs, not a great rate, but they're all about enabling max Vs in multiple. Just get to the 3 boost quicker. I mean, hell, if this game ends on 2 max V turns back to back, power to Damien. He's gonna win nationals, and we were all fools to say otherwise.
I can't believe it. It's coming in. I really thought that Katsu was just going to be in such a good position, but just one kind of bricky hand, and Dio does not put the foot off the pedal. Way too much damage coming from this mechanologist, and it just makes it tough for Katsu to ever come back. He doesn't get to keep a full hand. Boom grenade coming out now. Going to give an extra action point.
Super relevant. We're building up the counters at this point. That boom grenade off the top converts to either must block or die, which is objectively how it works at this point. If you take even 1 damage, you then take the 4 off boom, you die. So it's a block me or die to begin with. It's another counter on the gun. It's another action point. Absolute doomed scenario for Shing by the looks of it. But Damien can still be flashy with it. He can show us a max V. It's totally... Is it possible? It is. Yeah, one more 0 cost, and then Teklo. And then we get there. Yeah,
and
easy.
this is a 0 for 4 because that boom grenade came off the top and it got cranked. So just even extra value coming from pulling this out. Fast and Furious coming from the
hey, it's back.
The Dash IO armory deck, right? And there we go. Two blocks being deployed beautifully into this 4 power attack.
Yeah, you know, okay, so that 100 wins getting shuffled back in, it would have demanded a 2-card block anyway. So you know what? Maybe not so neg on the last line. 3 block doesn't really change the blocking scenario there.
That's looking like Curtain's backup protocol going to be able to be deployed, cranked. Teklo Foundry Heart can give the second resource to grab a 0 for 4. That's going to demand 2... Well, you don't have 2 cards to block, so it's going to demand links as well as the card in hand, and that still leaves Dio with a card left in hand, and if it is any attack, that will push the boom grenade through.
Yep. Literally any attack here. Card from hand, mask. It's only 4 damage threatened off of the symbiosis shot, but it's that extra card in hand, right? That is going to be the game changer.
All right.
It's
not an attack, but Achilles plus another gunshot.
Yeah, sure. That's it. That's wow, just like that. TheCardGuyz on top for the first time in millennia. And he even flexes. He had the heist as well.
The heist that he
over in so many ways.
He couldn't afford to pay for. He
didn't have to back up protocol. He didn't have to. He could have just thrown that. You know, Damien does his thing. He wins with style. He doesn't even block with the Cogworks Tinker Rings.
Still on the board.
He's a god.
I've heard them say starts in play, stays in play, and it stayed in play. It hasn't really did not leave play at any moment.
It starts in play, causes mental damage, and then just sits there. Sits there as your opponent struggles to comprehend what's going on.
I'm sure you can grill him about why that and why not adding the adaptive and then setting up the different combos. But end of the day, that is a celebration for the TheCardGuyz taking down Blue Pitch for the first time in some time. Have they won this Showmatch before, Josh? Is this always been Blue Pitch? Oh, he says he doesn't know. Okay, so never. TheCardGuyz have never won before, and this is the first time that they're doing it.
It's okay. What it really means is that that Pudding is undefeated. Pudding's absence today was the problem.
It's the difference maker.
The difference maker. But we've got the players joining us here. We got Damien and Shing. Cass, I'll let you get acquainted with Damien. I don't think you've met.
We have.
Oh, you have? Oh, so you do know Damien. You just didn't know he was a Leviathan player.
No, I didn't know that.
I see. Well, Damien, you're now a Dash IO player who took your team to victory. And I don't remember you playing Dash IO. Is this deck like new to you, or what's your history?
No, I've been playing Dash IO since High Octane was legal. I love High Octane.
What? All right, that's a very Damien answer. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, for this current brew, we were trying to figure, what new cards might have made the list, and obviously, Cogworks Tinker Rings did show up. It was on board in that game, but you didn't combo it with adaptive plating. which is kind of this 2-card block pattern that I've seen some Dashos bring with. Not even in your sideboard. Is that just not where you see the value in this card?
No, you have to give up Crown of Providence, which lets you like draw the desired top card of your deck that you can look at all the time, or Achilles Accelerators, which lets you draw off the Cerebellum Processor, or like in the game with pistol shots. Cogworks is nice because with adaptive blading, you have to galvanize to make it 3, so sometimes it blocks for 1. Cogworks always blocks for 2, and it puts a counter on your gun. So
true. That's about what we deciphered, but it didn't do that this game. It just sat there and caused mental damage.
Was not needed at all. Ends up getting there. On the other side, Shing, it seemed like the deck just didn't come together at the end there. There was like one brick hand, and then from there it's just you got max V. But I wanted to talk about this the break tide. This is just like really cool tech off of Mask of Pouncing Links with a retrace the past, I'm assuming. Have you been able to like resolve that combo a couple of times? Like, does it feel very, very strong?
Yes, I think that card is actually like another another good card, good target for the mask, and I actually resolved it like not that much, like twice while I'm testing out of all the games, and both of them, like the Brick Tide gets me a good card, so I think it's quite good. It's like kind of like a ceiling cards and stuff.
Sounds sick.
Yeah, and usually I pair we chase the pass with open the center also because it's like a red sort of one. So
Yeah, that makes sense. I know the retrace has just been like such a big card because Bond's becoming legal again makes Katsu good. Retrace has a lot of different lines, but as for Katsu as a whole, I know you're playing Mask of the Pouncing Links because there's a lot of good combos there. Have you played any Mask of Momentum Katsu as well? I know it's not in the board for this one.
I think Mask of Momentum is actually not that good in Katsu, or what should I say? It's like Pouncing Links is too good in Katsu because it helped extend the combo, and we got the new cards we chase the pass. It's also a 2 attack that can search by the marks. So I think Pouncing Links is very important in the new Katsu list. I didn't test Mask of Momentum a lot, but like way back into World's Barcelona, Putin's list, he actually just played Mask of Momentum into Jomai. So I don't think Mask of Momentum is actually that good or isn't so in the deck.
Yeah. I mean, Gravy Bones being the new ally deck, but reasonably plays so much differently than Dromai that it might not even make sense there either. So yeah, totally understand that.
Yeah. So Shing, I also want to ask you. So if you were going to U.S. Nationals, literally less than a week away, is Katsu on your radar? Like, is this a deck you'd actually consider for an event of that caliber, or do you think it's still in the more for fun, needs some more refining, little bit less consistent than some of the other choices out there?
I think Katsu is. I think Katsu's ceiling is good. Like his ceiling is insane with all the combos that you can got if you don't draw a break hand like me. Yeah, but I think it's also very inconsistent, and it has some really bad matchup like Florian. They got so many tools to get through your like breaking scale and also ancestral empowerment. So if Florian is still a meta deck, then maybe Katsu is like a bit off. It's like only good into decks that don't have a lot of armor. That's now tends to have quite a lot of armor. So
yeah, you're
Katsu
basically out there hunting for like the Syndras, which might be on the rise, and maybe the Azaleas. That's another light armor suite, but they're disruptive. So
yeah,
not
and
sure.
I would definitely play new if I got to play US Nationals.
Play new? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for not bringing new to this show match. We saw a lot more new and exciting things than new. Most of all, we got introduced to the character of Damien. So not to overshadow your win, Damien, you did great. You brought home the Card Guys win. Any words for the people? Your mega fans out there, all like 400 people in the crowd.
Yeah, getting the TheCardGuyz their first win ever.
3 boom grenades off the top is really strong.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't have any words.
This is great.
That's all the words.
Yeah.
That's all the
Every
words.
word
I
that
you
he
know,
has.
that's all I got.
All right,
Boom
thank
grenade,
you.
boom strong, boom together strong. That's it. That's it for the day. I've got no other questions for him, Ethan. I think we're good to wrap this
I think
thing
we're good.
up. Just like the TheCardGuyz, we're able to wrap up Blue Pitch for the first time ever. I see TheCardGuyz saying in chat that they've won before, but I just think it's funny to run with the narrative that they've never won ever before. But they
Not
are
to my
able
recollection.
win this time. Nobody remembers them winning. This is the first time. It's been a fun time. It's been a blast, Ethan, casting with you. These games were great. Getting to see the new heroes, getting things ready for U.S. Nationals coming up next week, getting a taste of what we might see there.
Absolutely. I think that Puffin and Gravy Bones game bodes well for the exciting feature matches we will bring to you next week at US Nationals. I'll be there picking 2 CC games per round, and you better not tune out for the draft portion either, because my God, this draft format is insane. Hopefully you're all playing your pre-releases this weekend, enjoying the hell out of it. I'm playing 5 pre-releases. My hope is to play every hero once and then pick the one that I had the most fun with and experiment a little bit more. And so far, we're doing well. We're 3 for 3 on the pre-releases so far in different heroes. I opened Scurf today. Hog. Anyway, thank you for tuning in, everyone. Thank you for joining us, Cass. Thank you for the TheCardGuyz for hosting, Blue Pitch for showing up, even though it's crack of dawn and it's your work day for most of you. That's wild. Time zones are strange. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
All right. Thanks so much for watching. See you on the next one. Peace.
Peace.